Alright, hello, we're starting on Twitch, we're starting on YouTube. I made the announcement on Discord that we're live, and hopefully all is well and good for us. I'll need to view my YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube. I have an idea, though. If I pop out the chat, then copy this. All I should have to do, paste this. Browser dock as a custom dock into OBS. I got my YouTube chat in OBS now. Need to dock it somewhere. How do I dock it? I need to sign in. Oh god. I need to sign in. This is an idea I just had to see my YouTube chat while in OBS, so give me a moment as I figure this out. Here. Yeah, you gotta do a little 2FA to log in, I'm sure. Is login working? It is? Okay. 2FA. Get a notification. YouTube chat. You didn't send a notification to my phone, Google. Resend it. Let's try that. Oh, there we go. Got it. Yes, it's me. It's me. I don't need to set my home address. I don't need a profile photo. Wait, no, popped out chat. I need to log in with a different account though. I swapped my YouTube account on this account. Can I do that in the popped out chat in OBS? Okay, as long as I just need to view the chat and I don't need to type, we'll be good. That's one less window I need to worry about. If I type in my YouTube chat, does that show up? It does show up. And about that, I am happy. So, alright, how about we start off by waiting for Hera and Yo to queue against each other again. They are towards the top of the leaderboard, and it looks like Hera just took some points from Yo. And I need to do some more work. I updated my capture age a tiny bit. I got more capture age stuff I want to do. I'm happy to show that off to you. I updated the viewer count, so it should refresh more often. And hello, Albert. Yes, I can see you in OBS. Yes, I have solved partially a problem. The problem is I'm not logged on to my YouTube account in OBS, and I don't see an option to change the account I'm using. And it's like, it's not an actual like account thing where I can't directly log into my YouTube account, because the YouTube account is associated with another Google account, and I'm logged in with that account, and I don't have an option to swap the account. So I don't know what I'm going to do to log in then. But I won't type there. Well, as long as I don't type there, I'm fine. And oh, Yo's playing Loch Ness versus Tato. He got Tato. I gotta open Hera's stream and see if he's queuing. He is queuing, alright. He didn't get Yo. Interesting he didn't get Yo. He got Vivy, it looks like. Oh no, he's spectating, it looks like. Alright, we're gonna go Yo Tato then. Yo Tato. Hello, Liquid Egg Product. Hello, Kaz, how you doing? And this over to one side. We have a bit of a spec delay. Loch Ness is a Byzantine map. It's a fire galley map. Definitely a Byzantine map, Death Counter. I 1000% approve of your message. Sounds like one of those annoying problems that you can live with, but it's still annoying to have. Exactly, Albert. I can live with it. I need to zoom in and make your chat bigger, but I can do that. And thank you very much for the raid. Thadagus, thank you very much. It's the middle of the night. I always need a good middle of the night stream when I have a middle of the night. Ornlu forgot to raid? Oh no. When was Ornlu last online? Was he going to raid today? I didn't see him online earlier, but I didn't look. Oh, you'll lurk here even if Ornlu forgot. Oh, silly Ornlu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm updating alerts. I still need to update my sub alert, and I have a good idea for the sub alert. And then hopefully lots of people will be able to sub, and we'll see the updated alert. And also, I'm gonna pray we don't have a black screen for a moment as I transition to capture age. Ooh, hold on. Wait, I can set up capture age first. Tato Yo. And look at this. Boom. Oh, that makes it so much easier for me. So the map will be Loch Ness. We were keeping our eyes out for Nessie. It is spawned, I haven't seen this before, east and west. Usually it's north-south. Great Wolf had to leave, so I started at the right time? Okay. Having to accept a hospital bed. Okay. I know he's had to do that quite a bit recently. Delivered at his home. Oh boy. And delivery guys gotta be careful. Sometimes Ornlu gets a bit hungry. The wolf might chase the mailman. So, where are the docks? Where are the docks? I see lots of rocks. I'm not seeing the docks. It's Tato. Where are the demos? Tato will be to the south in the blue, Yo to the north in the red. Chimera versus Romans. Romans don't have demos! What a sad civ to have for the map where you need the demos. Oh no. Oh wait, does everyone else on YouTube see a 1 on the chat icon, like a notification button in the YouTube chat? Does anyone else see that? Because I've seen that forever. It wants me to do some members only thing, which I don't want to do members only YouTube content. But does everyone else on YouTube see that? Game music a tad high, right? Turn that down a bit. People were telling me it was perfect the other day. We just knocked that down from 15 to 12%. Let me know if that made a difference. Also, chat, take a look at what I did down here in Capture Age. Let me know what you think of the font. I changed the font a bit. And I'm gonna try to use a serif font in different parts of the UI. I'm making some UI changes. No, you don't see it? Okay, good, you don't see it. That's just the twist thing. It stopped now? It stopped because I lowered it. Good for 80 styles jacket. No. Hello, Ray. Tato been doing successful guard tower defenses / pushes. He's playing good Tatty games. Alright, well, Tatty games should involve demos. Death Counter saying this was a Byzantines map, but immediately no one goes for the docks. Finally, Yo docks, but 4 minutes into a game, Empire Wars games might be over by now. Why don't you say hi says it's perfect? Alright. I'll trust your judgment then. I'll hope that it's perfect. Sometimes the Civ jingles, I get the feeling that those are a bit louder. Let's see, Tato lost a scout to a spear. Lots of spears all over the place poking around. Also, the countdown here is only Twitch. It's not Twitch plus YouTube, so it's a slight lie. But we're gonna have the viewer count in the camera. I'm prepping for the front page Twitch stream on Monday. Doc, no fish, no Nessie. Vodka's gonna have a field day looking for a Nessie, or Mapu, or whoever will do the observing at Red Bull. Archers here trying to break in from Yo. Tato doesn't have a wall behind it. Already placed down a tower on his gold. So these archers getting in will be quite bad for him. Doesn't even have a house to garrison out here, and we'll have to go for a market wall as he's up at the castle age. Waited for the wood for the market, and diagonally across from the archers should be okay to continue the wall. Lumber camp's gonna go down pretty fast though. And it's enough HP on it that it goes up. That fails to run a bit more. And Spear comes over and hits scouts. I'll select the cyan bit. Yeah, I'm going for... I feel that Seraph UI elements fit the AoE2 theme a bit more. All of the numbers are going to be the same font. I'm not replacing any of the numbers, but the player names and the civ names, I'm going to go... Maybe the map name, too. I'm going to go with a Seraph font. From what I've... my experience were that sans serif fonts, the advice to use them for UI elements mostly comes from the 90s, when screens didn't have the resolution to display serif fonts all that properly. But if you properly use a serif font, I think it works for UIs. I can always use feedback. And if it's completely unreadable, then I'll revert. I'll just want to try it out. Try it out, see how it works. Yeah, AoE2 and its use of Lucida Blackletter was quite the thing. What are we feeding back? On the bottom right, to the right of the mouse cursor, you can see where the mouse cursor disappears. I changed the font. I did some image editing over the resource columns. So we'll talk about that a bit. So there's Yo up to the castle age. Or we'll get some feedback on that. Okay, I'm gonna try to do more elements of the UI in that color, or that font. So Vill's going down as Tato's in with light cav, and we'll try to pick spears. That's a group of 3 spearmen. He's gonna say, I'll pick all 3 of them off, and then go for the Vills on the TC. There are a couple of very low HP Vills there. A 4th spear comes from behind, though. You always have to fear the extra spear, and then a 5th spear on the way for Yo. And all in all, Tato lost quite some scouts there fighting the spears. Yo lost a couple of Vills on the TC. And Tato at least did force out quite a few spears, even more coming over from Yo. But now at the moment Yo double docks, he has control of the water. I think we just missed Nessie. We'll have to look again soon. Oh man, it's so nice. I finally had the epiphany that I could put my YouTube chat directly in OBS. And having only one window, that makes it so much cleaner for me. Let's alt-tabbing. So no demos for Yo as the Romans, so Tato does not have to fear fighting on the shallows like another civ, like he would versus any other civ. The knights can stand there and fight the fire galleys, using the perfect AoE2 logic. And then start hoovering around the rest of the eco. Getting into the gold towards the back. Monastery and house and Palisade Gate going up. Also, I'm going to try to do another 8-ish hour stream today. Because I need to build up that stamina for Monday, where I'm probably going to try to go around 10 hours. My Twitch front page slot starts at 12 p.m. for me. It's 17 GMT, and I'll probably start the stream an hour before that. Make sure that I'm nice and ready. Exclamation mark Monday, should I get a command for that? I should probably get a Partner Plus command for Twitch. 12 hours? 12 hours feels like a lot. I don't know if there's a good point to 12 hours. But I did get the perfect 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. time slot, so I'm happy about that. Well, it's a front page stream. When you type in twitch.tv and press enter without putting any particular streamer at the end of the URL, it brings you to the home page of Twitch, otherwise known as the front page, like the front page of a newspaper. And Twitch puts several streams there, and you can book slots there. If you're a partner, there's a form you fill out. Every month you can fill out a form for the next month, and if you do it, then you have to wait, I think, 3 months, maybe 6 months for the next slot. But yeah, you can be on the front page, and you get a bunch of viewers who see your stream and maybe interact with it. Front page of the internet. And actually, the most front page anyone will ever get is, if any of you remember Nano Jade, and hello Noob Netrum over on the YouTube channel. She streamed Age of Empires. She hasn't streamed in years, but she used to stream Age of Empires a few years ago. And like me, she's an American, and she serves in the National Guard. And after the January 6th coup attempt, when the National Guard was called into the Capitol building, you know, media outlets were there and taking photos of Guards people, and she ended up on the front page of the New York Times. Just happened to be in a photo that was there on the front page of the New York Times. So we're not going to be that special, but we will be on the front page of Twitch. I know, should have shouted out AoE 2 in the New York Times. Knight's getting hit. And Tato continuing the raid. So even though he doesn't have any water control, he's going around the outside, adding in scorpions. And he's going to go for another workshop on the right, but there's a wolf there. A wolf going after the Vil. The wolf has the hill advantage. I think the Vil still wins that, though. Yes, he does. Another wolf nearby, but he's not going to attack. And he'll go build the siege workshop there. Scorpions take out the light cav. And down goes the light cav. Tato, probably not at the peak he was a couple years ago. He was, I'd say, pretty clearly a top 5 player. Definitely there are some new up-and-coming youngins. And I feel like Tato hasn't quite been at the same level he used to be at. Not having a good game here against Yo so far. Although Yo, much better economy. Tato is fighting pikemen with knights. We all know that pikemen don't even kill knights in the castle age. Look at that. Look at those knights go. Knights OP. Oh, well, Tato's in an interesting spot. This is no longer GL Tato, it's just Tato. Scorpions hit the monk. Monk goes down. Scorpions keep coming forward to go for the pikemen. The Wheel of Wisdom, Knights kill all. Well, that's how the game used to be played. Fast Castle Knights. And Tato, 3 relics on the side, 1 ram loaded with pikemen that'll destroy the monastery. I feel that Yo is still in an okay spot, up by about 20 Vils, as the Scorpions keep pushing in. And I'll start taking out the TC. Knights hoovering around still. Yeah, Langxander knows Knights counter pikes. It's awesome if you had the Knights. Yeah, Fast Castle, what, like 28 plus 2 double stable Knights? That's how you played. 1v1s, pocket position. Oh, that was the build 15 years ago. Yeah, the standard in HD for the new players, yeah. I mean, to be fair, we have, with the Phosphor builds, reverted to a phase where fast castling is still the play. Just not into Knights, only into much more powerful units than Knights. So you beat all the AI. Yeah, gotta get those AI. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, I am streaming in 1080p in an attempt not to have all those lag issues I was having earlier. So keep me updated on the quality of the stream over there. It seemed to be fine last time I did this, so we'll try again and hope that it works. Tato's still pushing with a lot of scorpions. How will those pikemen do against all those scorpions? I feel that Tato's gonna win this fight, other than the one knight. Man, yo, 2 knights. They can clear each other's armies. And Tato might even win the fight slightly. He has a few knights left over. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Yo actually cleans everything. Then Yo, with this huge Vil lead, should win the game from here. Up 92 to 70. He has 3,000 more resources collected. Tato's killed 10 Vils, but only 10 as the ram goes down. On 3 TCs himself, though, Rowan Khmer late game. It's a Scorpion matchup. Some fishing ships will be out on the fish to the west. Fletching on the way here for Tato. Bill goes down. It's hitting more Vils. The castle ruins there? Wait, what castle ruins? Is there supposed to be a castle ruins on this map? Is that like a Loch Ness feature? Oh, Tato had 6 relics, but now we'll be down to 3. And Yo, with a great defense, will manage to hold off. Tato had so much aggression. Felt like he was ahead for a while, but Yo, eventually with pikemen, and mostly pikemen and a couple knights, fends this off. Pikemen OP. Sometimes there's a Georgian castle there. Really? Well, now maybe I should look at Tato's base, because he has knights inside of it. Knights all around, pikemen poking the tower. TC will fend them off. We'll have another workshop coming up for Yo. Over on the side, lots of houses, and Tato there will call the GG. And Yo will take the win. And now we got a swap overlay as boom. We get into scoreboard overlay territory now. We'll have for Yo, you can see his military count while he was booming. See right where it drops. Here he was taking the water early, booming while Tato was pushing, evenly defending the push, clearing Tato's army, and then pulling ahead. Zico all ahead. 2 minutes faster to the castle age for Tato, leading to that aggression. That doesn't pay off enough for him. So looking at the standings, it's Yo starting to move up again. Yo top 4. Only 1080p for a 25-year-old game, unwatchable? I know Noob Netrum, but I really wanted to have the 4K YouTube streams working properly. I don't know what it is, if it's something on my end, if I need to configure something differently, but I feel like a 5080 should be more than enough to render that. No, they did not fix those, Noob Netrum. No, they did not. That's the difficulty of the, I almost say KHD, of the Red Bull map scripts, because they are officially part of the game, and that takes a much more involved patching process on Microsoft and World's Edge and Forgotten Empires ends to get updates into the game, unfortunately. So it's not like when I did Cartographers, where I could Alt-Tab, fix the map, upload the mod, and within 5 minutes, players are playing on the fixed map. Those bug reports will probably be handled, maybe be handled, at a later date. Is the chat window supposed to stay up in the score overlay? Yes, it is. Do you think it's blocking stuff? Why don't you say hi? Because I left the chat window there. I figured people still want to chat. And I figured most of the graphs, like the bottom right of the graphs, don't actually matter because the graphs tend to grow over time and will be above that. And I was thinking of removing the webcam from that scene too, but then, like, who really cares about the Dark Age or, like, early feudal graphs? There's nothing going on there. So I figured they weren't actually blocking much, but if it does feel like it's blocking stuff, I can remove them. figured I'd leave it there and see if anyone mentions it. Now someone mentioned it. And hello, Sunnyflower. Lovely to see you here. And what else do we want to watch now? Is Hera playing again? Hera versus Yo on Crownwood. Let's go. Trying to keep my eye on the dashboard and grab a bunch of players and flags I haven't casted yet. Make sure that I have that I'm keeping track of them in my overlay. Might just be your favorite matchup. Has been really good. Hart now second on the ladder. Hart's been grinding. Look at all those games he's played. Second cup of coffee today. Actually, I did this morning. I was working on stuff and I got so carried away that I forgot that I had a pot of coffee in the kitchen, so I ran and grabbed it. But then I had to run some errands this morning. It was sat on my desk because it was too hot to drink. And then I ran the errands and got back and it was too cold. I mistimed my coffee. So this is my first proper coffee. Only 12 players. So only 8 players make it to the main event. They're after the top 4 qualify from the ladder. The next, I'm not sure how many. I think the next 8 are guaranteed specific spots in the qualifier. But after that, it's an open qualifier for everyone else to sign up for. And their seeding in that qualifier is based on their positions on the ladder. So we will have Yo. He's been in the top 4 for a lot of this event so far. He'll be to the west as the Red Byzantines, and Hera will be to the east as the Blue Sicilians, immediately doing double bid axe. I noticed the RMS contest in the Discord. In which Discord? In the RMS Discord? Are you talking about the one Rapture was doing? He asked me to cast something at some point. I saw he had announced it, but maybe there's another contest. Yeah, that one? Yeah. Yeah, I told him if he gets a good show match for custom maps, I'll cast it. Today I uploaded what is hopefully my last update for this season's TTL maps. I am hoping that they are just about finished. I also put some rocks on one of the maps, and I stole the idea of using flowers around the rocks. I thought that was cute. So rock groups. I saw it and I was like, I should do that to fill some of the empty space on Acropolis. So Hera walling up. Not very aggressive for Empire Wars. Just walling. Hello, long time no siege. Hello, Crusader. How are you doing? Does the final rankings go off of the player's highest elo? It goes off of their highest elo, not the current elo. Current elo is used only as a tiebreaker in case players have the same highest elo. So spear coming forward. Several spears for Yo, going spear skirm. As the scouts for Hera and Yo will engage in a bit of a fight here, but Hera will be pushed back. Calling inspired, not stole. I didn't put as many flowers. I did it slightly differently where I had fewer flowers surrounding it. It's a bit of an awkward thing to do because you need to use invisible placeholders to position the flowers in the middle of the tile instead of the corner. But I like that. I had a map with several different themes, so I have different plants for the different themes. And both scouts go down, so skirms for both players. Similar army compositions, Byzantine, Sicilian. So Sicilian's a civ that actually can do decently against Byzantines in the skirm war, because their skirms resist the bonus damage that the Byzantine skirms usually do against archers. So they have +3 against archers, versus the 0 archer armor does get resisted by the Sicilians. And Jordan, thank you Jordan for the raid. Thank you very much. Hope you had a good Red Bull session today. Hope you're gonna be there, because I know I'm gonna be there. This is a viewer this time, but I'm excited to take a trip. And thank you everyone. And Skirmisher War. Peak Age of Empires right here, as we'll have Castle Age on the way, slightly faster for Hera. We just saw Yo winning against Tato in our previous match. And Hera has to, kind of awkwardly the way the wood lions spawned for him, that he has to use 1 or 2 trees as part of the wall, and he can easily chop through them. Jordan streamed for about 9 hours. That's about what I'm going for today. On Monday, I'm going to do a front page. I have a front page slot on Twitch for 8 hours, so I need to make sure I have my stamina prepped for that. Also, let me maybe, as we just had a bunch of people arrive, snooze the ad. And thank you, Beach, for the follow, and I Love Beagles also for the follow earlier. Thank you both. And Skirm's going to pick the spear. Down he goes. And spear fight at the front. 1 extra spear for Yo. Looks like he has a slight advantage here. And Hera up to the Castle Age first. Yo won't be too far behind though, adding in scale barding armor already. Sicilians, I always felt, were an interesting matchup against the Byzantines because they resist all the counter units the Byzantines have. But that is an additional 1, 2, 3 TCs for Hera right away using that extra stone. And he is prepared to boom. He is prepared to wall and boom. Hello Wise Turtle, hello Jan Chess, hello Ashwig. And Bosaw, Bodkin, Heavy Plow, and Wheelbarrow all on the way for Hera. Hera's dominance in the ladder, it looks like it would take a freak accident for him not to take first place at the LAN. I think Empire Warriors very well suits Hera's playstyle. It's a weird thing, but KOTD Arabia, seen when we had that, I think that very well suited Viper's playstyle of being able to go for a wide variety of kind of off-meta plays. We saw him doing the Phosphor Rushes or the FC Conks. Whereas Hera's going to be much better at the pretty standard Skirm meta. Mirrored Skirm play that we see so much. Hello, Lexi. I don't use those. So light hitting the skirms. Yeah, I think Empire Wars, because of the very fast start, takes away some of the variety that you saw in the Arabia games, where you can set up your Dark Age to go for different strats or fast castles, and come up with more defenses against smaller numbers of feudal units. Whereas Empire Wars, you're kind of forced into that aggressive feudal warfare, or lots of walling. And here, exactly what I talked about earlier, Hera over-chopping those trees at the front of his walls. And we'll see if Yo is able to notice that. He has a monk nearby, and a spear. It doesn't have much to run in yet, though. Scouting seems way more important in normal game mode. Maybe. I do think it's really important to know what your opponent is doing, what their opening is if they're going for a fast castle or an aggressive feudal approach. if they're walling or playing open. I think there's a lot you can tell on how the map plays out based on where your own base spawns because they're so symmetrical. If you know that you're in the corner, then you probably know that your opponent's in the corner too. So handcart on the way for Hera. And Mangonel's in the workshop for Yo. Hera will defend with his own Mangonel. Want a better lobby system for AoE2? That is a long topic. That is a long topic. The first thing we could do is have the in-game search function work so that you can actually search for players by their name. Because that does not work at all. Second thing you could do is actually have a list of your friends in-game and what they're currently doing. So it's easier if you see your friends are playing a game, you can see that and click a button to spectate them, like you had on Vivy. And that way you don't need to alt-tab to other websites to look that up. And that'd be a great promotion for the World's Edge sponsored tournaments too, if they were highlighted in the lobby browser so you could spectate them. So crazy it's not in the game. Yeah. But in terms of a huge overhaul to the queuing system, I think I'd love to see that, but that's a much more in-depth discussion. I think there are also a lot of really small things that could be done to the lobbies to make it better. So Yo pushing in, Hera's Mangonel goes down to the Knights. They'll try to go for a defensive castle, though gets a great shot on the skirms. Castle kills the Mangonel. What a disaster there for Yo. Had some momentum with the Knights killing the Mangonel, but that Sicilian castle goes up so quickly it thwarts all the aggression. And now Yo has to respond with 4 TCs of his own. So dueling 4 TC builds, but Hera ahead by about 14 vills, and we see him ahead by about 2,000 resources collected. His army count from 20 to 7 in seconds obliterated. Especially losing the Mangonel from the castle is painful, and Hera clicking up, but Yo himself as the Byzantines shouldn't be too far behind. Should be able to get up pretty quickly. And then this is also where I ask again. I edited some of the font down here in the bottom right. I could use feedback from chat on how that looks. Looks fancy. I'm going to make some updates to my capture age, and I thought about trying out a serif font and using it maybe to replace the map name or the player names and stuff around here. Yeah, from the column headers. Does not match the rest of the table. I think it'll look better when I match the other stuff around. Kind of prefer the OG one. We'll see. I think it'll look better when I change other fonts too. How did I change it? I literally put an image on top of this. This is just an image source in OBS. This is, you can see, part of the OBS overlay is, boom, the background. This is just custom images and browser sources. So Bloodlines, Foraging, Husbandry, and Imperial Age on the way. Hera might be going for Cavaliers, with all the bonus resistance that the Sicilians have. Don't know how they'll do against Byzantine camels, but looks like Yo wants to go Arbalests anyway. There are no config files in the capture age as far as I can tell. All of the files in your capture age folders have no extensions and really arbitrarily just randomized looking names. I don't know if they're intentionally obfuscating it or trying to do some type of minimization step in their build process. Well, you'd probably have to do some investigation to configure it. I'd love to make the mouse cursor bigger. But Hera pushing out with the Cavaliers now. So both players booming, Hera stopping Yo's aggression with that defensive castle, and now Hera trying to swarm Yo with the Cavaliers. We'll have chain barding on the way for Yo as he throws down stables, but this will be very reactionary, and the heavy camels will be much slower. He's walling for the moment to try to keep the knights out. Getting a stone gate up even. He did collect 5 relics. And Byzantines with 5 relics can defend for a long time. And Yo needs to make sure those walls go up before the Cavaliers get in. Might even need to send another villager down here. This palisade is a weak spot, and there he goes doing exactly that. Making sure Hera's not going to get in. Byzantine camel. That's true. Byzantine camels are really great in the Castle Age when they're cheap and you can pump them out. In the Imperial Age, they miss the final attack upgrade. They miss bloodlines. But he will be going for camels rather than halbs. I guess still probably more population efficient. I wonder how... Maybe this is silly. How would Byzantine paladins do here? Probably worse than the camels. They still suffer from the lack of bloodlines and blast furnace. And the Cavaliers will have extra armor. I love Yo's small decisions. That's one of those subtle things. Sending the right number of villagers to wall that the top players do. You're never going to see something like that mentioned in a build order tutorial, but it's something to highlight. And Cavaliers here go down to the camels. So Byzantine heavy camels. And Hera will be going forward for a Treb War. A Treb War against the Byzantines, but he will have a hill advantage. Maybe a mistake deploying this Treb at the bottom of the hill, where it won't do as much damage to the castle. 1 Treb out for Yo, and he will be able to go Bombard Cannon. Sicilians also do not have access to Bombard Cannon. I thought they did. No, they don't. They have Siege Engineers and Siege Onagers, no Bombard Cannon. Treb will go for the castle. Someone's going on a crusade. A first crusade? Thumbering also for Yo, and he will try to go Camel Arbalest. Just needs the armor upgrade. And will lose his forward castle, but probably has enough camels out by now to fend off the Cavaliers. He's thinking of going forward, but the downside is with only 1 Treb, Hera with his remaining Trebs can try to take that out. 5 Trebs for him. As long as Yo repairs, we'll probably keep the Treb alive still. And the Bombard Cannon will be annoying for Hera to deal with. And Yo might need to dodge. And it doesn't dodge with the cannon. But those Trebs are weak now. Those Trebs are weak. The Camel's moving in. Hera trying to take the hill. He is fighting with the power of the castle defending him. And Yo will do another castle in the back. Hera's still playing in the middle, and this is a tough fight for Yo under the castle, but still, even the Sicilian Cavaliers, the Camels managing to be decent here? Yeah, but Hera had a good patrol into there. And now the Cavaliers phasing through the Camels. All the Cavaliers stacked there for a moment. It looked like they had maybe fewer numbers than there actually were, then they moved forward. And the Camels turned into a puddle. And now, looking at the population, we have 210, as we do have that first crusade for Hera. Pushing forward with the Sergeants. And Yo falling back to another castle, trying to defend again, but can't get the camels out. Sicilians, I think, are a civ that is actually a tricky matchup for the Byzantines, on a land map at least. And we're seeing that right here. The Cavaliers extra effective. They have Halberd, the extra armor against the Yarbs, so the Yarbs do only 2 damage to them. And maybe Arbalest here is actually a mistake. Maybe this should have been Halb Camel. I mean, double trash unit is still awkward, but here's a GG from Yo, and Hera does it. Hera takes that. Pretty defensive boom, stopping Yo's pressure with his castle, and booms into a late game that the Byzantines couldn't stop. GG, Sicilians reckoning Byzantines is historically accurate. Camels aren't good against Sicilian Cavaliers, always go Halb. Or maybe Halb are, maybe Halb Hand Cannoneer. As much as Sergeants do resist the bonus damage, Hand Cannoneers have enough standard attack. I think that they're more useful against the Cavaliers. So, much better KD for Hera. You can see he's up in military numbers, forced to fight from Yo, and Yo was not able to take it. That castle of his did work. That patrol of his did work. And Here we have Hera moving up. Even more elo for Hera. Probably be aiming to hit 1800. Oh, thank you, Age of Empires 2. You just gave me news. Thank you for telling me that the RBW qualifier ladder is live. I never would have known that without that news pop up. Hey, you too. Oh, never ceases to surprise me. So should we wait for another Yo Hera? Should we wait for them to queue again? This is where I have to open Hera's stream and see what he's doing. He is queuing. He's been queuing for 2 minutes, so... Oh, apparently the news is the DLC pre-order is there. And remember, kids, never pre-order games. What is Paradise Island? It's in the map pool now, on the standard map. This is the DLC we're speaking of. There's a small indie company who needs your support. Tata versus Sorokuma. You want to see Tata versus Sorokuma? Someone else will probably be casting the Yo games anyway. We also have Yo Sebastian. So let's do Yo Sebastian because we can catch that right from the start. We'll do Yo Sebastian. See how Sebastian's doing. So what's Sebastian's position on the ladder right now? Sebastian, number 13, so right on the outside looking in. Hera's so far ahead, Yo didn't even lose many points to him. You've gone Halb and HC. Maybe that would have been better. Maybe it would have been better. And again, it is the highest elo that matters, not the current elo. So Yo, pretty far away from his highest, but still in the top 4. I wonder how many cups of coffee I'm going to need on Monday to get through that stream. Probably a lot. At least 5. I don't think I can do 5. I can probably do 3. Also, earlier, thank you, Teabag, for the follow. We are drinking coffee, though. How do I take my coffee? Black. I don't put anything in the coffee. I just drink it. Just drink it. I'm gonna put it in the coffee maker. Pour it into the cup, and then I drink it. Alright, so this is Sebastian Yo. Let me get this scoreboard set up. Get Yo's name set there. There you are. And the map is Vulpine. Vulpine. I love the little foxes and how the vills start out on the side in the fox hunt. I think it's a really creative use of the Empire Wars vills to be out there on the foxes. And a very, very British thing. Oh, forward range for Sebastian. Gives you some aggression possibilities. Bit of a coffee snob, but I've been a barista a lot, so I know how the best stuff is made as professional practice. This is, I'm sure you will be horrified that I just use a very simple drip coffee maker. But it's the simplicity of doing it in my own kitchen that helps. So some Heras out here. I like little flowers too. The flowers are a nice touch. Yo comes forward to scout. So Koreans versus Huns. We all know Huns are Huns. Koreans probably the much better army composition late game. Huns don't really like dealing with war wagons all that much. But perhaps the better eco and more aggressive civ for Empire Wars. I wonder if there's some room for Phosphoro-esque castle into war wagons. Prediction for the top 8. Oh my gosh. Top 1 I think is clearly going to be Hera. After that, if Leary is able to grind a lot, I think Leary should be number 2, but who knows if that'll happen. Leary's always the player who probably doesn't play as much on the ladder as a lot of other people. And purely having a large number of games helps you to get your elo higher. Because you don't want to be at a spot where you're below your elo in the final couple days and you need to win 20 games in a row just to get where you're competing with people to get points. You don't want to have to waste time doing that. MBL's been grinding a ton. We'll see if he can turn it on at the end. Don't know about Viper. I feel that this isn't really his strength right now. Archer's hitting the Vils. Harry Leary Yo ACCM. That'd be a good solid top. Villager goes down from Yo. Vils on the woodline, need to run back to the TC. As I was saying in the previous game, I feel that the Empire Wars maps are all very similar to each other. And the openings and the civs don't give you as much variety as you had in KOTD. And I think that's what really made Viper shine. The fact that there were many options and strategies available. Anyways, in Empire Wars, I think you're a lot more restrictive. Or a lot more restricted. So Skirm is pushing Sebastian back. Will there be an elimination-based qualifier? Yes, after the ladder. Outside of the top 4, the rest of the players will be on a qualifier. Who's my favorite caster? Barbecue Turkman. Who's my favorite player? Doubt. I don't know. Viper being old makes me feel old. He's only a year older than I am. I still don't know if I like it either, but it does. At least it's something interesting, and I think I'm okay with it because it's only 35 gold per fox. It's not like you're leaving Vils out there for like 20 minutes collecting something that doesn't need a drop site. It's nice and quick, and it's not food either. If it were food, I think it would be problematic. So that's a lot of archers from Sebastian pushing in. That would discount for the Koreans paying off, as is the free armor. Yo had to pay for his armor, and perhaps isn't able to get the wood upgrade because of that. As collected, even slightly ahead for Sebastian. Huns don't need houses, which also doesn't mean it's harder for them to wall. Hopefully Doubt qualifies. He is fun to watch. I would love... Remember when Doubt won RBW3? That was amazing. I'm just waiting for Doubt to win. To win this one, RBW London. Well, what I bet's gonna happen? I bet's gonna happen. We're gonna get to a deciding game. Deciding game. Game 7, game 9, however long the final's gonna be. Doubt and Hera are gonna be tied. It'll be an amazing game. Doubt will be winning on the verge of victory, but then his micro will accidentally stand around patrol. Then here comes Nilly. Nope, admin lost Doubt. And Hera wins again. I'm calling it. That's what's gonna happen. Dream. So, lots of skirms for Yo. Kind of have to go skirms against the Koreans with how good their War Wagon Archer skirm lines are themselves. Nearly will forcefully remove the trophy from Doubt's hand after reviewing the Rex. Another... Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Maybe you don't go skirms because it's going to be triple barracks fire lancers from Sebastian. Triple barracks fire lancers from Sebastian. Where is the workshop for the siege tower? Alright, there we go. Fire lancers. Squire is on the way. Armor. Discounted fire lancers for the Koreans. And now we just look for... Oh, monastery. Where's the workshop? Where's the workshop? Is there... I don't know if there's a hotkey for this. I don't know the AoE 2 in-game like grid hotkeys, so I don't know what to press. These are definitely not my hotkeys. There's some way to select a workshop. I don't think he has one. There's kneeling with a steel chair. And skirmishers around for Yo. Still defending. How do you stop Fire Lancer Siege Tower if you're the Huns? I don't know. I don't actually know. You can't really go Knights against Fire Lancers. They do have an attack bonus against Cav. +5. I don't think you can go Skirms. You don't have... I mean, Mangonels? You can't go Monks. Siege Towers are the counter to Monks. I mean, it's hard enough for any civ to stop this. The Huns with a bunch of Skirms feel like they've run right into something that counters them. Is it legit busted? I 100% think so. I mean, if you think about it, the Chinese were nerfed by losing Camel when they were given the Fire Lancer. The Koreans and Vietnamese just got Fire Lancer for free and didn't lose anything. And they both have bonuses for them. The Koreans with the discount, Vietnamese with the extra HP. Their archery range HP for some reason applies to the barracks unit, but yeah, this is crazy. And now in the siege tower, what stops them? I don't think anything does. What do those archers even do? Hey, maybe the skirms counter them. They're not crossbows, but if the skirms go to fight the archers, what's there to stop the fire lancers? With their charge attack, they even have a bonus against the cav archers. There we go. Out of the tower, right back in. Oh, and Danny, thank you so much for the raid. 105 raiders, let's go. The perfect number. Welcome, everyone. As you might want to shield your eyes, though. We came to Fire Lancers and Siege Towers. And, at the beginning, I saw this matchup and thought, oh, maybe Sebastian could do some type of war wagons or something fun against the Huns, but I have to admit, I forgot that this was a thing. For a brief moment, I was enjoying life and forgetting that Siege Towers and Fire Lancers combined existed, but they do. It is towers again. It is towers again, yes. TC going up for Yo. It's about skirms. Well, it's not just about skirms now. It's about Lancers. And 220 HP, that siege tower. Think about this. You put 10 Fire Lancers in it. It gets 1.3 speed. A Knight without Husbandry is 1.35. That is 0.05 of a tile per second of a difference. And now it goes down. There's a converted Fire Lancer there. And we'll be dead soon. Well, you'll send skirms to chase them. They'll be dead, but here come the guard towers. And these guard towers are going to be taking out a ton of economy away from Yo. As Fire Lancers move in. A rocket cart comes, gets the lumber camp. And maybe hits the vills on the gold. More towers for Sebastian. Scores are still close now. Yo has a vill lead, but I'm really struggling to see a way out of this for the Huns. I have no idea what Huns do to counter Fire Lancers. Siege Tower Fire Lancers without wheels? Oh, another guard tower moving up. Fire Lancer is still hovering around as a rocket cart comes forward, gets a few vills. And you love the pacifist runs. Oh, thank you very much for the donation on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. And yes, the DLC. Yes, oh my gosh, my YouTube chat didn't update for a moment, but I just received it. Thank you, thank you. There should be a pop-up now for you, Crusader. That took a while for my chat to update. Maybe using the pop-out chat isn't the best idea. I love the dual streams on YouTube, but I still have not gotten a smooth way to get both windows set up properly. Anyway, rocket cart's killing quite a few cav archers, and Yo is collapsing, trying to do a defensive castle to stop that tower. Rocket cart's hitting the castle, not quite able to stop it, but that castle is not in the middle of his base. There is still a ton of area wide open. And Sebastian can turn around and hit this gold now with guard towers. Yo would have a back of gold to retreat to. He still has a score lead somehow. Up by 6 villagers. Oh gosh, the rocket cart behind the tower, for a second I thought that was the tower attacking the TC like that. I was like, what the heck just got buffed? Hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. Hello, hello, hello. Is Sneck gonna play today? I don't know. I don't know Sneck's schedule. I saw Doubt was climbing a bit. But yeah, I guess they just announced the DLC was available for pre-order, so here's the obligatory PSA for the gaming industry these days. Don't pre-order games. You don't have to physically go to the store and reserve a copy of a box. Civ bonuses are not revealed yet. Are they? I have no idea. That was top 8 when he ended his stream? Okay. Oop, a bit of lag there. Monk goes down to a rocket cart. Tarkins now for Yo. Yo tried to go Tarkins the other day against Hera as the Vikings, but Berserks were a pretty good counter to that. And we'll have Tarkins skirm from him. Tarkins, I think, should die to Fire Lancers too. Again, that attack bonus against Cav. Is the counter to that, to them, normal crossbow for the Huns? Instead of Cav Archer, maybe? More, well, it's South American civs, not Mesoamerican, but South American. So more friends for the Inca. Yeah, you buy an empty box with a code that gives you a license to buy a game. That's oh my gosh. I've been dealing with a shoulder injury recently and been going to get physical therapy on it. And ironically, the complex of doctor's offices was built in a shopping mall where years ago there was a video store and GameStop in that location. No more GameStop there anymore. Especially no more video store. And Tarkin's trying to pick off the rocket cart. Sebastian does take a score lead. Yo still has that castle to deal with, and that's hard to take out in the Castle Age. I feel Sebastian should be able to push forward. I still don't know how Yo deals with the Fire Lancers. We see we have a 70 to 55 KD. He's trying to amass more armies of the Huns. Let me just see then if my YouTube chat isn't working. I should probably just go over directly to YouTube and have my YouTube window open. You can type there. Oh, we still store in the back for the doctors to play on their breaks. Maybe. Cav Archers raiding, Sebastian doing defensive guard towers though, garrisoning his TC. Doesn't have ballistics though. Ballistics would be nice for the guard towers. Just hit the Cav Archers. Oh, you can type the YouTube icon on YouTube. Interesting. Now we're taking out the Cav Archers. And they will stand within Murder Hole's range. Arson on the way for Sebastian. That way the Fire Lancers will have more attack against buildings. Yeah, not even Bodkin for the towers. He has so many Fire Lancers he doesn't need the tower upgrades. And I think this is just about GG for Yo. Honestly, I feel it's been GG since the first Fire Lancer was trained. I don't know what Huns do on this map, because, yeah, it's open and aggressive, but you're so far away, it's hard to kill someone in feudal. You have to be super aggressive. And even then, yo, falling apart now. The rocket carts get some hits in. How well do Tarkans do against towers? Very well when the towers don't have murder holes, at least. And probably even better when they don't even have Bodkin. So, yo, sniping off a rocket cart, still trying to defend. Husbandry on the way for him. And he still has a good Vil lead. We've seen Yo, first in that game against Tato earlier, now here against Sebastian, finding ways to boom under pressure and keep his villagers alive. I don't know how he turns this into a win, though. That's going to be hard for him. And guard tower on the way up for Sebastian. And, you know, Loom's behind this. And he'll get a shot, hit the tower. Ooh, rocket cart doesn't quite go down, gets one last shot off before hitting the cav archers. And the fire lancers and Vil will have to run away. Don't use the charge. Does the charge attack do pierce damage? I don't know the stats of the charge attack. Does it do enough damage to kill the mangonel? If it does, then yeah, that'd be nice. Has 3 damage to them. If it does 3 damage and is pierce damage, then the mangonel with 6 pierce armor maybe takes only 1 damage from it. I'm not sure. That's a good thought, though. We'll have to test that out. 1 damage to siege, then? Or do you mean 1 damage total, or like 1 bonus damage? Might just be 1 total, even if it has a bonus because of the pierce canceling it. Yo trying to go for another defensive castle, but Sebastian's up to Imp. Yo keeping the score close thanks to his eco. Up by quite a lot in the res collected column. As Vil's by the tower will be sniped off. Nice mobility from the cav archers. And getting more castles up for map control. Now, if you are wondering what the Tower of London in the middle does, that gives you a trickle of resources if you capture it. No bodkin can't be intentional. I don't think so. So siege tower on the way for Sebastian. Castle here will kill some fire lancers. And this gives scale with age. If they do, if they do, we're never gonna know. I've seen it taken literally once in a game that was already ended when a player trub cut through. And that's it. I don't think that'll have much of an effect at all. Maybe what we need is a single line of trees that you can siege tower hop over. And that would let players take it. Right, remember, you can do your own walls to hop over using the diagonal trick. Castle on the way for Sebastian. Look at this thing zooming around. Absolutely zooming. He was double Vittoria, but was unconfirmed. Okay. It's like a UFO sighting. It's a mystery. We don't know what it actually does. Yeah, that's true. Mule carts are an advantage. The rock terrain prevents you from constructing buildings, so you can't do a lumber camp and chop through to it. Ballistics, plate mail armor on the way. And keep going down to some Tarkans. Yo has a score lead somehow. He still has a score lead. Sebastian actually has more res collected despite Yo having more Vils. I still think Korean should win this late game. There you have Elite Skirm Bodkin. Finally, we have Bodkin on the way for the keeps. Chemistry for the keeps. And more upgrades still. Could do, again, murder holes, arrow slits, treadmill crane to build them faster. Architecture, or masonry architecture. Could do Upsiung for more range. These keeps are not nearly in their final form yet. Tarkin's chasing down the siege tower. Cav archers for Yo still holding as the fire lancers are going down. Keeps are doing some work here, but not as strong as they could be. Can it shoot at siege, the trade workshop? Or do you mean the fire lancers? I don't think the fire lancers can. I think they can, but I don't think they do much damage to the siege with the charge attack. That's a good question, though. Maybe they can't shoot at siege? I'm pretty sure they can. I think I've seen that before. Chimera need to cut with the ballista elephant? That would be maybe the one way we'd see it. Next time we'll try to garrison in it. I don't think you can garrison it. Wait, is there a garrison? Oh, there's a garrison capacity. Interesting. Maybe you can. Wait, does it have an attack? It doesn't have an attack though, so I don't know if you can shoot with it. TC close to the middle? Well, what else are you gonna TC though, if you put the TC in the middle? I don't think much. So we'll keep shooting the TC. Sebastian will retake the score lead. And Yo still trying to hold on with the Cavaliers, but now that the Koreans player is an imp, it's going to be some discounted skirms and fire lancers. Not even elite yet. But Sebastian's still ahead in resources and Yo's still struggling. Bracer. We do have Bracer. Making the keeps even better. Still missing out on some technologies though. Has ballistics and chemistry, has Bracer. Still do Upsiung for the range. We'll have Chain Barding, Imperial Age, and Thumbring on the way. And hello, Sir Lawrence. Have a lovely afternoon. Have a lovely, what I presume is a very early morning for you in your time zone. Usually it's another couple hours before the Aussies, or the New Zealanders start showing up. Castle crumbling for Yo. And I'll cut into the Tarkin production a bit. Yeah, he hasn't researched Dave, so no production at stables. Cav archers hit the TC, as does a Tarkin. As the TC goes down. Dream of tower rushing and imps sometimes as Koreans. The TC the Hare is 7:53 a.m., so it's not too crazy. Okay, that is not too crazy. Elite Fire Lancer for Sebastian. The Tarkins get fended off by the Fire Lancers. Keeps shooting down the TC. And the castle trebbed down over here. That's another castle lost for Yo, who still desperately is trying to hold on. And remember, there is a 75-minute time limit, at which point the player with the higher score wins the game. 4 relics for Sebastian, but the Tarkins will probably destroy that monastery. No way practically for Yo to steal the relics, but he can deny them. Here come some Fire Lancers. Tarkin's not going to commit to the monastery, but they do at least eject the relics. Yo might have to, or Sebastian might have to repair that. Change them to fortified walls and give them a Greek army tent. No Greek army tent, I'm sure. But fortified walls could be interesting. It's a surrounding structure for the tower in the middle. Skirms come forward, do some skirming. Still the cheap skirms for the Koreans. Much better than the Hunnic ones who lack the final armor upgrade. And Yo trying to fight Trebs with Vils. Yo does this all the time and it always works for him. Fighting Trebs with Vils. Rushing them, knocking them down. troops go for the castle. I mean, he's ahead from the Fire Lancers early on, right? He went Fire Lancer Siege Tower, so from that I'd call it a civ difference. Here at the end, though, I think it also is a favoring civ difference for the Koreans. Able to put towers everywhere and go for the Fire Lancers. And still, at this point, I have no idea what the Huns ever would be able to do against Fire Lancers. And there's the GG from Yo. Yeah, Sebastian will do it. Took a bit, but got there eventually. 219, better KD even for Yo, but you can see the early aggression and how that paid off for Sebastian with the Fire Lancers, how ahead he was in military. And the interesting part is how he stayed ahead in eco the entire time, too. So 5 minutes faster to the Imperial Age, and was able to take out some castles with that, too. So here we go. 164 Fire Lancers. This is where we need me restarting capture age between every game. Are my pings about? Someone saying I'm jinxing the TTL maps. Oh, okay, yeah, chat. So I've been doing the maps for TTL Season 5. And I uploaded today what I called the release candidate version of the maps. My hope is that from here on out, we're ready to go, no bugs, and I don't have to fix anything during the event. And all the maps are not going to be bugged. See how close we get to that? We're probably not going to be there, but we'll get close to it. And let's see, we got Yo Nikov going on. Hera Tato. That's a good ways into the game. Ooh, Tato has Romans, which means he doesn't have demos. It's kind of sad. We could go cast Tato Hera, though, but we're going to take a bit of time to catch up. PM. So this is Glacis with some product placement Red Bull flags on it. Tato will be the Red Romans, unfortunately a civ that does not have access to demos on a map with shallows that is very demo-friendly. As Hera tries to show, Tato will go for the dock block and trap the demo. As he tries to fish with the Vills, Hera will go for another dock attempt in demo, but Tato's there to kill the Vill. Go for a Red Bull. I could use more coffee for casting. I should do some Twist flags on the TTL map. I can't add my own things to games. That would be cool though. Maybe I could replace the product placement Red Bull logos with like my own logo. You give some T-West advertising there. Oh, what is that? That is a siege tower with long swords for Tato. Is this gonna work? Oh gosh, that's a lot of Roman longswords. And another siege tower for him. Wigwam, Cav, and crossbow, that should counter long swords, right? Again, 1.3 speed. Gives you wings. I have actually, that's gonna be one of the sub goals. I need to think of sub goals for the stream on Monday. Wings will be one of them. I love the Roman music. There's, I think, an extended version of that if you check out Vitalis' YouTube channel. He has some extended versions of the Civ jingles he made. Lord Raider cosplay. Now that's gonna happen someday anyway, but not immediately. I need to still overcome some shoulder and arm injuries before we can really commit to that in earnest. The best idea that someone in the chat had that I'd seen was turn the siege tower into a Red Bull can. I've never done 3D modeling though, so if anyone has some really basic 3D modeling experience, that would be fun. Just has to be a Red Bull can, maybe a couple wheels on it, and when the siege tower opens, could be the top of the can opening. So extra TCs now for Tato. We'll have a third TC for Hera, so both players will boom for a bit. Make the axe. The fun part of the villager costume was making it myself, at least backstitching the stripes onto the pants. How's your time right now for a mile? My PR for the mile is 4:54, but also dealing with some knee injuries, so I'm not really in running shape right now. I need to get over some injuries before this. Use a PNG that flips in all directions. You see, why don't you say hi? The problem is with DE, there are so many directions, it's easier to take a 3D model and generate the PNGs from it. I did find a 3D model of a Red Bull can, but I would still need to add wheels, have animations for the spinning wheels as the can moves. Generate the top opening. Oh my gosh, Tato will siege tower over the walls. Will he? No. Why use it for its intended purpose when you could drive around the walls? Getting old feeling like Viper. Well, you could siege tower over these walls, but no. No. Why would you ever use the siege tower for its intended purpose? Oh, Tato's still siege towering around the back of the map. We'll see where he can get off. We'll see where he can go to and decide to get out. Where does the train leave the station? Let's see. 1.49 speed because these cav do have husbandry. Oh, Hera patrolled and didn't engage. Oh, he's going back on the patrol. And he didn't engage. And with some longswords, Hera's still getting pushed by Tato. Is this something Tato actually can pull off with the longswords? Can he actually push Hera like this? He's attacking one of the TCs. Hera with a defensive demo. And thank you, Space Runner, for the follow. Sad you don't see any dark horses on the ladder. I don't know if there will be dark horses for a very consistent format like this. Where it's the ladder grind. It's not like a single series where maybe a lower rated player could pull a single upset. It has to be a consistent, very consistent set of upsets. And I don't think the maps are very differentiated or specialized enough that you can pull a special meta, like a Phosphoro build, and climb highly on them. Who knows, maybe you can, and maybe I'm wrong about that. But I think it's much harder to pull that off with the lack of variety compared to what we see on Arabia. Oh, demo? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Okay, yes, finally a demo from Hera. Connect gets a few longswords and pikes. These Quake-Wong Cav with all their attack and melee armor, though, helping out big time against the longswords. Vilcount's still pretty similar, but Hera is slightly ahead of even the Romans as he's the shoe. Oh, a Castle Age demo now. Castle Age demo. Is Lewis really a dark horse, though, or is he kind of expected to be near the top these days? Sarcastic doubt gives you wings. I like that they have secondary animations. Oh, those vills were lined up. Definitely necessary for the syncing of the animations. I'm still wary of engaging the Pike Scorpion combination. And it's only a 5 vil difference, only a 5 vil lead for Hera. No horse collar for Tato though, so he's rebuilding his farms extra often. It's the Romans who farm faster. There's the workshop and Mangonel. Crossbows going for the long swords that are on the castle foundation. Scorpions hit the quite long cav. Castle still taking damage from the scorpions. Scorpions move in, get a shot on the TC. For Hera, it's win +6, loss -26. That far ahead of Tato. That's the downside of Hera's being so high on the ladder. It's hard for him to keep moving even higher. It's actually kind of risky for him to keep playing because he'll be donating points to everyone else. Is Arson in for Tato? The Romans do not get Arson. Yeah, infantry too strong for Arson, I guess. Is there any other civ who doesn't get Arson? Now that I think about it, none come to me off the top of my head. Maybe I'm missing something obvious, though. Units have sub-animation with... Yeah, the spear line in particular. Take a look at them. The spear kind of hunkers down with the spear in between his pokes. Because it was such a slow animation compared to the actual timing of the attack. They needed a secondary animation. There always was support for 2 attack animations, and they would swap between them somewhat randomly. I forget what used it, though, or which units used that. So Imperial Age on the way for Hera. Needs to feed the lower parts of the ladder to make his possible elo higher. Scorpions against the Huiguang Cav. They are getting surrounded. Tato is with the score lead, but he also killed a ton of Huiguang Cav in that fight. Okay, those pikemen paying off.
Salve.
Crossbows, not enough to stop the pikes, and Tato takes a great fight. Hera's still a 92 to 63 overall KD, but dang, that was good for Tato. The unsynced spear animations. Never really noticed the camels. It was spears, scouts, and rams that always stood out to me. Defensive castle from Hera. Both players up to amp Hera a minute faster. We'll see what he's able to do. Probably Arbalists as the shoe. Remember to stay hydrated when you're streaming. I'll need to make a meal/hydration plan for the stream on Monday. I'd rather not take excessive breaks during the front page slot. I'll need some planning. Some stuff I can just eat or throw in the microwave quickly. Of walls up for Tato as he has to run the Vils. The Huiguang Cav get in through that hole in the wall. I don't think you can rebuild the rock terrain, so I don't think you can patch holes. As your walls go down, they're down permanently. Harbload the night before. Does that help you stay awake during the stream? I'm gonna need that energy. Maybe I'll get energy from the chat, though. I always feel more energetic when there's an active chat. How defensive do you want the map, Dev? Yes. It's like you got a moat for demos. I don't think that's how moats played out in medieval castles with demo ships in them. But maybe they should have played out that way. And maybe we had a big missed opportunity through most of mankind not to have demo ships. Had herdable capybaras. I hope they're better than the herdable chickens. Hopefully they learned their mistake from those chickens and made them a sheep replacement. Nope. Game paused. Who's pausing? We have a second from Tato. Whenever I see game pause, I get a mini heart attack that my game's not working. I just double check that I'm not behind in my YouTube chat too. But okay, I'm not behind. As I said, I did docked the chat in OBS, but it seems like maybe that's not updating all the time. Still experimenting with this dual stream setup. And I'm hoping that one day I'll get it working properly. Maybe we just need more people spamming the YouTube chat too, so we get more messages. That I'm more aware of.
Yes.
And it's up and down. So Sexari go from Tato, yes from Hera, and Heavy Scorpion, and a Droman from the Romans to defend. And now Tato with water control on his moat is defending. Hera going War Galleys as the shoe. What are the shoe like on water? They don't have any good advantages there, it looks like. Lautron, or the Lutrons will shoot more projectiles with the unique tech, but that's about it. Here we have ballistas for Tato. He's wanting some Roman Scorpions. What is the shoe siege like? No bombard cannon. They do have siege engineers and normal onagers. No siege onager, but normal onager with siege engineers. And demo for Hera too. Heart attacks for the pauses in Spain were real though. That's when Orlu's like, oh boy, I might get plus 7k viewers. Okay, Hera keeps raiding, Ville goes down. Oh yeah, Lawrence, you can see the good old capture age bug. I'm sure you can appreciate this. If I have something selected and it dies, then the selection bot selects other things. Oh, demos. Will they hit? Will they hit? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. And you can see somehow that castle got selected after the demo hit. How did that happen? I don't know. Okay, on traction treb time for Hera is the shoot. So trying to do a forward castle. Tato's still with siege towers because why not? Why not make more siege towers? Why not make more demos? Says Hera. Oh, nice demo on the halves. He's taking water control. A cannon galleon for him, or a Lautron here would do wonders, breaking through the wall, opening up Tato for some raids. I didn't draw a box, I don't think. I think I might have just clicked something. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure. But it does certainly happen. I submitted a bug report. I don't know if they actually saw it, though. Traction tribs forward with a couple of mangonels nearby, too. For the castle, we will have mortar holes and masonry on the way also for Hera, and chemistry chain guarding armor for Tato. Traction tribs going for the castle, as this castle for Hera loaded with arbs, shooting more arrows. 3 trebs now, though, for Tato. He's trying to train more scorpions. Feels like Hera's getting more and more map control. I don't know how this, in the long run, works out between these two civs. Traction trebs are really hard to stop. They don't do much damage to buildings, but if you're only repairing with 3 vills, I think they'll still take out the castle, and they do. Now without the castle to defend, can Tato keep those trebs alive? That is important, and he has 3 scorpions. I don't know if that'll be enough. 3 scorpions, he'll need to use them to take out mangonels, and he gets the castle. He gets the castle, actually. Wow, Hera was repairing, but Hera just manages to take it out. And now Tato can lose the trebs, but they've done their job of destroying the castle. But I think this is still a good push for Hera getting to Tato's vills, taking a better score lead. Hoarding's on the way for extra HP on this castle. That'll be architecture. I mean, that'll be masonry plus hoardings, and he still can do architecture. I think faster pikeman animation was scarier and people were not engaging as much as now. Now it's more micro-oriented, waiting for attack to load. I do think it looked better, right? Like if I were not actually playing the game, I were just watching it and watching like large fights of units and not paying attention to the synchronization of the attacks, then absolutely the previous one looked better. Now there's a lot of idle time there, and it does look weird. And you know, the more you look at it, maybe you do kind of get used to it, but it certainly does look weird to see the big gaps in the animation timings. That is something I 100% agree with. Hera just needs to take the middle. I'm more worried about the water. It looks like Tato. Oh, that's a good demo. Tato trying to go fires. They should be good against the Lautrons. But he will call the GG. Tato thinking I don't have any resources now. Tried to use his own forward dock, but not able to disrupt Hera enough. And with the traction trebs destroying all of Tato's middle infrastructure, he will tap out and call it. So we will show the stats. And what do we have? That's a 221 to 136 KD for Hera. Much better eco for him too. And 142 Vils, but not enough for Tato. So, I think, let's see. I'm gonna myself take a quick break. We have an ad break coming up too anyway. So I'll be right back. And then we'll keep going with some more Empire Wars ladder. So stay tuned. Okay, I'm back to Chat Riot. Hello, chat. And thank you, oh, on YouTube, thank you very much. We got another member. Thank you for being a paladin now. Jedrek. Thank you very much. Nikov climb shows that you can be late to the grind and still higher on the list. Yes, definitely. Just takes you time to get there. And you do even out on the elo eventually. Let's maybe take a quick look at these standings here. We got Nikov down there at 18th, and he's on his way up. Still an 86% win percentage, so you can tell he hasn't quite reached the peak of where he's at yet. Andy, 83%. That is still incredibly high. See, other than Hera and Vinch, everyone else has started dropping down a bit. ACCM too. ACCM still beasting. Not nearly as many games as some of the other people, though. Same with Vinch. Even same with Andy. We have... I saw Mem tweet this earlier, but all the former Tyrant players all together. Viper, Jordan, Tato, and then Doubt only 2 spots ahead. Oh, it's cute seeing them all together. Imagine if all of them finish 9 through 12. Some order of Viper, Doubt, Jordan, Tato, 9 through 12 in the same slot. That would be amazing. Not a single American. The only American that would ever be here is Daniel. He has been in the top 50, but as more players start playing, I don't think he's going to be there. Oh, actually, he is. There he is. 37th. That is impressive. I was not expecting Daniel to be that high. Yeah, Daniel is by far our best player. Number 2 is either, honestly, maybe Phosphoro or T90. I guess probably depending on the settings, T90 is certainly a lot more versatile. Phosphoro probably has a higher achieved elo. T90 was in top 50 before everyone else started playing. Before everyone else really started grinding the ladder. There's going to be people like Nikov or Sato who are late to the party. Or Barles or Valessa who start playing. Barles 36. Yo, Barles, what is his win rate? Where is Barles? Yeah, he's still winning 69% of his games. Barles is someone I expect to climb a bit. Yeah, Valessa there now, too. Valessa, 88% win percentage, only 17 games. Golly's beasting, too. On that most improved Paradox shortlist. T90. T90 will be top 100 most likely, but not top 50. So let's see. Like, I have a DM to reply to. Remember to do that. Alright, so where are we at? T90 I think is casting instead of playing. What games do we have going on right now? Yeah, Yo Nikov, they're pretty far into her game though, and it's a mirrored match. We have a Spanish mirror on Rampart again. These have actually been kind of enjoyable. I like the Spanish mirrors, Conk versus Conk. Yeah, T90 will be top 100. He might even hover into the top 50 at some point. But he's not going to be there consistently. So this is MBL versus Vivy. Let me get my scoreboard updated. Launch into Capture Age. And we're going to catch up. They're doing a Spanish mirror. Spanish mirror. What's the map? I like Crownwood the most. He's 64th. Yeah, so he'll be top 100. If more players join, he might move down a bit more. He'll be near the top 50. Maybe he even has a shot at top 50. But he's not going to be... I don't think he's going to be anywhere near the running for top 25 where you get a prize pool on the ladder. Now, that would be amazing if he did qualify. Thank you, Mukuli, for the follow. Rampart seems painful. At least being 64th is nice because you are a power of 2. That itself must feel good. Maybe not to T90, but to me. And thank you, Sir Yak. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate the sub. I like to watch Rampart, but you probably wouldn't want to play it. I do like Rampart as a map. I think it's a nice concept. And Conquistadors for both. Yes, Spanish mirrors. MBL is going to be very experienced at these Spanish mirrors because Yo realized that MBL was on the ladder, and MBL had been force-picking mirrors so much that Yo decided let's play Spanish, and they played 5 Spanish mirror matchups against each other, and Yo went 4-1. But at the very least, Yo should have given MBL some experience. And now MBL against Vivy. Vil count's just about the same. Res collected, slight lead for MBL. And MBL will be expanding out. Vivy with a far northern TC, not taking any resources, just being on a great woodline location. And MBL taking some extra gold. So expecting Tatars in this map? Yeah, I was thinking Tatars would be pretty good too on the hills. Atop the ramparts. You just can't beat Conquistadors, it seems. Ready for some games? I'm gonna be doing a ton of casting these next couple weeks. As much as I'd rather have this tournament been a 9-vil start rather than Empire Wars, we're gonna stick with it. But yeah, you're right about the Tatars on this map. It seems like Spanish have been the go-to force pick for players on this one, though. There are going to be maps with Catans, maps with Byzantines, and maps with Spanish, I'm sure. And oh wait, what was that? That was a placed and deleted castle. Is this going to be a doubt castle from MBL? There's no way he does that with the conks there. The Spanish do build their castles more quickly, but not that quickly. Maybe Sicilians could do that. Total conk numbers, though, 12-8. Vivy's certainly ahead there. And some archers and skirms coming around. And, ooh, okay, now it's Vivy's turn to place a castle. So MBL will do his castle more defensively, use the TC to defend against the conks. And it'll be a castle race. Both players sending a village to raise a castle. MBL has more villagers, though. Vivy more conks in the area. And now here comes MBL. The conks out of position for defending the vills, and MBL will get some vill snipes on this castle and actually force the vills away. Vivy forced to delete the castle. MBL there in time. And despite still having more conks, they weren't all grouped up where the castle was. Vivy trying to raid on MBL's eco, getting some vill kills, but losing the castle and losing a lot of stone there. Also losing access to the TC. So he is forced away. Great castle, great conk movement from MBL. And vill count's still the same. Vivy had gotten a few more res collected, but this is a fight where MBL still with the numbers advantage. Can focus down some conks and then pick off vills. These vills out in the middle of nowhere. We all know how inaccurate conks are. MBL can focus the vills and run. He can't hit the vills. Oh man, conks can't hit anything. Oh, the most powerful unique unit, and it can't hit anything. Get to see so many MBL games. You like the MBL games? MBL's been playing a lot of mirror matchups. At the back of MBL's eco, Vivy doing the same thing, trying to raid and hit the vills. He will get in. MBL not garrisoning in time, and the conks can't even hit the vill in front of them. Oh my gosh, these conks are so bad at hitting stuff. Oh, vill's all going down. Conquistadors coming around. Let me just double check my YouTube, make sure that's updated. Okay, it is updated. Outpost here on fire. As conks will find the vills on the gold. And double kill. Followed by a vill who escapes. So random, the result you get with conks. MBL trying to garrison more vills again. Conks and knights come over. And TC will shoot them and force them away. Conks on the hill, coming over. And the other conks go down. Ooh, more conks going down. Cobra cars with longer recharge. Basically a Cobra car. I think that's a fair description of the Conquistador, a Cobra car. More conks still going down. And MBO cleaning that up. So MBO, with enough rating to make up for the vills he's lost, both players with conks hoovering around, handcart on the way for Vivy. Handcart crucial for running your vills faster against all the conks. Huang Kuman feudal siege push on this map. Oh, is that a thing? A Kuman siege push on this map? Or feudal rams rolling down the tops of the ramparts into your base? Oh, MBL's villager decided she was going to go steal one of Vivy's farms. That is not a safe spot to farm. Hello, villager. Didn't have enough room here, and she's just like, oh, I'll farm here. No one's occupying it. Might as well take it. Oh, we got a bit of a pause now. Let's see who is pausing. Paused by Vivy. Vivy needs a bit of a pause. Double check this dashboard. Oh, Ink. He's an American. He's playing on the ladder a bit. Have Hera Tato or Roman's Mirror on Glacis again. They're in a game. Looks like Nikov just finished. Awesome library. All my math textbooks in the back. Yeah, to which front page you'll see all the math textbooks. Well, apparently Vivy needs a pause. Needs a bit of a break. Thank you also, Nilan, for the follow. And some yeses in the chat. There we go. Hello to Boos. V-Gates. Conks here from MBL gonna keep running around stone walls from Vivy. And Conks are gonna find a couple of vills. Out of work early. Oh, that's perfect for some Age of Empires. It's a beautiful day today. 50 degrees outside. It's a perfect day for staying inside and casting AoE 2. Because it's warm enough I'm not freezing with my heat off. 19 conks on the hill. Ooh, look at the conks destroying the outposts. Actually quite valuable to take the vision away if you destroy the outposts. And okay, castle drop from Vivy. MBL doesn't have stone to counter castle, but he does have conks. He does have conks as the game slows down, the vills die, and that foundation is deleted. And Vivy has to run back, get a good number of conks of his own again. MBL going for a workshop. Mid-30s and a rain slush storm forecast for tonight. Oh no. Down haunting this game. Very much haunting it. Oh, while that's going on, what are the stone walls if you're not fully enclosed in walls? As the conks decide they will run past the castle and now get into the back of Vivy's eco while he's trying to establish this castle on the front. I think MBL has enough conks and even a bit of a hill that he'll win this fight. Will it be in time to stop the castle? The vills are going down. He is raiding the back of Vivy's eco while this is happening. The castle on 88%. A mangonel comes out. Vivy's sending more villagers forward. He has to get this castle up. Triple kill by the mangonel. The conks run forward. Vivy's army, where were those conks? They come from the hill, but maybe a bit too late. More and more vills going down. Vivy down to 36 vills. Thank you, Centurama, for the follow. And that castle goes up 95%. I don't think MBL stops those 3 vills, but that is at great cost. And MBL now 71 vills to 38. I think he's won the game. He can add in more TCs in the back. That was a slaughter. That was a slaughter, and still nothing to clean the conks in the back for Vivy. MBL takes the lead. And so I gotta say, Spanish mirror with conks is one of the more fun mirrors to see. And oh wow, that wall's down too. The conks get out. They're free. Free to roam and clean this up. Still 23 to 21 conks. Vivy with a larger army for the moment, but he won't have the eco to sustain that. It's like an old galley war. Yeah. Oh, I miss those. I miss the good old Vikings galley wars on Baltic. Or on Rooster. Do y'all remember the map Rooster? That was an amazing custom map. Really jank and completely buggy, but amazing nevertheless for the galley wars. TC fending off the conks, gets a kill. Vills here might need to garrison. There they go. And workshop right next to the castle, so MBL can start ramming. Some rampart rams. Conks on the hill still hoovering around quite a bit. TC will shoot them away. Conks doing some damage to the TC as they're in the top walkabout a bit. Conks on the hill keep running around. I think Vivy could have easily won if he had spent 5 seconds to take out outposts. Maybe that would help. YouTube chat calling the GG already. And Conquistadors still wandering around, shooting the other conks. Trying to take them out, take them down. And MBL will lose some of his conks, but kill a lot of Vivies in the process, and it'll be much harder for Vivy to replenish his army, for MBL to get his numbers back. And just about everything there going down. There's Vivy buying some food. On the other side, actually ram push from Vivy on MBL's workshop. Takes that out. Vivy has actually, look at that, he's recovered his Vil numbers very nicely, 56 to 69. Res Collect is actually still super close. Is this actually a game still? Is this actually a game still? Does Vivy still have a chance? It's down 16 to 26 conks. Maybe he's not dead. Maybe Vivy isn't dead. MBL on 4 TCs, but loads more idle TC time. Not adding in all the Vils that he probably wants to. Oh my gosh, Vivy, I mean, I guess it's true that the Spanish are never out of a game, even if they're against the Spanish. MBL saving for Imp. Maybe that would have been better spent on more Conquistadors. He does want to get Imp and then win Treb fights against the castles. Can still mangonel the TC, but Vivy? Is Vivy gonna take the Vil lead again if MBL's saving for Imp? There he clicks up. Vivy's only down by 5 Vils. Chat, Vivy's only down by 5 Vils now. And MBL's killed 50 villagers this game. He's killed more than Vivy has. It's all the idle TC time. MBL could have had more conks than this. Oh, Vivy, he's trapped. He's trapped. There's no way out. He's trying to run, but the pathing won't let him get out, so he goes back into the conks. That would be fully walled, and he's trying to bring reinforcements. I don't think that's enough at 6 versus 6. Or 5 versus 6. That's micro bull, but he probably has to get back. MBL. 28 conks still as he's up to Imp. Lots of conks in his base to defend. This has been a great game. But Vivy, he's only down by 1 Vil now. Vivy's gonna take the Vil lead. He's a wheelbarrow even for MBL. And oh, actually, Vivy, technically he does have the lead now because he has Herncart. So Vivy actually up in Vils. But wasn't that like 70 to 30 something earlier? Dang, Vivy really, really coming back. I mean, it is 3 castles to do, 3 castles to 2. I suppose you'll have more conch production. And look at this raid now. MBL losing vills, Rams going for the TC. Vivy's not going to go Imp. Is Imp a throw? Herbal medicine to heal the conchs. No horse collar, only double bit axe. MBL is bowsaw. Res collected are still equal. Vivy can hoover around. Vivy has more res collected.
Sí. Mande. Presto. Sí. Presto.
And the conchs keep running around.
Mande.
And handcart just finished. More conquistadors on the way for Vivy.
Presto.
Conchs having a good fight down here. And taking each other down. We might see Elite Conch. That was changed recently in a patch to be easier to get to. And Ring Archer armor on the way for MBL. So, reminder, since I do have the auto ads on Twitch that look like they're going to start soon. You can always watch on the YouTube stream if you want to watch without ads. So, we have a brief pause. Okay, brief lag. As some Rams come forward into lag. And Horse Collar finally in for Vivy. Can he take out this castle? MBL has a lot of conchs. I'm going to guess no. Oh, the conchs tearing through the Rams. More Rams pushing for Vivy. More Rams pushing for Vivy. But not gonna do it. He's up by 8 vills now. Up by 8 vills. He has handcart. Still ahead in res collected. Needs to find a way to get imp himself though, and I don't think that's possible. Too bad of a KD for him. I mean, if he didn't try to YOLO that castle and still kept his vills alive, he'd probably still be in the game. He might even be winning. MBL taking a good score lead. Can Vivy do this somehow? I don't see when he's down by 11 conchs. This does feel like Elite Conch would be the play. There we go, Vivy up to Imp. Vivy up to Imp. MBL using the market, but Vivy can't take this fight. And MBL even did the final armor upgrade for the conchs. Nice and cheap for the Spanish, not costing them gold. And giving them 20 gold, even with their bonus of 20 gold per tech. Alright, conch when you could do 100,000 more conchs? That's a good point too. Could just do more conchs. That might even be better than Elite. I don't know where the break-even point is. Where the resources are better invested into Elite Conch. But numbers up, maybe it's numbers until 200 pop. Conchs with an attack bonus against Rams, actually quite good at taking them out. It is +4 against Rams. Bills go down. Ooh, Bills going down. Conchs taking out the Ram. As they push forward, Treb taking out the castle. That castle goes down. There we go, Elite Conch. Have I ever seen Elite Conch? I don't even know what the unit looks like. But remember, they buffed it. Remember, Conquistador's got a buff. one of the craziest balance changes ever. Conquistador's got a buff. And they will now become Elite Conchs for MBL. Imp almost there for Vivy, but there we are, Elite Conch finished. Okay, they look pretty similar actually, just a bit of added fluff to them. And with the Elite Conchs present, there is the GG from Vivy. And MBL does it, although Vivy, he almost came back. That was a close one at the end. MBL will do it though. Dang. And here we go, look at the stats. We'll have 153 to 116 KD in favor of MBL. Key moment being likely right here on the timeline, that Doubt Castle from Vivy. Eco timeline super close the entire time. Vivy's still ahead at the end. And man, that was a game. Not so crazy. I think that it's the same way as giving crossbows to the Spanish would buff their archers. Giving buffs to elite conch buffs normal conch because you can get to the elite better. Usually you don't see it because Spanish usually prefer paladins in a team game. In a 1v1, you're kind of swapping to trash units. He counted like 3. The big doubt castle in the middle. The super big doubt castle. Oh, now Yo is doing Rampart against Vivy. Let me check Hera. Is Hera queuing? Hera looks like he's queuing. Maybe we'll try to watch a Hera game. Let's see, 290s on Barl's Kasva. So we have Yo, Vivy, Terzgali. And Hera queuing. Will people reach 2K? Probably. We still have a long time left. It runs until the 18th, so 10 days more. K2? I don't know, maybe even higher than that. It's been climbing pretty quickly. Hera lost to Tato? He might have. Oh yeah, and I'm seeing my YouTube chat in OBS doesn't update as quickly as the one on YouTube. So yeah, we'll get rid of that then. Don't want to be that lagged in chat. Now we'll need another solution for YouTube chat. Maybe there's an API I can read from more directly. Alas. So, is Hera queuing? He's been queuing for 3 minutes. It's a long queue for Hera. Let's see, Kapach got, oh, a random player. Loch Ness. If you're playing optimally here, do you try to snipe Hera for the big wins or try to match up against non-Heras to get more wins? I think if you're playing optimally, you're assuming that Hera is number 1, and you try to snipe him because gifting points to Hera doesn't matter, because he's going to be number 1 anyway, and if you gift to Hera, you're not gifting points to your opponents. So I think actually sniping Hera is optimal, if you can occasionally pull off those big wins. Those are my thoughts. Hera's still queuing. He needs some people to match up against him. Maybe we should have just done this Yo Vivy game. I was thinking, let's not do Rampart 2 times in a row. But Hera's not finding anyone. You need a more active ladder for Hera to find opponents. Hera's chat right now filled with MBL and Nikov complaining about Fire Lancer Siege Tower. Hello, Thunder. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? We need Hera to get an opponent. I want to watch some Hera games. He's been in the queue for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. On his scoreboard says he is now 91 and 22 against his opponents. Oh, and he found someone. He found someone good. Yeah, he got Rampart, though, but he got Random Mirror. Hera going Mirror. What is this? Against whom did Hera just match? Find out in a moment, but he did match. And whoever he's playing will cast Hera. It might be MBL or Nikov. And keep an eye on who else is streaming, so I can check if people might be queuing or not. And it'll be Rampart. Oh, Hera! Oh my gosh, there was no one high elo for Hera to match against. Oh, whoa, well, someone is gonna get their game versus Hera casted. L.E. Darth Quispy. Oh no, I should have casted the Yo Vivy game. Too late now, we're committed. It's not MVO, old man Willow. How does it work? Top 4 qualify to the LAN. The next 8 spots 5 through 12 get placed higher seed or with several buys and higher seeds into the last chance qualifier, which is a 1v1 tournament where the top 4 also qualify. AW2 music banger waiting room. I like the music. Yeah, the only thing I need is more music. It's an hour long, but if I'm streaming for 8 hours, an hour is pretty short. Rampart. Yep, we're gonna ram more Ramparts here. Darth is 2.1k. Okay. I don't know if he's an unfortunate soul or a lucky soul to be matched against Hera. This is a matchup that's super risky for Hera because if he loses, he probably loses 32 points. I'm thinking, I wonder if there is some type of double-click action I can do on the down button on my mouse. Like the forward and back buttons. Shamburger on repeat. Alright. Let me rearrange my OBS window real quick now that I don't have the YouTube chat there. Alright then. So we are going to have Hera to the southwest in the red as the Bulgarians. And he will be against someone who knows the best color in the game. L.E. Darth Crispy? I don't even know how to say that. But good luck to our Cyan player. He is just about 2k1 on the RM ladder. That won't matter for Empire. That's not the Empire Wars elo, that's the RM elo. The war gets brought in under the TC. And he will have his work cut out for him as Hera is opening men-at-arms. Immediately Hera goes to the outposts. Archer defense. And Hera will try to get into the woodline. Takes a poke from the spear. Oh, the micro from our Cyan player. Fighting the men-at-arms. Fighting atop the hill, but will be forced back. Forced back off that first lumber camp. He's going for his own barracks. So that'll be a double barracks for the Goths. Oh, let's go Goths versus Bulgarians. Ooh. Bulgarians get to their two-handed swordsman with armor. Then they can wreck the Goths. At least until the gold runs out. I've seen that on Deathmatch before. Bulgarians wreck the Goths until the gold runs out, and the Goths turn things around with their faster-producing halbs. It is quite the swap in one-sidedness. I saw a deathmatch game that I thought was over in 2 minutes where the Goth player got wrecked just to turn it around and win after an hour. That was one of the craziest AoE2 games I ever casted. So, Bulgarian men-at-arms, Hera trying to teach a lesson to our Cyan player here, and he's following up with some archers, Bulgarian archers. And we'll use that blacksmith to do fletching. Bulgarians, of course, at the blacksmith have their blacksmith techs cost minus 50% food. The archers will be shooting down the spear and coming around, chased by a man-at-arms. Another man-at-arms goes to force that one away, though. Letting the Goths hit Imp? I don't know about letting. The Goths hitting Imp is normally a scary thing. The Goths do have a discount on their men-at-arms, but they do have to research the tech. Is that discount infantry minus 20% in the feudal age. So also an extra attack against buildings, but don't know if Cyan ever will get the opportunity to go forward and pressure Hera. Some bills will get sniped by archers. And fletching on the way. He did arson. He did not do arson yet, no. But he'll destroy the range anyway. Doesn't need arson. That'll go down, so no more archers for Cyan. Hera will micro his archers forever. Man-at-Arms takes a whack. But not enough to kill it. And there's the GG. So Hera, after a long queue, gets an easy match. And I wonder how many points he'll actually get from that. I wonder how many points. It's a 19-5 KD. And I think maybe the good news for Cyan is he lasted at least 6 minutes. This is I've seen 3 games that are 6 minutes. One of them was Hera beating MBL. So not the absolute fastest that you can be defeated. I'm sure there's going to be a 5-minute game at some point. This might be the fastest one I've casted, but by just a bit. Hera didn't even have time for the arson. Okay, let's see what else is going on. Let's see. What Nikov versus running on Loch Ness? That feels pretty good. Nikov running. I bet you could lose to Hera quicker. The shorefish in a swamp in the middle? Morris, I think. So Fire Galley opening for both, running to the south as the Red Burgundians, Nikov to the north as the Blue Burgundians, a Burgundian mirror, and a demo from running. Burgundians can mean Flemish militia, demo from Nikov. Nikov trying to win the water, looks like he's ahead. Third dock from running, doesn't want to lose it. I'll keep an eye out for Nessie, she should appear again around 10 minutes. See if there are multiple Nessies here. Some Flemish militia trying to raid in the back, and we're caught up to real time here. Where is Nessie? Every 10 minutes she appears, is what I've been told. And Castle Age first for running, so losing the water but going up to Castle. Could maybe think about getting fire ships and War Galley to try to retake the water. Might need to repair the docks to do so, but no normal galleys from Nikov, so wouldn't be a problem for him. Also no fishing ships. That's the other thing you gotta do while streaming. 1, stay hydrated. 2, make sure that you stretch occasionally. And over here, a bear chasing Running's Vil. Will the Flemish militia see this? Villager is right next to their line of sight, and they will see it. They'll see it. And just passing, just passing. Running doesn't even need to use the palisade to hide the bear. He just goes right past the militia. This is why you stand ground patrol when you go across the map, so that you attack stuff like that. But this villager, half HP, could run into more bears. Gonna be so bad with Hulks if the water changes. It's gonna be Hulks and nothing but Hulks. At least now when we have hybrid maps, we have fires and demos. No water balance, it'll be Hulks and just Hulks. So Flemish militia coming forward, has running throws down 2 immediate TCs, and Nikov tries to raid him with the militia. Yeah, the militia break in. And oh, 10 minutes. Where's Nessie? Where's Nessie? We gotta look for Nessie. Maybe we missed her. I don't see Nessie anywhere. She should be. Oh, there she is. There she is. Okay, we got a Nessie sighting. Loch Ness monster. Oh, the bear! The bear killed the Vil. The bear did kill the Vil. Oh man, Mother Nature. Distracted by Nessie, and the bear kills the Vil. Imagine that. Villager killed by a bear while looking for the Loch Ness monster. Anyway, running on the side, he's doing monasteries to pick up relics. I'm sure he'll want another monastery over here, or to finish that monastery to grab the rest of the relics. Love my Burgundians, but playing them feels like roadkill. Like roadkill? What do you mean? Oh, like you're the roadkill on the aggressive maps? And, well, huge score lead for Nikov, but the build counts are still the same. The res collected are pretty similar, and that score lead certainly is from water. And running is a player who might suddenly have 8 or might have 6 relics. Flemish militia everywhere, though, and has a chance maybe to destroy monasteries. Still forward and running. Score is, I think, lying as to his position, as he certainly will be ahead in Vil numbers soon with all those extra TCs. 2 or 3 compared to Nikov's 2. Nikov might think of another one soon, but the relics here are not going to be picked up. Maybe that villager needs to do a second monastery right in the corner of the map. I hope that Nikov doesn't scout it and then pop out. Oh, running's still called the GG. Running, don't be so scared of the score, running. You're not out of the running yet. Score's just water. Running, your eco's the same. It's a mirror matchup. You can castle and retake the water at some point. You can do another monastery and grab the relics. I don't think that was over. I think he had a bit of fight left in him. 17-9 KD for Nikov, who continues dominating on his way up the ladder. But a game won by water, and with a faster castle time, running not able to capitalize. Alright, what else is going on then? The water difference plus monastery counter was kind of nasty. Probably needed to lock in and get a castle up. Definitely not the best situation, but he's not out of it. Okay, Kapach Hera. A woo mirror on Loch Ness. Woo mirror. Hera with a higher level opponent this time. And Kapach will be to the north, whereas Nessie, there she is, right at the start of the map. Gotta catch her right at the start. Also gotta catch your opponent's rush. Don't forget to quick wall, because you're looking for Nessie. Hera opening with the militia, upgrading to man-at-arms. It will be a woo mirror. And I'll need to make sure that I save this rec, because I need a woo game with a very short title for capture age. So chat, don't let me forget, at the end of this game, I need to save the rec. I need to go and rename it so I don't lose it. Maybe I'll remember Hera of Kapach or be able to search for it, though. Yeah, I can probably search for it in Capture Age by the Civ. There's proper search functionality there. Oh, Spear pokes down the scout from Hera. Hera, I'll have to get used to Hera in the red. I'm used to Kapach being blue, too, so my mind will be confused either way. Usually I see Hera in the blue, though, for whatever reason. And at home, Hera walling up, doing some small walls. I have seen players skipping docks on this map. Kapach's not going to skip it entirely. Jin swordsmen always are an option. Maybe in the mirror matchup you prefer the long swords, though. But if you do, Siege Tower Swordsman will be an option. And Hera has the House Foundation set, but isn't walling the gold yet. And we'll make a quick turn to try to get it walled, and succeed in getting some HP on the Palisades. So another horizontal Loch Ness. I'm used to seeing the vertical one. The horizontal one is confusing me. And remember, around 10 minutes I need to go look for Nessie again. So, Castle Age on the way for Hera. As some Vils head out to these straggler trees. Hera not taking his chickens. This chicken enjoying the new flowery grass terrain that was added. And more walls going up for Hera around the back. Got a second house. And a couple of houses up. 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. Men-at-arms hoovering around the back. And scale mail armor on the way. Player colors confusing you. Horizontal Loch Ness confusing you. I'm basically the least confused. I mean, pathfinding confuses me too. Lots of things to be confused about. Archers from behind the wood line trying to push through. And Castle Age much faster for Hera. He is down in score, but that might be because of the Castle Age. Ooh, he's thinking of running through the TC. Almost gets quick-walled in. That would have been nasty if he got quick-walled. Another barracks for Kapach, so he will be going infantry. Double barracks, only one range. Fire galley, able to get some hits on the men-at-arms, start burning them down to a crisp, but they will turn and fight the fire galley right on the shoreline. And has to sail away, sails just offshore where the men-at-arms can't reach it. And does a bit more damage trying to cook them. Pathfinding confuses everybody. Especially the developers. Squire's on the way for Hart. And the skirm goes down. Archers around the back. Still a pine tree by the market. Hera could even do another lumber camp if he doesn't want to be so far forward. And arson on the way, as well as Castle Age for Kapach. And we'll have forging coming in for Hera. And Jin Swordsman, so it does look like swordsman from both of them, Jin Swordsman. We'll see if we have long swords on the way. Is that barracks being hit by the swordsman? The back, archers being fended off, so you're not going to get much more use out of archers, and arson even for the swordsman. We'll have Kapach going for a workshop. What do you think he makes? Does he make scorpions, or does he make a siege tower? Swordsman going for the barracks as another swordsman comes over. That barracks getting hit. Hills try to repair. And on the sides, we'll have Kapach to the east, Hera to the west, each doing a monastery to grab relics. Hera's grabbed 3 of them. Hera has his own vill over there, though. Kapach will have the advantage in getting the numbers out. The monks. 100,000 more swordsmen to the front. Is a Wu matchup a Gen swordsman mirror? Really? I would have thought you'd go long swords against these guys. Because they do count as shock infantry, and longsword should have a bonus against them. Oh, and it is a siege tower. Of course it's a siege tower. Does that matter in the infantry versus infantry matchup, though? I don't know. Still more Jin swordsman for Kapach. Trying to match the numbers. It's 10 versus 15, though, and Hera has just a bit more production. Hera's still slightly more efficient on the eco. Kapach is queuing a ram for some reason. He wants to save this thing. He has to garrison inside of it, so it's faster. Okay, now he's going to take a fight on a hill, but Hera still has numbers here. Repair vills for the siege tower. Can't keep that thing alive. And Kapach trying to go forward, but I think Hera is... I mean, he wins this fight, and what else happens? Is there even a comeback mechanism for Kapach now? I mean, the vill counts are still the same. He can do a TC, but he lost the workshop too. And now the swordsman can push through, tiny bit of lag. And, ooh, Vil beats a bear. But will be chased and killed by the swordsman. Especially the speedy one. So, we'll see. Swordsman continuing to break through. Kapach trying to repair his barracks. Needing to do another barracks at home, add in more farms. Maybe there's a world where Kapach takes a villager lead. It is 3 versus 3 on the relics. Hera, though, can come over with some swordsmen and try to extract the relics from Kapach's monastery and make that 6 versus 0. Kapach unable to destroy Hera's monastery. Hera will send a Vil to repair. Oh, there it is. There's that destroyed Georgian's castle people were talking about. Part of the map. Is there a destroyed castle on the IRL Loch Ness? Sometimes that disappears, unlike Nessie, who's always here. Still looking for some demos, too. Kapach needs some demos. Yeah, so Hera with men-at-arms still. One thing Jin swordsmen with their pierce armor can do better than longswords would be fight under TCs. There goes the range down. And Hera has arson, of course. Yes, he does. Would it make more sense to be a Celt castle? It probably would, but maybe this is just the destroyed graphic they have. I do agree with you, though. Iron casting for Hera. And Palisade gates. Oh no, stone gates going up, but not in time. Not in time. Kapach does get in. The rest of Hera's base is walled, though. I don't think Kapach will be able to do much damage from this, especially if he's on stand ground and not fighting back. There you go. It's the patrol formation. He needs to fight that properly, but we'll have to run as Hera brings his other army here home. And there he goes, getting a nice engagement. Patrolling into the fight. And killing the units from Kapach. Guess they don't have a destroyed graphic for every castle, especially the new ones. Maybe that's something they need to work on, though. It is a cool scenery piece. So we're Jin swordsman here for Hera, taking out the ones for Kapach. Some Vils go down. And forward castle! Oh my gosh, Kapach. Demo right here on the Vils. Oh, but he calls the GG. Oh, Kapach, imagine a demo right here. Players need to use more demos on this map, I'm telling you. Those Jin swordsmen, those villagers could have been demoed completely. You get them out in the open when they're right around here, you unleash the demos and they won't have time to walk back. We're definitely going to see that. As the players get better at the map, we're going to be seeing that, I'm sure. Hera's so high up on the ladder, he's not going to get many points. Much better KD for Hera. Slightly better eco. At GG for him. I'm sure he's gonna keep his high ladder position. Let's see where he is. Oh my gosh, my monitor blinking. I changed scenes. Got 4 points from Kapach. And lost a ton of points to Vivy. That's the hard thing. When you're at the top, you take a loss and you can lose lots of points. Pinched nicely at his elo high. Is to see I'm on a good win streak. look around and see what we want to cast now. We could do Barl's Vivy on Hingehold. Kind of far into that. We could also do Prisma Turs. You know what? Let's do Turs. Saracen's Catons. Yo, I had to watch his ACCM past him in highest elo. So Crownwood, people keep asking me. I think this is my favorite map so far of the tournament. And we'll fast forward as the Catan player is adding lots of pastures. Our Saracen's player is up first, though. Husbandry on the way. Triple stable Saracen camels with all that extra HP as Turs adds in some more eco in the back. Saracens? Okay, this is interesting. I wonder what happens if the Catans go for their unique unit, though. The Liao Drow. I'm still not entirely sure on how to pronounce that. I'll say Liao Dao. And if that's wrong, I appreciate corrections. So that's 48 to 47 Vil count or in favor of Turs for now. You can see the Catan still have 1,000 more res collected, but that's just Catan things. Armor on the way for Turs, and we'll have Cav Archers for Prisma. Playing Catans for Cav Archers has the opportunity to go for Castle Age Heavy Cav Archer. Tech's available for them. And they will have all the upgrades for the Heavy Cav Archers, except for Bloodlines. No Bloodlines. They're still Omega Lol broken. I haven't played in a few months. Yeah, they are still very broken. Triple range Cav Archers, though, not typically what you see, but something they can do. Maybe he's thinking Cav Archer is better against camels than Step Lancers. Yeah, maybe. Steppies are still pretty good against camels, though. He can also do his own camels. Beware the Karakitai, they are without honor. So, added archer armor on the way for Prisma. Monastery up for Turs, monks on the way out. And we'll have a nice patrol in front of the base for Prisma. Turs buying some wood. And it's so awkward Cav Archer versus Camel because neither side really wants to fight. The Camels need to close the distance and essentially trap the Cav Archers, and if they do that, they massacre them. But the Cav Archers don't want to do that, so they just shoot and retreat and try to hoover around a bit and force the Camels to keep chasing. But if you chase too much, then the Cav Archers are slowly but surely getting shots at you as they retreat, especially if Prisma is able to do ballistics. So Imp on the way for Prisma. Turs with the score lead still. He's up by 11 Vils. And we'll be going for a forward workshop. We'll need a way to deal with this Imperial Age Cav Archer composition, though. Bracer and then probably Chemistry come in. Actually refresh my YouTube page and just make sure my chat's updating. Just curious because no one's chatted in a while. It's fine if no one has, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing stuff. I never trust YouTube. It is crazy imp timing. It will be sub 17-minute imp. With his imp timing, he's challenging my best 5K time from my youth. We run 1640. So, oh, Monk goes down, yeets the relic down the hill. And Prisma with some map presence with the Cav Archers. And immediately clicks Bracer. Tur is thinking, the Cav Archers, I don't want them to get Bracer. Let's chase them with the camels now before they get Bracer. They have ballistics, though. Turs will engage this. Camels themselves are ever so slightly faster than the Cav Archers. And these Saracen camels have a ton of HP. Turs has no chance of clicking Imp, though, it looks like. He's really focused on this push and the mangonels, but now Imperial Age Cav Archers, heavy Cav Archers, should be able to clean the mangonels. And even without bloodlines, they should be okay, running circles around the camels, circles around the trees while the camels chase. I'm Saracen, I camel, and then get memed on hard by Cav Archer micro more than once. It can happen, certainly can happen. It's one of those matchups where usually I still do prefer the Cav Archers, but there are some situations you get late game and you're at 200 pop and the camel player is spamming a full army of camels that you suddenly don't have enough room to micro the Cav Archers. Also, the Saracen player, if Turs is ever to get a good number of Mamluks out, Mamluks do wreck Cav Archers in straight up fights, and there's less room to out micro Mamluks than there is camels. And there's maybe a decent fight for Turs, who is aggressively chasing these Cav Archers, trying to encircle them. And wait a minute, did he just trap the Cav Archers? They are uphill, though. One Mamluk in the back. How many Cav Archers are there? 25. How many camels are there? 6. I don't think the camels are gonna win this fight. Another Mamluk, though, and a lot of heavy Cav Archers just went down. Down to 17 there. Oh, the Mamluks died too. So, yeah, Turs did something. Yeah, who was the one actually trapped there? Also, more pastures going up. Also, the pastures make a solid block on the mini-map. So that's just capture age things. Nothing I can do about that. And Turs will call the GG. Alright, so Imperial Age, super fast Imperial Age for Prisma. Getting to the upgrades for the Cav Archers and using them to wreck the camels. 39 to 25, and see, military counts were pretty similar. But eco count better right from the start of the pastures, and that led to that Imperial Age. 16 of 42 total time there. Dang. 30 more vills and less res collected. Turs is here in the chat. Hello, Turs, how you doing? We got Shikso versus Running. We have a German matchup here. Vikings in way. Oh, I forgot to save that Woo game. I'll remember it's there though. Lonsters, hello. My nose is getting itchy from all the casting. When it's funny, food civ explodes to Imperial Age because of pastures. Yatan Eco is still extra strong. Very, very much extra strong. So we'll have double bit axe on the way for Running. Running will be to the west as the Red Vikings. Shikso to the east as the Blue Way. And Spear pokes the Scout as the Scout runs. And the Scout gets a hit on the other Scout. No, I need to pause my YouTube stream because I'm seeing my camera move in 3 places here, OBS and YouTube. Shikso Scout running. So the map is Thames. We will have the Royal Albert Hall up here. If, like me, you have a ticket to the finals, you will be in here watching. Did I read Nator's follow earlier? Nator2292, thank you for the follow. I may have missed that. I'm casting without my headphones today because I want to save my ears. Oh, I just realized the flags. It's the top of the flag A graphic, but it's not... There's no animation. It's not waving in the breeze. It feels like the UK should be very windy, shouldn't it? Flags should be moving. Is that just a capture age thing? Are they waving in game? Let me check that. No, they're not. They're not waving. Royal Albert Hall. Aw? No waving flags. Anyway, Shikso up to the Castle Age, up very quickly, and might go Xianbei Raiders against the Way. Or, I mean, against the Vikings as the Way. Unplayable. Once you get tetanus, it never leaves.
备就绪。
什么？何种命令？
喂，
I like keeping my ears healthy.
就绪。喂，
Well, I will use headphones for Monday because I think it's important to hear all the alerts and stuff myself. But for now, I'll save it. The middle of London is quite sheltered. Would it be sheltered if there were no buildings, though? Is it realistic that the flags don't wave? That I don't think. Maybe. Hopefully it's not that bad when I'm there. Right, here we have 2 ranges going up for Shikso. As Bill will be poked by a scout and a spear and have to run around a bit trying to quick wall. And, ooh, successfully gets the wall, but hit over the diagonal. Thanks, DE. And the other Vills will now have to pick up the slack, finish the wall, and attack the spear. Spear comes over and pokes the scout. Shikso, for now, will use a straggler as part of the wall. Maybe that's the defense against siege towers, making sure the wall has fewer spaces that can be siege tower hopped by using the straggler. Usually that's a bad thing, because the Vill can chop it, and he will reinforce it with a palisade. So, right decision there. Another range going up for running. Knife fight, it really is London.
喂，
什么？
I'm from Jersey, we have lots of those. Also lots of hand cannoneer fights. Shinbei Raiders on their way out now. As I said, the unique Cav Archer unit that has been very, very strong. When it first was released, it was useless, but then they buffed it slightly, and now it's amazing. And one of the best units in the game. Lots of archers to turn into crossbows for running, but if Shikso doesn't want to fight, he doesn't have to. He can just fall back, get more units, and then fight later. As the Shinbei Raiders go for the archer, and do take down the archer. I'll head around to the other group of archers too. Some of them go down. Archer's picking them off. And they all go down, actually. Nice micro from running. And looking at the economies, better res collected for running so far. University on the way, and up. Archers go down.
何种命令？
And Vills getting picked by crossbows. Okay, nice early picks. No ballistics, so they can't hit the retreating Vills. Good job getting the wood line found from running. He has to keep those crossbows alive. Worry about the Shinbei Raider numbers. He has ballistics on the way. He can hold until ballistics. He might even be able to win the fight. If you can break in through one of those walls. And, oh, right into the Shinbei Raiders. That's a problem, especially if they get the hill. I'll have to micro with ballistics, and he's looking for elite skirm. Still 15 seconds from ballistics. Has to worry about the crossbows. Crossbows getting away. Crossbows getting chased. Trying to hit the raiders. Finally getting some shots in. Shikso can try to out micro ballistics. Oh, there's the micro. There's the micro. Closing in on the Cav archers using the charge attack. And sniping them all down. And the army for running is dead. More crossbows in the back. And monastery there for running. Running, buying some food, buying some wood. See, Yo would have had ballistics 9 minutes ago. Yo would have been getting monk conversions 11 minutes ago. Bear. Ooh, getting poked down. Raiders coming over. This is not an overchop yet, I don't think. But still a couple of dead vills, maybe. No ballistics. Oh, it is an overchop. It is an overchop. I was wrong. Running needed to wall, and now he's got Shinbei Raiders in his eco. He's been doing a decent job of dealing with them so far. And he's lucky they don't have ballistics. These vills, they don't know where to go. They're zigging and zagging and have to go back to the TC. They cannot be on those exposed farms. And our Vikings player with their free wheelbarrow and handcart, they want to be farming. They want to be farming now. Now the Shinbei Raiders even could split up. Some for that wood line, some for over here. Idle everything. And the lack of ballistics is going to hurt Shikso here. See how many vills actually die. Not that many. Oh, he did nothing. He can't hit anything. So running up 61 to 52 vills, trying to go for 3 TCs right away. And with some skirms cleaning the Shinbei Raiders as they have to move away. And another TC on the side for running. And we shall have Bowsaw on the way for running. He'll have to garrison that newly built TC, and in doing so, kill quite a few Shinbei Raiders. 2 down with a shot on a 3rd. And protecting his vills, he'll split up the skirms and the archers to try to catch them, make sure they can't zigzag and run around again. Ooh, and they are cleaned. They are cleaned. But more on the way forward, as running goes straight back to that wood line where he overchopped without rewalling it. Has some skirms there. He's hoping the skirms are enough for him. There's now a mangonel forward to help deal with the skirms and a charge attack to deal with the first skirm. Okay, mangonel misses the skirms and then gets a hit on them. It's another crossbow. And ooh, last second dodge from running the micro.
Oh.
Some crossbows popping up from the range. Mangonel hitting the crossbows and skirms. The mangonel chasing from running. Mangonel's doing damage to each other. Crossbows in the back, still chasing the mangonel. We'll see if Shikso maybe can get a shot. Yes, he can. Finally, a good mangonel shot on the crossbows. And the mangonel goes down, though. And running, able to push this back. Now he's opened up a really good lead. 3 TCs against 2. And his turn to start landing mangonel shots. Gets at least 1 Shinbei Raider with it. Mangonel comes forward. Crossbow's going to take it out. And ooh, splashes on them. Blitzburgers and a scout in the south. Mangonel goes down. Crossbows hitting the Shinbei Raiders. And, ooh, nice mangonel shot from running. Takes out a few of them, and that mangonel shot will lead to the GG. Shikso calls it. And nice defense from running. I thought, Shinbei Raiders, what do the Vikings do? Seems like skirm mangonel is all they gotta do. So, military, that's 41 to 40 KD for running, but behind that, the Vikings had a much better eco, as they usually do with their free wheelbarrow and handcart. 5:43 castle time for Shikso. Nicely done, but 20 more vills for running. Now we'll see who else is playing. Yeah, Roderick's playing Shikso. Mr. Oso starting to get active on the ladder. Jack getting active on the ladder. More players joining. Let's see, what do we got? Let's see, Hera found a match. We'll do Hera Fire. On Dorothy or Quarry. And the game is paused right away. Up, okay, so another bugged map. So, oh, what the heck? Did Hera not get a single lumber camp? Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, not a single lumber camp spawned for Hera. He had to delete a ton of vills. Wait, what? So Fire did that too, just to make up for it. Hera, oh my gosh. This is the most bugged I've seen this map. Has to move out to do a lumber camp. So to be fair, they paused. He said he had stuff that didn't spawn, and to make it fair, Fire also deleted a bit of his own stuff. That is crazy. I've seen the map bugged, but never that badly. Fire as the Sicilians doing a donjon for some sergeants right away. Donjon on the water. It might eventually dock there. Might send Vils forward for a donjon rush. Double check my YouTube chat too, make sure that's still there. YouTube trying to sell me on automated ads. No, I don't want those things. Turn them off there. I'd turn them off on Twitch if I could.
Namaste.
And that is scale mail armor on the way for Fire. And we'll try to catch up to live time now after that pause. And I think we're almost there. Defensive tower from Hera, but he loses a Vil. Fire gets trapped a bit. Loses the scout. But that is a sergeant that could probably kill a Vil that's trapped. Archer on the outside with a camel scout comes in. Villager garrisons, and that frees the sergeant though. And looks like we're up to live time. So that, delete. But no automated sports gambling ads. No. Oh, the worst. On Twitch these days, it's all I get, the sports betting ads. So sergeant's coming forward, forcing archers back, going down. Archers killing the sergeants. Go down. And mining camp for Fire, rebuilding some of the infrastructure he had to delete. As the archers come forward, a couple of sergeants still hoovering around. Archers go to take them down, nail them in the back as they run. And we'll have a house going up here for Fire. Archer's still going for the sergeant's camel, trying to kill it. And will, as the archers keep running around. Archer's going for the Vil. And gate going up. Fire. Hills. See, I had already range, so I had no wood for lumber camp. Oh no! Oh no, poor Fire. And then no wood for lumber camp. Oh, that is rough. Oh, he built the range at the start. We're gonna go look at that. He's so good, even his archers hit sometimes. We're gonna look at that bugged map. Don't you worry about that. Oh, let me get my overlay there. 10-1 KD for Hera. I'm not done yet. We're gonna go. This one was more than a little scuffed. We're gonna go look right at the start of that one, and then we just save that as bugged. Ori, no Vils, Hera. And let me go grab that Woo game for Rex before. Ooh, a mirror. All right. Pausing right at the start. Let's see if capture age opens. All right, yeah. So I managed to get it to 6 seconds. 6 seconds. And oh my god, this is the worst I've seen it bugged. 16 Vils, nothing. Nothing spawned for Hera. Fire's map spawned correctly. 16 Vils versus 28. Hera should have played this out. Would have been crazy if he won. He should have played this out. Taking it as a challenge, but 16 Vils to 28. Oh, man. That is, let me go post a bug report about that. Hold on. Got that. Let's see. Where's my FB server? Oh, Hera's here. He beat me to it. That's what happens when I have a spec delay. And it seems to be a Gajura's bug on that map. Like, it happens with the Gajura's more often than not. I'll not get my stuff changed. There we are. Alright, handling the bug reports. Oh, that was crazy. So hopefully, fingers crossed that does not happen in TTL. Because I do not want that to happen there. I don't know if he gets points back or anything for that one, because that's an awkward situation for Fire too. Because if he tries to delete everything like he wrote, he already had built the archery range, so he doesn't have the wood set up to react to that properly. Oh my gosh, this menu is. I opened the menu and it just floods me with light. Are there any like lighting experts in the chat? I think what I need to do is get more lighting in the room. Like lights on me, and then turn down the camera ISO so I'm less affected by the game lights. Hello, Chicho. So maybe I need to do that, get a quick investment. Can you get the seed generation when watching a replay? Yes, you can get the seed generation, and I don't know if that actually helps the developers if they have a way to regenerate the same map given the seed. But unfortunately, on my end, when I do maps for TTL or other tournaments, the scenario editor, you can enter the same seed, and the scenario editor actually generates the map differently than you get in a random map game if you use the same seed. So what causes the seeds to generate different maps, I have no idea. But as much as you actually can get the seed, it's not helpful to get it. I wish it would be. It would make my life much easier, but alas, I have to get a bug and then reproduce the bug myself. Sometimes there are rare bugs and it takes a few hundred maps to generate before you actually reproduce it. I once had a bug that I was not able to generate or reproduce, and I generated several thousand maps in the editor. It was Ganji played on a version of Growlple that I had made and started with 2 villagers instead of 3, and I did what I could after several thousand maps and couldn't reproduce it. And Giant Bull is just asking for weirdness. It's more the lumber camp setup for Empire Wars asks for weirdness. It's not a very easy thing to do, and it's not something that's well supported in the map script. It's very hacky. So let's see, Hera. Let's see, he didn't immediately queue after that, it looks like. How about we do something different? We'll cast some different players. We'll go Pela versus Stark, because they are just starting. Yeah, that is a great question, Lord Dictator. But fortunately, map seeds are not as helpful as you'd wish them to be. So here we will have Stark. Stark, we'll put him, what? He picked purple, we'll put him in the yellow, so we have blue versus yellow. I know blue-purple is hard to see sometimes. And we'll have Levi to the west. He'll be in the blue, playing as the Turks. And Stark will be the yellow Armenians to the east. We will have the stable going up for Stark. And mule carts for the Armenians. Armenians and Georgians start with mule carts. Khitans don't start with pastures, unfortunately. Maps are weird. Do the Poles start with a folvark? Probably not. Huns don't start with houses, but still there are more recursive differences that would be nice to correct. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh! Look at that, broken road terrain. That's not supposed to be there, is it? Oh, maybe it is. I see broken road elsewhere. I was thinking that for a second that was a terrain replacement that didn't work, but I guess it did. There's more broken road over here. I got excited about a map bug that isn't there. That's what I get for spending so much time on the TTL maps. The scouts running around the south. We also have a gold here from Stark at the front. Stark's main gold is towards the back, though. Levi's map, much harder to play. Both of his golds forward. Ooh, that gets tricky, maybe. Armenians here. Fortified church rushing on those golds would be crazy, and it's a good thing Levi managed to get his walls so far in front. It'll help protect them. Stark just about walled up himself with his woodlands gave him a fairly easy wall off. I'm sure they can put a breakpoint in the code where it generates the seed and just paste it in there. I would hope so. I genuinely don't know what tools they have, because Trezini generally does the map scripting, but as far as I know, he isn't really a programmer. So I don't believe that there is... I don't know what type of back and forth they would have, or what ability the map scripters actually have to do breakpoints like that. I would say, in theory, someone probably could do that, but I don't know if that ever would be done. And from what I've seen on the Red Bull maps, the problems are common enough that they should be reproducible. But maybe we can do that ourselves. We can maybe go to the editor and see if we can reproduce them in the editor. How far? I didn't see that. If you want to go back in the VOD and check, when we looked at it right at the start. I don't know what caused it. We will. I mean, I could maybe look at the map script and try to find the cause. That could be fun. And so we'll have fletching on the way for Stark. It is interesting that it seems to happen with the Gajurs, though. Maybe something with the berries messes stuff up. I don't know. That's what all the players are saying, that the Gajurs are bugged on that map. Maybe they just need to force pick and not take the Gajurs. Red Bull from AliExpress. This would be like upscale Red Bull, though. Red Bull doesn't, like, they don't have like their own champagne brand, do they? Somehow owned by the company? that could be what we call it. That's something to do with TC placement not being far enough from the TC and too close to the edge. It might be, but the map is kind of set up that way. I'm not sure. I have not taken a look at any of these map scripts, but maybe we should. The watchtower going up for Levi at the front of his gold. House here for Levi. I'm sure all the map scripts are several thousand lines too, and probably split up into multiple files now. And stone walls! Oh, let's go. Stone walls with a tower right at the front of the gold. Tower pretty necessary with how far forward the golds are. He will look to be secured. And I have seen transports on this map a few times. I've never seen them work. Wait, Levi's the one going for the transport. Okay, Stark walled. Levi's saying, I'm walled. Yeah, Stark, you can try to break in. I can't fight your army. I'm just gonna hop aboard the transport. Might want to do bloodlines. He's got forging on the way. That house won't stay up for long. And wait a minute. He might not be able to do the transport. Those vills have to wall, but there are a lot of archers there. Levi will use the scouts, but he's just going to try to maybe be a distraction with the scouts. There we go. He's going to get the house up. A couple of spears there, but not much HP on that house. And pikemen all ready for Stark as he is up, and he is looking to push. Levi can hop on that transport. Where is he going to go with it? He hops on that transport and he dies at home. He won't have army. He can do a second tower. Okay, he's going to say, I will do a second tower and hop on the transport. I need to go be aggressive and get some counter damage in. Base of the tower isn't walled. Stark not going to opt to camp it, though. And this army will keep running around the outside. Bloodlines, Castle Age on the way still. And Levi up to the Castle Age. And we'll try to go forward with the transport, see if he can... Ooh, I mean, if Stark doesn't notice this, right, the gate should see it, but who knows if he's paying attention. Still has not gotten an attack notification. And the scouts might come out of the shadows. Ooh, he went to build houses, and I think he did notice. He's doing a house wall in the back. Notice the scouts coming in, and he saw it. He saw it through the gate. So scouts from Stark, not able to do much, but ooh, Bloodline's on the way. He wasn't expecting the scouts to be that fast, though. Didn't exactly find them, and he didn't get the walls up in time, and now these are light cav with Bloodlines and forging, and Stark's gonna lose some vills. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, oh my gosh, 4 vills down so far and more to come. This is the most devastating transport I've seen on this map. Vills going down left and right. Finally, he gets out a pikeman, but he's still trapped in the feudal age. He trapped one of his vills. The light cav will take out 2 pikemen, and that's 9 vills down. At the same time, though, he is counterattacking. He is getting on the lumber camp and getting underneath the tower. And oh wait, he wasn't Castle Age. He did pikeman and feudal because he's the Armenians. That's how he did it. I was like, wait, that's an early pikeman upgrade. That's why the Armenians have the upgrades in age early. Oh, that vill thankfully saved himself from the scouts. That's now 9-7. Stark actually ahead in vills killed thanks to his aggression. And I think this is actually better for Stark. And breaking through the walls the old-fashioned way didn't need no transport ship. I'm afraid that the Red Bull maps might be a bit too complicated to make a concise video about, though. It would be a good task to look at, I think. I wanted to make a video about Viper's Phosphoro builds in KOTD. That is still on the table, but I might have to wait until next week after I do the front page stream. Complicated and buggy. My maps are complicated and hacky, and I'm sure we will have bugs. And Horse Collar on the way for Stark. Vills go down. And more vills there. Weak vill. Oh, the scouts getting trapped by the archers, but they get out. They're going to keep hoovering around. There's Bowsaw Town Watch on the way. And army hoovering around the back of the back there. Stark trying to find more damage, escaping the scorpions. And after everything, that's a 3-vill lead actually for Levi. 9-10 eco KD. And things so far are seemingly working out for Stark. Scouts going down. Pikeman and an archer come over. And knights take them down. His light cav's still around, Stark with another TC, so he should be safe. Fortified church up, grabbing his first relic for free as the Armenians inside that church. And Levi just saying, you know what, I'll leave. I will leave. Bye. Oh no, we could have left the light cav in and sniped off a warrior priest, maybe. And as he leaves, ooh, Stark. How well can he block with the cav archers? Can he block and kill the transport? No, won't destroy the transport ship. That'll get away. 1 volley of arrows, but enough pierce armor that the cav archers aren't much of a threat. And now it'll be Stark who controls the Royal Albert Hall. And another TC going up at the front for Levi. Cav archers continue their dance. And to Cheesy, hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Does it give anything aside from street cred? It gives you plus 25 max population and current population space, both. It doesn't, not of course increasing your own population, but it counts as 5 houses and also goes beyond 200 pop, so you can get 225 pop. Gotta be careful not to be housed when you lose it though, so you need some extra housing on this map. I gotta do some urban development around what would presumably be downtown London where the building sits. I know I'm going there, I didn't actually check where it is. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary hack that works. Or a permanent hack that works.
Wounded?
Nope. Brief lag. My internet lags DE for some reason occasionally. Don't know why, but it does. Become homeless because it touched the giant dome you lived in. I've not touched the Empire Wars ladder. I personally don't really enjoy playing Empire Wars, so I don't think I'm going to touch it at all. If this were like a 9-ville start tournament, I'd probably play some, but I don't really like Empire Wars. That's the most disappointing thing about Red Bull for me, that it's an Empire Wars tournament. I would love if they changed it and did a 9-ville start. And Warrior Priest fighting Wolf. You will win that. And University up for Stark. House Palisade trying to fill this gap a bit. And another house coming up for Villager. Here we are in the back. And Cav Archers will pick off some of the Knights and the Light Cav. I said wouldn't lose vills to a boar. I've seen that before. You've been on Henchhold. You do have to lure in a boar. So Stark now has some Cav Archers trapped in with a couple of Knights and a Light Cav. He will do a TC at the front. And Vill count still neck and neck. Res collected though. Stark pretty darn far ahead. He's building a Hera style zoo. He's playing Zoo Tycoon in the back. So archery range going up for Stark in front of that fortified church. And ballistics Bodkin on the way for Levi. And from atop the hill, Stark will turn and fight this army off. And all the upgrades, heavy plow, husbandry, stone mining, padded archer armor, clicked for Stark all at once. Nothing, he could cancel all those upgrades and go imp probably, but he's gonna stay castle and fight more. 89 vills, maybe a bit early to click if you're trying to go Cav Archer. Turks should have the better Cav Archers than the Armenians though. Turks have insane Cav Archers with Sipahi. Castle at the front. And does Levi have the army numbers to do that? 49 HP. Wait a minute, Stark. 2 volleys of arrows and you destroy that foundation. And Levi will just call the GG. Or Stark able to push in too much. And too much res collected we have from Stark. And here we are, GG. So military, that's 40 to 28 KD. Economy, better for Stark. Technology, slower castle age time. But still managing to pull ahead. Alright, so now we're at the streaming for 3.5 hours. Time for me to take a quick break and grab a snack. I haven't prepared my BRB screens yet, but I'm going to be doing that for Monday. So I'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned, and we'll keep going on the Empire Wars ladder. Alright, I'm back. Hello, everyone. I realized that when I changed my microphone in OBS, the audio sources are alphabetical. I muted my alerts instead of my microphone. Now I'm aware that's a thing. Alright, where are we at? 69, what a number. Let's see, it looks like Hera isn't playing. Atina is casting running Vivy. I'll go cast Lucho Kingstone. Jurchen's Mirror. Alright, Jurchen's Mirror. We will put Kingstone in red. So Kingstone will be in the red to the southwest, Lucho the blue to the northeast. Oh, I see Lucho in blue. He's a very blue color picker. And Spears will be running around as the Vil gets poked down. 2-2 Eco KD. This is the map with all the foxes on the side and the Tower of London in the middle. Big scouts army from Kingstone. Around the outside, about to take a fight against the archers and the spears, while bloodlines and scalebarding armor on the way for Lucho. Apologies, bit of a cough there. And 5 relics around the very middle. Don't know if that matters for the Jurchens. Jurchens. This could be mirror Fire Lancer siege towers from both of them. That would not surprise me to see more of those Fire Lancers in the siege towers. At some point, if they don't remove it, they're going to have to train the AI to do that. Imagine extreme AI popping in and out of those siege towers. I had the Teutons when I did the Saladin Showdown, remaking the Lion and the Demon scenario. I had the Teutons use the siege tower with their Teutonic Knights. Top walls. Little did I know, they should have used it to pop in and out and micro the Teutonic Knights. Castle Age first for Lucho. Lucho's been playing a ton of the ladder. He's been beasting so far. Don't know if he can make top 4, but certainly in the running for that 5 through 12 qualifier bye section. Bloodlines for Lucho. padded archer armor as well. The archers get in, try to fend the vills off, away from the houses. This is tricky. Lucho has a scout now, separated from the archers. He's gonna try to run in with the archers, though. Okay, has to be careful of that TC. We'll be trying to micro right on that line outside the TC's range. Looks like he'll pull back, though. Wanting to wait, get bodkin and crossbow as he starts attacking the stable, get some HP down. And a second range from Kingstone. Will this be grenadiers from him? Will this be grenadiers? I guess that's the downside of the Urchin's Mirror. If you go Fire Lancers, Grenadiers should be a counter to Fire Lancers. One of the few counters to Fire Lancers. You could even put the Grenadiers themselves in the Siege Tower, but they would have to reload. Would have to reload indeed.
What Vivy?
And, oh, University, but the Scouts are jumping the vills, building the University. They cannot escape. Those are some tanky vills. Scouts don't have forging. But that's now a few dead vills. 5 vill kills for Kingstone, and delaying, 99.68%. Splitting the difference between 67 and 69. And that decimal point does go up. And there will be ballistics. But at the same time that was happening, I think Lucho might have been doing even more damage to Kingstone. As those crossbows went through the TC, Kingstone did not get the tower up in time. And oh my gosh, you don't even need ballistics to kill these vills. Maybe you do. They are going down. And there's the GG from Kingstone. Well, that was over all of a sudden. I was like, oh, Kingstone, he's maybe doing something good. No. Oh, no, that's painful. At least it was a 12-minute game, not a 6-minute game. The famed mirror grenades. A great way to simulate medieval times combat. So let's see this. Swap the overlay over. I need to remember to swap the overlays when I get to this screen. I don't have a way to do it automatically, which would be nice. But here we go. 26 to 21 KD for Lucho. And economy will be a bit better for Lucho too. I really pulled ahead at the end with that good fight. Alright, so Hera's still beasting at the top of the ladder. Looks like he might be taking a bit of a break though. We'll have, let's see, Stark, Golly, Prisma Pela. Let's do Prisma Pela. Also Kingstone, Syscon, and Crownwood. Actually, that's a Saracen's Mirror. Let's do Kingstone, Syscon, which is not a mirror. And Crownwood, which I kind of prefer to Thames. Alright, here we go. So we shall have Kingstone as the blue Franks to the northwest, and Syscon as the yellow Dravidians to the southeast. Did I study math? Yes, I did, Fenris. Yes, I did. That's what all the books behind me are. And oh my gosh, is this a funnel? Wait. Syscon's building a wall through his hairs. This is he's legit just walling up his gold, right? This isn't a funnel. That'd be too good to be true if this were a funnel. There's no way this is actually a funnel. Oh my gosh, he's getting my hopes up. So Frank's Dravidians. Ooh, Dravidians have really good halbs for the late game to deal with Frank Cav, but then Franks have Throwing Axemen. Throwing Axemen have been crazy these days in the late game. Saw Viper win that game against Vinch with them in KOTD. Against the Shu, who should be a great Arbalest Civ, and Arbalest should counter them, but apparently not. Wishing I was admin. Well, to be fair to the admins of this tournament, they have to deal with the fact that these maps are in the game. And since they are in the game, it is a lot more difficult to make changes to them because they have to go through whatever the official process is for making a patch and patching the game itself. Which is the advantage when I do maps for tournaments is I just upload a mod and I can, like I did this during Cartographers, I alt-tabbed when the map was broken, fixed the map in about 5 minutes, updated the mod, and then the players had the update. And they don't have that speed, which is unfortunate. or map scripting. Oh, it's just one ad. They definitely need more than one admin for this. Oh my gosh. Hope it's more than just Trizini. Apparently just one. Oh no. And hello, Caterpillar. Yeah, rough situation with Hera and Fire earlier. There was, yeah, Hera spawned with only 16 vills and no lumber camps on Dorothea Quarry. I really wish he would have played that game out and tried to win it. That would have been crazy, but lumber camps are overrated. Yeah. That is a situation where I actually would hope that Fire gets his elo back, because as he wrote in the in-game chat, he had already spent the wood building an archery range, then had to delete his lumber camps, and didn't have the wood left over to build another lumber camp. So after that point, he's even more messed up than Hera, who can open with a lumber camp. So I don't. That was unfortunate. It's a big loss to gain back. Well, I mean, Fire versus Hera isn't like a 20 to 30 elo for Fire, right? Because Hera ended up winning the game. But yeah, you are right for Hera. It is a bigger elo loss for him than it would be for Fire. And so Vill's getting poked down. Can he quick wall? The spear is there. The scout dies. The spear, can he finish off the Vill? Yes, he can. And Syscon's spears here will poke at Kingstone's scout. Scout will have to run away. And hello, Ravi. Lots of people popping over to YouTube. How you doing? I guess was Hera, I saw he was offline. Was he streaming on YouTube? Maybe you guys are watching Hera's YouTube stream. And some skirms on their way forward. We have Castle Age and Padded Archer Armor on the way for Kingstone. Castle Age just a bit faster for Syscon. Looks like he has a good number of archers to turn to crossbows. But we'll immediately be fighting the skirms. The high is T90. Earlier today he was number 64. He wasn't in the top 50. But he is... Don't think he's in a spot to compete for the top 25 who would gain prize money. But if he really grinds, he probably could be top 50. But I think that would be a really big commitment from him to grind the Empire Wars ladder. I don't know if that's the type of thing he'd want to do. And ooh, that is a dead hare. Vill walks forward. Will be poked back by the spears. And ooh, the spears go in? No, oh, the Vill. The Vill was the pathing. The Vill got blocked. At least he's close enough to the TC. The TC will save him. And we will have a wheelbarrow on the way for Syscon. A bunch of archers in the back. And then a TC going up here on the gold. As Vill's head to the woodline in the back. So that's 2 TCs for Kingstone compared to 3 for Syscon. And Syscon will probably start opening up a bit of a Vill lead as Kingstone needs to get his 3rd TC going. And Javidians do get a lot of extra wood they can use to throw down those TCs right away. Franks will have more of a long-term wood bonus for their free farming upgrades. Will I be at Wololo? I do plan to be there. Yes, I have tickets. I'm not going to be casting it officially, but I will be there as a viewer in the audience. That's why I appreciate all the support from people watching the casts or subbing or even doing the YouTube memberships. We've had some YouTube members too, which is crazy. It helps me pay for my travel costs, as I'll probably take a bit of a vacation around it. That's what Doubt said to me as soon as Cartographers was over. He was like, hey, how quickly are you sending the payments? I'm on a vacation. It would be cool if I could get it now. I'm sure he spent it all at once. The game's this fast, the land will be over in one day. That it will.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this is what Kingstone's doing here is if a farm is under attack, villagers cannot work on it. Even if you're not directly attacking a vill, as long as you're attacking the farm, the villager will not be able to work as a farmer. Bit of a mistake, maybe 2 skirms attacking one farm. A skirm could hit this one. But it doesn't work for pastures, though. It doesn't idle the pastures as far as I'm aware, only the farms. And to be fair, if my workplace was under attack by a skirmisher, I wouldn't want to be farming there either. Since I think this has always been a thing in AoE 2, even from AOC. Maybe even the AOK days. Don't know about AoE 1. I know in AoE 1 farms were used as walls. That could be an interesting thing to check, but as far as I know, this has always been an AoE 2 mechanic. That's why the skirms are spread out here, just hitting farms. He's not necessarily trying to kill the farms so much as he's just idling them. And when it's 60 wood per farm, having 4 of them idle, what's that? 240 wood that essentially Syscon can't use. Yeah, they are technically collecting the sheep, I guess. Maybe that's why it doesn't idle them. And you can see the skirm attacking this farm, all of a sudden that vill, oh no, I can't work here anymore. And the same thing, this farm's under attack. Oh no, this vill stops working. And quite annoying when someone knows how to do it. Oh, look at the hare go, look at the hare. Hopping around there, fun little hare. Oh, look at him go, he's being funneled somewhere. There's no hole in the wall though for him to go in. He's gonna be running back and forth along the wall. Anyway, some scouts for Syscon. Tired of his farms being... Oh, yeah. So here's Syscon. He deleted his farms. Did he delete them or did the mangonel destroy them? Okay, I thought he deleted them because he was annoyed they were under attack. Maybe the mangonel just destroyed them. I didn't catch that. If I didn't see the mangonel there, I thought I was thinking he was deleting them, but then I saw the mangonel. That's the thing you do if you're against a tower rush and you have a tower on your farms. You delete the farms so that vills, when they finish another farm, they automatically go to an unoccupied farm. But if it's under a tower, then the tower would kill them. So you delete your farms so they don't auto-task themselves over there. Frank Eco should slap Dravidian Eco? Well, we see Syscon with a 5-villager lead, and that's because of all that extra 200 wood he got for Feudal Age and then Castle Age. He was able to add in the TCs a bit faster than Kingstone was. So in terms of res collected, he actually is quite far ahead. So I think Frank Eco, I mean, free farm upgrades is nice. And he probably will get a bit of a boost. We don't have heavy plow. But then again, no wheelbarrow, no handcart. Kingstone. Kingstone looks like, is he going forward? He might want to drop a castle. Buying food, you might need to buy stone then. Remember, Frank castles are not as cheap as they used to be. Considering all the power creep we've had, maybe they should restore their old cost. Kingstone buying food, as wheelbarrow now is on the way. Syscon buying wood. And the skirms will find the archers. Oh, okay. This is risky. That mangonel is important. As is that spear for protecting the mangonel. Will this castle go up? Monk coming out for Syscon. Skirms come forward. Where will the castle go? Ooh, it's going to go on the stone. Okay. Lots of archers here for Syscon. No crossbow, no bodkin. And Hollandali Yanisseri, thank you very much for the follow. And counter castle from Syscon. Alright, the castles will be kissing each other right on their corners, touching and murder holes. They can't shoot at each other without murder holes. Mangonel trying to kill the archers. Vills need to repair the Mangonel. It needs to get a shot on the archers, and it does. So the castle, will it go up though? No, it won't. Syscon's sending a bigger village to raise his castle, and Kingstone will have to fall back. His cheap Frank castle attempt will not work. And he loses the mangonel to the knight. Oh, the vills couldn't repair it properly. And hello, hope, hope, hope. And now it'll just be a back castle, but Imp on the way for Kingstone. Imp on the way, and he's ready to engage in a treb war. Syscon won't be too far behind in clicking up, though, and he will have double castle treb production. Now, both of these civs will have access to bombard cannon. Franks will have siege engineers as well. Syscon selling some stone, buying food. No one, let's see, one relic for each player so far. And John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to some very hamster gameplay. We have a distinct lack of clown maps in Red Bull. But hopefully we'll rectify that with TTL when that starts in a week or so. I see. Hello there, sentient beast. How you doing?
City.
Thank you very much, John Slow, for the raid. And we'll have double stables here for Kingstone. A couple of knights on the way. And spears coming away from the TC. And oh, mangonel shot on the remaining archers. Alright, I think I prefer, let's see, it's a 30-second difference. Oh, actually, we'll get a second castle from Kingstone. Those cheap Frank castles helping to get the trebs out. You might even want to wait till Imp and then do a third castle forward for more treb production. Then Axemen. Did Dravidians have hand cannoneers? I think they do, yeah. Ooh, that could be their answer to throwing axemen, since throwing axemen do count as infantry. I have a university in the back, so that might be... Yeah, that's probably Kingstone getting ready to do chemistry as soon as he's up. And he's forcing Syscon off of the stone. And looking at Syscon's base, he's going elephant archers. How do axemen do against elephant archers? I have no idea. That would be crazy to see. How much do they cost? It's 500 something in the Castle Age now, and then I think it gets down to their classic 480 in Imp. Or is it 480 or 488? It's around there in Imp. Castle Age is more expensive now. What's the discount? 15% to 25%. But I missed the old bonus. So a bit of a hill here, and I think that's where Kingstone probably wants to deploy the trebs on the hill. Go for one castle, then the other. Also has the monastery and TC nearby, so he can think about taking them out before going to the next castle. And elephant archers, not the best at sniping trebs. Wonder if the army has been revealed. Now it'll be revealed. Kingstone sees it. Chemistry and conscription on the way. Not elite yet. And I'm not sure how the Franks deal with that right now. The spears, oh no, the poor feudal age spearmen. Kingstone freeing some population space, sending them into battle. Remember, Franks lack bracer and ring archer armor, so their skirmishes will not be effective against the elephants. And maybe this is the answer for Dravidians against Franks. Get a huge mass of elephant archers, and then nothing can stop you. The Frankish cavaliers, yeah, they have HP, but not as much as the elephant archers. Can Kingstone hold for paladin? I don't think he has that much of an eco. 125 vils, not a small number, but not really a paladin spamming economy. Can't get forward to the trebs. Probably can't afford onager either. But it will at least be a castle going down for Syscon. He has 3 trebs, so 3 trebs you can still repair against, but you need a lot of vils committed to repairing. And Kingstone is going to do just that, commit them. Frank castles at least are cheaper to repair. Oh, will he get there in time to repair more vils? It looks like he will keep it standing. And wants to keep it standing so the castle can deal with the elephant archers and protect against the trebs. Is onager here the best? I don't know if it's the best option. Dravidians, they don't have redemption on their monks, but they do have bombard cannons, so they could use the cannon to pick off the onagers. Maybe that then forces you into a cannon versus cannon fight where the Franks have siege engineers, but elephant archers are pretty good at stopping cannon. Franks do also have heresy, remember, but let's see. Yeah, very expensive. And no repairs on the trebs for Syscon. No repairs on the trebs. And one more treb shot just needs to hit this one. They're very inaccurate, but finally it goes down. And now this castle's safe. Now these vils have to be put to work somewhere. 24 vils, like, oh, nothing else to repair. Syscon's gold and stone are very far forward on this generation. Looking in the back, he doesn't have anything else. So those might actually be the last of his elephant archers. Here we'll have Kingstone finding the other TC. That's where the Cavaliers need to go. Raid that TC. Use the castle to defend the trebs. Move the trebs over now, and he is agreeing with you about onager. Onager played barding armor. Onager is definitely cheaper than paladin as an upgrade. Although if you want to factor in siege engineers too, maybe not, but that's not as important against the elephants, just one range. No bonus damage. The bonus damage is only against buildings. And now Treb's going for the castle. Held in forging on the way. Now this castle needs to be repaired. There go the villagers. Oh, they need to get there in time. The vills are forward. Oh no, he clicked a straggler tree instead of the castle. Misclick from Kingstone. Will his vills path there in time? They're taking the scenic route, starting to repair. That's 2 trebs and 2 cannon, trying to get more HP. They don't get there in time and they have to fall back. He still has another castle forward, but now that's a lot of elephant archers. Trebs here still damaging the TC, came around the side. Syscon trying to repair. Hard to repair TCs against Trebs. They look good. Maybe it's time to replay Joan of Arc. They do have one of the better castles. I agree with that. I feel maybe something slightly off about the lighting. Like it's a bit too light on one side and then dark on the other compared to the classic castle they used to have, which the Britons have now. But it's still one of the nicer castles. It's not like that Inca castle. Or the Malay castle. So over here, remember when there was a TC here? It looks like Kingstone dropped a castle on it. It's still gonna be mighty tricky to push into the elephant archers, but here come the onagers. And now what do you do against the cannon, though? Repairing the castle, paladin on the way. That is an expensive army to go for paladin and onager and all the armor upgrades on the paladins. As now we just have some halbs coming out for Syscon. I'd like to say elephant archers are expensive, but it's actually kind of surprising how cheap they are. It's a lot of repairs on the castle. We'll stay up if the cannon are trying to dance against the onagers, though. And triple cannon, 1 good shot against 3 cannon could do some damage. They bunched up, Phil's trying to repair. And no more stone for Kingstone. Needs to buy stone, needs to realize it and buy urgently, but doesn't buy soon enough, and the castle goes down. And the castle goes down. Workshop being hit by Trebs. Ooh, and Cavalier. Sniped by the Trebs. Manager coming around, Cavaliers coming forward. And we'll go for the cannon and get shot back by the elephant archers. And can the onagers get a shot with all the cannon there? Sometimes I feel like onagers don't even have enough damage to deal with elephant archers, especially when they're elite. And Kingstone maybe feels the same way. He will call the GG despite having all of the map control. He does not have the power to fight the elephant archers, he feels. Okay, well, down in res collected too. He's calling it. Maybe it's not over there, but it's really hard for the Franks without the imp upgrades for the skirms to fight this. So King Stoneless. That's true, Kingstone needed more stone. Alright, 68 to 62 KD in favor of Syscon. More resources. And a GG. Paladins canceled. When you resign in Capture Age, I think all of your queued stuff gets canceled and put into your stockpile. So that's why he had all those res at the end. Unless it was in a forward stable and got canceled, but I don't think that was the case. He ended. It's like if you're going up to Imp and then Imp gets canceled. You see that? Alright. Has Vinch been playing? Yes, Vinch has been playing. If you look at the leaderboard, he is number 5 right now. He's been playing, hasn't been as active as the other players, but he's been playing very well. Won 79% of his games. Has a nice 1669 elo right now. Just a tiny bit behind Yo. Higher current elo, so might pass him if he's able to win some more games. I think Vinch is in Bali now, that's what I've heard. So in a different time zone than most of the other players. So I think it actually is really advantageous to be in the ACCM Vinch time zone, at least in the, probably Yo too, in the early stages. I guess Yo's on a European schedule, but I think you're maybe avoiding some of the top players just by virtue of when you play your games. So let's see what else is going on. We have another Kingstone Syscon on the same map. Emo Warriors playing a 2v2. Barrels. Let me just keep an eye on what T90's casting and try not to cast the same thing. He's casting Golly running. Let's do another Kingstone Syscon just so that we can get a game right from the start. Yeah, so Chad, how are you guys enjoying the Empire Wars so far? Oh, I had 211 dropped frames. I don't like that. But I guess that happens sometimes. Okay, here we are. And here we'll have Kingstone to the west as the Blue Burgundians and Syscon to the east as the Yellow Berbers. Archery range on the way for Syscon, so will be an archer opening for him. Berbers with a spear out. Kingstone with the Burgundians doing a defensive range, getting out a Flemish militia already. So the Flemish militia for the Burgundians, now you can train them from the barracks, and they're a very, very popular feudal unit. You ate them? You sentient souls? What did you eat? The resources Kingstone had last game? So a very similar map of Crownwood, as the spear comes forward to fend the scout off. Gate and house and some more walls coming up. Oh, the frames! You ate the frames? How'd they taste? Oh, I wonder how internet packets taste. Done networking stuff in the past, and I've never actually managed to eat any of the packets. Ooh, spin move on the scout. Double bit axe on the way for Kingstone. Syscon added that right at the start. And looking at the map for Syscon, forward gold for him, secondary 2 golds in the back. And Spear is still running around as it's an attempted archer defense against the militia, as Vils want to take the chickens. And the walls are up. Meanwhile, forward main gold for Kingstone, his other 2 golds more in the back, and the way he's walling, he can go to the edge of the map and have 2 gold safe with a very, very compact wall. Go right to the edge and have a stone and a full wood line safe. So he does not need much walling. Might think to extend the walls later, but does not need much walling at the start. You like the Empire Wars? I feel that with Empire Wars, I almost spend more time between games than I do in-game, even though there are so many games I can actually find them rather quickly. It's a weird experience. That's why I'm trying the auto ads on Twitch, because I don't have as much time in between the games to run the ads manually like I do with set tournament games, but I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I feel like all the top dogs are just sitting back right now. Oh, I mean, they were playing pretty actively on the first couple of days. Maybe they're in a bit of a lull for now. I'm hoping players will be playing actively on Monday, because that'll be 1 week before the deadline. So we have padded archer armor on the way for Syscon. And a Flemish militia. Ooh, poking down the Wallingville while there is still a hole. There's always a hole. And what is that? That's just some scenery on the map? Well, I don't know what that is, but it's indicating, hey, there's a hole here. And that militia is inside. Almost too much to watch. So archers running around for Syscon. Bill's popping out of the TC. Another farm going up for Syscon on that mill. And tonight after the stream, I'm going to do more overlay updates. I'm going to try to get my alerts done. And then think about getting some capture age changes to the scoreboard. I have some ideas for displaying unique units that I want to implement. Yeah, we casted that game, Split. We casted that. Yeah, we were right there. It is. Hera's lucky there's a 2-minute spectator delay, because he was just faster than I was at submitting that bug report. I had the rec copy and pasted and ready to go, but then bam, he posted. Viper's probably training. I think Viper has some IRL stuff going on today. But yeah, Viper has lost to Lewis quite a bit. That's what I've seen anyway. People said he had like a 20% win rate against Lewis. So Viper Lewis something to watch. That would be crazy hype for a UK tournament if they both go to the LAN and we get Lewis eliminating Viper. So market going up for Syscon. Gold mining on the way. And he's gonna look if he can poke at Kingstone, but Kingstone will be fully walled. Burgundians should have much better eco than the Berbers. But Berbers, camel archers, I think will be tricky for Burgundians to deal with. Maybe Flemish militia in siege towers are the answer, though. Maybe. Exclamation mark RBW? Oh, maybe I should make a... I'm gonna put in the panels under the stream. I need to do this. Some information about Red Bull.
See.
We're hitting some of the units here. Crossbow skirm will take out the archer. Down it goes. Archers fend off the skirm. And Syscon up to the castle age. There's just the beta map test for the official tournament. I hope not. I hope not. And I really hope that Silver League will not be the beta map test for TTL. I hope the maps are polished already. There are, given infinite time, there are a couple map scripts I would completely rewrite, but that's more due to a personal preference thing and a future flexibility than it is due to a bugginess. So Kingstone breaking through the palisade. Palisades do not hold crossbows for long. Or Syscon breaking through Kingstone's palisade. Will Kingstone be able to get the TC up? That'll be a Vil down. And looks like the TC... Ooh, Syscon might have been able to hang in there for a bit longer. Pick off a couple more Vils. Might have been able to hang in. I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm used to bug fixing. I'm used to bug fixing. But... it is the... It says the higher quality of the maps, the less time I have to spend bug fixing them, so the less time I have to spend during the tournament doing that, and the more time I have to cast or do YouTube content. And my next set of maps are going to be for their Brazil LAN over the summer, so considering that's a LAN event, you're going to have to be super high quality. Because I don't want a bugged map in front of a live audience. I was gonna do the maps for the Berlin LAN that got canceled and also cast there. That would have been extra stressful if those maps were bugged. Ooh, villager in the middle of the TC walks right into the mangonel shot. So Syscon coming forward, applying pressure with the crossbows, while we have a 3 TC boom for Kingstone. I'm still wondering what Burgundians do against camel archers. I don't know if the pressure from Syscon is necessary, if maybe he could have boomed and tried to play more defensive for camel archers. Yeah, they do miss that final armor upgrade for the skirms that Burgundians do. So maybe a bit difficult actually to use skirms against the camel archers late game. They do have bracer, so not quite as poor as the Franks, but certainly vulnerable even to dying from the unique unit. Ooh, Vils running to mangonel shots, just barely surviving. Syscon dodging, perfect dodge there, has all the HP remaining. It's a nice dodge and hits the repair. Ooh, he doesn't hit the repair villain. Walks right in, rolls right into the mangonel, but his second mangonel picks the defending one off. So the score is still close, but Kingstone pulling ahead in res collected. Can I show the vision of the forward outpost? Here we go. Does he have Town Watch? Ooh, doesn't have Town Watch. I'd honestly do Town Watch here. Forward outposts in mangonel fights are extra crucial. Well, just having buildings in Town Watch, as Kingstone does have Town Watch, helps too. It means you have vision. You can see the mangonels usually, if you look at the back of the line of sight, let's see, is there one? Hard to tell here because there's buildings all over the place. I don't think there's one I can show it off with. But if the line of sight doesn't extend too much beyond the range, so you don't necessarily know what you're shooting at or where the enemy's mangonel is if you only have mangonels, but you put the outpost up, do Town Watch. Now look at how much more vision that outpost has. Now Syscon knows exactly where all the mangonels are from Kingstone. And that mangonel goes down. Mangonel is still hitting this TC. TC taking some damage. And oh wait, what is this? Hello archers, where did you get in? Kingstone has archers in the back of Syscon's base. I should have looked at the mini-map earlier. I was too busy looking at the front. Have they been here for a while? Only 3 Vil kills. I don't know if they've been there. They are there now. And there they go, shooting down the crossbows. No, they're just getting picked off. Syscon's like, you got sneak archers? I got crossbows. And that is a small wood line to TC, but okay. Not like he can do it here, there's a hill. And still pushing the TC, but behind this defense, Kingstone now has a 20 villager lead. And we'll go for the outpost. Mangonel has to dodge. So TC hits a Mangonel. Mangonel has to roll over for Kingstone. And hits that one.
Bonjour.
And Scalebarding armor on the way for Kingstone. Rocks hitting the center of the TC. Hit the Mangonel. I always have to be careful defending, because your Mangonels have 7 range, but they shoot towards the center of the TC, even if they're 7 tiles away. It's the same thing with farms. You can get a bit of extra range, because the edge of the building is where the check occurs for whether or not the Mangonel is in range, but they still shoot to the center, so you get a bit of extra range if you right-click and aim for the center. You can do the crop shot with the farms. TC losing some HP, so the Mangonels keep pushing. And, ooh, nice shot from Syscon. Syscon with the score lead. I still feel like Kingstone's in a good spot. He's held long enough, he can lose the TC and get a castle up. And now that'll actually be his second castle, as he has some Castilier out. Did a first castle to the top, and then his base will be pretty much secured. He'll even have another gold over here. Between those 2 castles lies even a TC, so it'll be hard to run through. Especially with crossbows and Mangonels, they take a while to push into a base. They can't take arrow fires. The heavy cav could, but that's a big transition even for the Berbers at this point. To have to do all the blacksmith upgrades, have to do bloodlines, and then pump out knights. Have to do husbandry too. So Castilier for Kingstone. He's looking to go forward and raid. There are... Oh my gosh, there's a hole in the wall. Is that where the archers got in earlier? There's a hole in the wall that Syscon has not walled up. I was about to check his scouting info to see if he knew about it, but of course it's his vision. It's right next to 2 palisades. Oh no, they got an AoE 4 unit? Not again. God, years ago, I knew it was a downhill years ago when there was that interview with Adam Eisgreen where he said they liked features from AoE 4 when putting them in other games. And that was, that's disgusting. It's not AoE 2 gameplay.
Azul.
Back to HD soon. Maybe we just need to make our own custom data mod for DE and not play the normal game. I'd honestly legit do that, host some tournaments on a modded version where we remove some civs, remove Stromp Riders or whatever jank comes with them, some charge abilities. It'd probably be a good audience for it. I don't know how many people would actually play it, but we could at least do it for community games. I think it'd be interesting to go back and start with AOC balance and not do all of the balance changes, but kind of start with a position of we've seen stuff that does and doesn't work, and take a second attempt to start with a clean slate of designing from AOC. Camels pushing the Castilier away. Getting the spears and the skirms. We'll have a TC going up for Kingstone. And Imperial Age on the way for both players. A bit faster for Syscon, though. Still a 20 vil lead and 2k res collected lead. Kingstone.
Si.
And Monk will heal the Coustilier.
عليد الحتمين.
And Mangonel hits a scout. Nicely done. Monk bringing Relic back to the monastery. The house going up for Syscon. Ooh, Mangonel goes down. You could leave some non-gimmicky civ. Well, I think the point would be that we can remake civs. We don't need to like clean everything, but keep the non-gimmicky stuff, or redesign the gimmicky stuff to be less gimmicky.
عليد الحتمين.
Now there are limits to what we can do through modding, but there certainly are lots of things we can do. Another castle going up here for Kingstone. Like the Berbers, I think they're well-designed civs. I would call them non-gimmicky. Most of the stuff up through the Raja's expansion, the HD stuff, is pretty good. I think the Portuguese need some work with Vitorias and organ guns. Probably a couple other things we could find. Well, the Siege Tower, that came from African kingdoms. It's been, what, over 10 years? I still haven't figured that out. Now, for the most part, that stuff I think is more well-designed than the DE stuff.
Azul.
So, Heavy Camel Rider on the way for Syscon. Chemistry. I can't help but feel that Kingstone with the eco advantage will start to take a good lead if he can force some fights. Every time he forces a fight, he's able to replenish his army better. But then again, it's only a 20 vil difference, and Syscon has a much bigger military right now, and also much cheaper to replace military. So maybe I'm actually wrong about that. Maybe it actually is Syscon who's in the better spot. Scores are still really close. And I'm still wondering what the Burgundians do if the Berbers manage to make a camel archer transition. Poles and Bohemians. Well, remember, Poles and Bohemians were changed a lot at the start. But Poles, I think, are one of the better ones. But Bohemians, remember the cheap monasteries?
Azul.
Yeah, but Burgundians and Slavs. I mean, Burgundians and Sicilians were pretty bad. Remember how many times they changed that Sicilian's transport? Oh, Syscon sending some Vils forward, but the Coustilier with their charge attack find them at just the right moment as the elite upgrade comes in. And they'll have to run from the camels. That is a lot of camels. Yeah, and Sicilians are, there's that nerf Sicilians joke on the Reddit. That whenever there's a balance change, they nerf the Sicilians. But I think that just points to them as a civ that was never designed right from the start. That was the AoE 3 expansion, where the civs were designed with AoE 3 mechanics, and it was a big mess. And Burgundians had the button that behaved, where that was much cheaper, and was an auto-end game button, win or lose. And the Burgundian vineyards basically turned your food into gold instead of just giving you the trickle. The Sicilians had scootage as a technology. I don't even remember what that did. It was like a one-time increase of gold per military unit you had? Yeah, that was it. That was redesigned. They didn't have halberds. So lots of stuff that changed. That's kind of a reason why I also say don't pre-order the DLCs, because they're very much not finished products with all the balance changes that occur. Yeah, rip scootage. Well, and the button was fun once or twice. As much as I had to cast tournaments, it was always really disappointing to see a close and competitive game be ended suddenly because someone clicked the button. So Halb's here for Kingstone, pushing into the camel archers. That is something the Berbers struggle with, or I mean pushing into the heavy camels. It is something the Berbers struggle with if they don't have camel archers, good Halb compositions. And now Kingstone, with the Burgundian economy, has managed to get a good number of Castiliae out, and will be raiding through the hole in Syscon's walls, getting into the economy, into the TCs. Syscon's still pushing in the south, trying to deploy some trebs and cannon to destroy the castle. There he goes. Oh, we're getting a lot more viewers on YouTube now. Welcome, everyone. I think Obsidian Arrow with the power creep that we have would be viable. I think the problem with Obsidian Arrow now is the Saracen's bonus essentially does it, right? Like, we already have a bonus against buildings, and I would from the archer line, and I don't like doubling up on bonuses that much. I prefer when bonuses have a bit more uniqueness to them. The thing with Obsidian Arrows, as it looks like Kingstone with these raids has gotten himself in a really good position, but Syscon's still maintaining his Vil count and trying to trap the Castiliae with camels. Thing about Obsidian Arrows, oh, is we have a siege. We have a siege tower. Let's go. Halb's in a siege tower to snipe off the trebs. The thing with Obsidian Arrows is that it was meant because the Maya never used archers, because they went plumed archers every single game. The old school equivalent of a Phosphoro build was a Drush FC into plumes. Or in team games were sling the Maya into plumes. So they thought, oh, let's give the Maya a reason to go Arbalests, without realizing that they already had a huge discount on their Arbalest and were one of the best Arbalest civs. And then they gave them Obsidian Arrows, which meant they didn't need siege. And then they could combo that with the Saracen's bonus. And Thumbring on the way for Syscon. Back when the Maya were a top civ for BF. I don't know if they ever were a top civ for BF. Aztecs used to be a top flank civ. Siege Onager and Great Monks. And back when Siege Onager was more valuable than Onager, because Onager couldn't cut. And okay, the siege tower goes down. Crossbow's trying to defend the trebs from Halbs. Kingstone's going to spend a lot of Halb trying to destroy the trebs. And that will mean he doesn't have as many Halbs for defending his own trebs. Or his own cannon. That cannon wants to get some shots on the enemy cannon. Ooh, doesn't take it out though. That treb needs to be repaired. The Vil's going to repair her, but not in time. Well, the trebs are directly on top of each other. What was that? What was that stacking? The trebs can't even patrol when they're stacking. So, militia going down, castle getting some shots on them. More Castiliae hoovering around, but we'll face some raids from the camels. And I'm impressed that Kingstone, with all those Castiliae in his eco, managed to keep the eco running for so long. And now he's getting at the point where he will run out of wood in the back of his base and need to start moving forward. Does have a couple of really good hills. And also on this map, since it does look like both players are fairly even, we have to be aware, well, Syscon is taking a good KD lead and a good score lead. Have to be aware of the fact, though, that we do have a 75-minute timer. So we are just about at the halfway point if the game is going to go to a score victory. And we'll see if the Burgundians can hold here. Relic count is 4 relics for Syscon. As the camels move in. And the cannon go for an attack on the castle. I'll just turn around and fight the camels back. And the treb gets hit by the cannon, but the castle goes down. Castle goes down, but full trash army now for Kingstone. And his remaining gold is forward. We have to be aware he's running out of wood too. And he's going to need to start moving across the map. There's not that much map on this game in the late game, and Syscon grabbing a 5th relic, it feels great for him. He is going to go do another castle, but the skirm doing its best chicken impression, blocking the castle foundation. Syscon finds a spot for it though, and now we have the camel archers. Now we have the camel archers for the Berbers, and camel archer bombard cannon. That'll be trickier now. The Burgundians to deal with. Heavy camels pushing in. Heavy camels pushing in. The camels, or the camel archers in the back, continue shooting. Different little things. Am I casting Red Bull every day? I'm casting it a lot. And And there is a GG from Kingstone. So we'll check this out. And that is 207 to 122 KD for Syscon. Consistent military advantage. I was really worried for him when those Castilier got into his eco, and he was at a consistent eco disadvantage compared to the Burgundians. And you can see the imp transition where it felt like Kingstone got to a point where he could spend his economy, but really great eco management behind the pressure from Syscon not to fall behind, to continue engaging in the Mangonel Wars on the forward part of the map. Get imp and find the unit composition he needed. Yeah, that was a good one. I thought Kingstone was gonna win when he got the Castilier in, but amazing job to keep the eco running. Nathan subbed, thank you. I need to do more edited videos soon. I've really been slacking on those. I need to do more pacifist campaigns. Respond to the DMs on Discord. That's the important part of streaming. When you see a notification pop up and you're like, oh no, is someone messaging me because my stream is broken? The camera layout with your channel name and views. That is something we just did. I'm doing a Twitch front page stream on Monday, and I just edited the camera stuff and whatnot. The views also, they're only Twitch views now. I need to add YouTube views to them. I need to find an API to call to grab the views from. So what else is going on? We have another Syscon running. Oh wait, no, not another one. A different matchup. We also have Kingstone Kasva. Stick. Looks like some of the top players are not quite on right now. Kingstone and running actually the highest two level players. See, Syscon running is closer in 1v1 elo, so let's go for that. And it's Hengehold. I don't think I've casted Hengehold much today, so we'll take a look at that. Will I ever return to pacifist? I really want to. I need to do more pacifist videos, and hello, Triphammer. I have some ideas for the pacifist videos. I just need time to edit. Like I said, I've done some updates to my streaming and audio and editing setup here, so I think I'll be better positioned to get some edits out in the future. I need to get the YouTube warmed up again. I wish I could save Kushlook. It was less frustrating back when I didn't know how to do William Wallace or El Cid, but having figured out that I can use the old version of the game and use a super hack, but I count it as fair to save those English men-at-arms in William Wallace, and then the El Cid, whatever the heck I did there, that tower hop after waiting 2 hours for a bill to chop a straggler. Avoid that. Having only one single unit that I have to kill in all of the campaigns. Anyway, we will have Syscon as the blue Byzantines to the west and running as the red Gurjers to the east. All three boars seem to have spawned near Syscon, and I hope he's prepared by playing his Rage Forest, because he will try to do the triple lore. Are there any more boars on this map? Yeah, it looks like those three. Well, Syscon's got himself off to a good start here, and he'll be bringing the boars back into his TC. Scout here from Syscon. Well, I guess the Gurjers and the Camel Scout on this map are pretty interesting, because the Camel Scout might help you win the boar lore if you can lure them in more easily. But not paying off for running there. Second Camel Scout. Okay. Not as familiar with Gurjer builds on Empire Wars, or how many sheep you want in the mill. Looks like it's 4. Remember, you don't start with as many sheep, so you don't have as much flexibility for how you manage the mill. Let me make sure I can see my YouTube chat too. Nice to help you be more famous. Yeah, so anything you guys like or dislike about the overlay I'm setting up, I've been making some changes the past few days. Also go follow basically BB on Twitch too. She's been helping me with some overlay stuff. And Or they're trying to make it just look a bit nicer. In the future, I need to get better scene transitions. That's on my to-do list. That I think is a bit more effortful than I can do right now, though. But it's on the to-do list. Lots of little updates I need to make. I like the positioning of stuff in the camera because it doesn't block the rest of the screen. So, walling up from running, the clown wants to play arena, it would seem. Mill on the berries. And Byzantines for Syscon. Byzantines a very good Empire Wars civ because of the skirm heavy meta. And in particular, I think they're decent against the Gajurs with how cheap their camels are. Yes, the Gajurs do have the bonus that their mounted units will be dealing in the Castle Age 30% bonus damage. And they will also have bloodlines, so they will have the better camels in the camel versus camel fight. But the Byzantines will simply have more camels, and in my experience, the camel bonuses in camel versus camel usually pay off more in Imp, and less so in Castle Age. And Castle Age is more about the numbers, and the Byzantines are the best at the numbers. So Skirm into Camel is a very popular opening for Byzantines here, and if they go late game, Cataphracts also should be great against the camels. Remember, Cataphracts resist a ton of bonus damage. Gajurs probably make up some of that. But I think I've seen Cataphracts wreck Imperial camels, and I think they'll probably do the same to Gajur camels. Is that I was a brilliant admin? Is that why his viewers are coming to my YouTube channel? Oh. Also, if we're gonna have an ad on Twitch, I have Twitch set to the auto ads, so if you wanna, you can hop over to the YouTube stream if you're watching on Twitch if you want to avoid ads. And thank you, the Pden, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, Scout here running around. We have Castle Age on the way for running, but a bit faster for Syscon. And we'll have 2 ranges at the front for him, with walls going up all the way to the edges. And gold mining on the way. With some camels running forward. So the big advantage of the camel scouts is they do instantly turn into normal camels once you hit the Castle Age, so it is good to amass some of them on your way up to the Castle Age. Usually in RM you only see them produced on the way up to Castle, not additionally during the Feudal Age. But with Empire Wars, when it's easier to take gold right at the start, maybe it's something we'll see a bit more of, the early camel scouts. Yeah, but being up 3 boars 1 minute into the game is a crazy advantage for Syscon. And you see, it's still even leading to a res collected bonus when the Byzantines don't have an eco bonus at all. They have cheaper skirms, but he has not used that bonus. He's simply made archers. Well, the archers into camels. He's looking for a forward stable, but right now we'll need to fight the skirms and a couple of camels for him in the back stable. Let's see how well the camels will do in an opening against skirms. Now, always a possibility to open 1 or 2 knights to fight skirms, but trickier against the Gajurs than against most civs because they do have those instant camels. And forward workshop for running. Elite Skirmisher and Bodkinero on the way. Camels in the back coming forward. Elephant Archer moving around. Crossbow is hitting the skirms. Skirms will get their leather archer armor going. And Elite Skirm will start to push the crossbows back. And weird to see the Byzantines not the civ with the Elite Skirm. It'll be Camel Crossbow against Camel Skirm Elephant Archer. Ooh, Elephant Archer. Interesting, Byzantines do have good monks. Look, wait, what? Look at what? Oh, look at what? What does he want us to look at? Did he flare? Did I miss a flare somewhere? Hello, Hyuna. How you doing? Nice to see you around, too. Hope you're having a lovely new year. This is the market. What does he want us to look at? Selling 100 wood for 69 gold. Nice. Okay. Well, they'll be fighting around the ruins of Stonehenge, with some monks coming out from that forward Byzantines monastery. I'm confused, chat. What does he want us to look at? So, interesting composition here. Elephant archers against the Byzantines. Can take them a while to get their monks out, but elephant archers are really tanky and hard to kill. And maybe taking advantage of the crossbow opening rather than the skirm opening. Save with the best camels, the Byzantines, because of the discount? Is that what you're saying? I'd still say Saracens with Mamluks have the best camel unit. But camels dealing with the skirms, dealing with the mangonel, and dealing with the elephants. Byzantines OP with the camels. Look at them go. Yours because more bonus damage? I was saying that before. I think that pays off more in Imp. In the Castle Age, I think the cheapness and discount of the Byzantines makes them the best camel civ. Whenever I see Byzantines going camels, I feel like good things happen. And now their faster healing monks can heal them up, and that matters a ton too with camels. Healing them. How much damage they take. It's a lot of elephants. If you get enough elephant archers, maybe you can shoot down the camels before they close the distance. Maybe we just need another monastery. The only camels cataphracts need to be scared of because of the extra bonus damage. Do cataphracts still win that fight? I know they win against all other camels. That's the one that I wasn't sure of, if they're fully upgraded with their extra armor too. I guess the splash damage, the trample damage from Logistica actually ignores the armor. They win cost effectively. Okay, so cataphracts still actually win though. You're able to drop in the RBW ELO where standard ELO is now. Oh, on the overlay here? I don't know if I'll have time to do that. I suppose there's a lot of stuff I could pull from the API. I don't know if I'll have time to write that myself and do it for the overlay though. Because based on what the dashboard does, it can presumably detect the game I'm casting and then set stuff up for us. I was thinking of doing that manually and just having a menu where I click stuff when I load into the game. But that would be nice. Top effective kata is just like with samurai. Alright. One of those things where cataphracts, they kill halbs too. Population effective, if not cost effective. Depends on the micro and the type of fight you take though. There was one version of Imp Camel that did beat cataphracts. Okay. The most recent version I saw, cataphracts wrecked Imp Camels. I remember Hera couldn't figure out what to do Hindustanis against Yo in the late game when Yo is Byzantines. Had a cataphract skirm composition. And here is Syscon fighting against the elephant archers. Skirm Camel now. 2 units that have attack bonuses against the elephant archers, but elephant archers are very tanky, and with 1 mangonel, the monks carrying a relic and not shouting Wololo at the elephants, the mangonel might force this back. Yeah, but it would be nice to drop an Elo, maybe the ranking up there somewhere. Definitely things I could try. Nice split on the skirms from Syscon. Oh, Logistica with stand ground patrol? Yeah, that's true. I guess you don't want to stand ground patrol against Logistica cataphracts. They'll punish you with the splash damage. Same thing maybe Slavs with Drazina. So lots of elephant archers going down. And running... actually not ahead in KD. I was going to say, usually the Byzantines are going to be behind in KD, even against the elephant archers, but no. No. And running's units are far more expensive. Behind this, he's down by about 10 Vils and Wheelbarrow, but keeping the res collected close so far. Byzantine showing why they're such a scary Empire Wars civ. That Skirmisher Eco. when you don't have as much room as you do on a 3-vol start for alternate strategies. Oh, the skirms. Look at them go. The cheap skirms. The cheap camels. They're saying goodbye, elephants. Starting to even the KD up a bit, but losing elephants in the process, and he will call the GG. He'll call it. And 3 boar lure into win for Syscon. There we are, 42 to 33 KD. Economy, better for Syscon. And Byzantines. Byzantines remain OP at Empire Wars. Now imagine if Byzantines got imp skirms. You don't have to imagine if you play team games how you're gonna... Unstand ground patrol against any trample damage. Do I think Syscon will go to the main event? Probably not. I don't think he's at that level. Let's see, right now, Hera #1 overall, 1781 highest. Hart looks like the only other player who's crossed the 1700 threshold. Viper down at 17th. Doubt the highest of the tyrants. Let's see, do we still have Daniel? We still have an American in the top 50. Let's go, Daniel. And Gabby's still up there, too. I know a lot more players have joined since the past few days, so it'll be hard to maintain a high elo as players such as Sato and Nikov, who are going to be fighting for top spots, have joined. They were sick or on vacation for a while. Yeah, Stark's been playing pretty well, too. Brazil pretty well represented with Dogao, Gabby, and Stark in the top 50. Oh, and Goku even. And Fire's probably still in the top 100. And okay, let's check out Nikov Lucho. We got Dorothea Quarry. Moment as I paste myself a screenshot so I remember something. We are. Alright. Alright, so we will have Lucho to the west as the red Bengalis, and Nikov to the east as the blue Bengalis. We're a few minutes into the game, so we'll catch up. And oh, that's a lot of scouts for Lucho. I'm confused seeing Lucho in blue, but I feel like I usually see Nikov in blue too, so my brain will be halfway confused. And good military for Lucho. Lucho is still at it, forcing mirrors. Looks like it. I know MBL had been forcing a lot of mirrors. And now we're caught up to real time. Nikov with a bunch of archers and a tower will fend off the scouts. A bigger military count for Lucho. Also Nikov on the water with a demo. Oh, yes. Built a dock just to do one demo. Nico knows how to play Age of Empires. And scouts coming in to hit the archers. Nikov does have a nice military, but he will be fought by villagers. Lost a lot there, but caused a good deal of idle time. Res collected still pretty equal. Nikov will have to run away. And Tata would be proud. Box formation. Scouts around the archers. I've noticed units behaving a bit weirdly in box formation, too. It seems like they regroup differently than they did in the past. Castellage on the way for Nikov. And, ooh, what just... Oh, he right-clicked to farm. Right-clicked to farm. Nikov will be up first. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose his archers in the transition then. He's in a good spot to start picking off vills. We'll get 2 on that stone mine. And some vills start to go down. Good thing about Empire Wars is watching people's horse collar and bow saw timings. Now Nikov maybe getting a bit trapped, but he is... Oh, nice! Quick wall on the house. Great quick wall from Lucho, but he's also trapping his vills in with the archers. And he'll pick off a couple more vills and a spears. That is now 13 vill kills for Nikov. But Lucho did accomplish killing the archers before they became crossbows, and now he has a 28-8 military lead. So Nikov's still investing to crossbow and bodkin, and he's adding towers at home. Towers everywhere at home. He realizes the way he loses this game now is if a counterattack does damage before he's able to take advantage of the fact he has 12 more villagers. And towering up to protect against the archers. He sees archers are the only unit Lucho has. I almost said lunit, putting the L from Lucho in front of the other U word. And castle on the water from Nikov. Okay, doesn't defend any of his economy, but I guess it is a safe spot from the archers. Lucho probably won't dive there with the TC in the way. And we'll free up some vills to gather from the oysters if he wants. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, that's a crazy good castle if he wants gold access, because the vills can take from the oysters and he doesn't need a gold mine and drop off at the dock. Ratha kill. Oh, well, it's a Bengali mirror. It's Ratha versus Ratha then? It's kind of a wash. Nikov will have the better eco for pumping out the Rathas, which I guess does matter if it's a Ratha mirror. Crossbow hitting the other crossbows from Lucho. Don't vills collect really slow from oysters, do they? I actually don't know what their collection rate is. Maybe Capture Age will show it to us if... Or I can check in game. They go to the oysters. Oh, there's the demo. There it goes. There it goes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lucho's crossbows. Will the demo find them? No, I was a bit optimistic there. A bit optimistic. Ooh, 4 vills. 4 vills. Nikov. Come on, you can do it, Nikov. 4 vills there on the oysters. Check for them. He's going for it. He is going for it. He sees them. Oh, Lucho sees them too. Oh, Lucho reacts just in time. The spears are going after the demo. Oh, Lucho prepared for the demo. Should be the same as gold. Let me check. Does Capture Age show that? Capture Age blurs that out. It's available in-game. It is, let me see, 22.8. Does he have any other gold miners? Oh, he doesn't. We do have gold miners over here. Check. 20. It is the same as gold from what in-game is telling me if I tab over to that. 22.8 per minute. So it looks like the same as gold. I don't know if the gold mining upgrades affects it, but I think it does. But let me check the type of vill it is if it's a gold miner. It's an oyster gatherer. They named them oyster gatherers. Okay. So maybe potential to be separate from gold miners, but it looks like it's the same to me. If that was me, my vills would be dead. If that were me, my vills would be dead. For sure. Crossbow snipe vills. Down they go. Down they go. And ballistics on the way for Nikov. With some fires out for Lucho, but Nikov now adding in Rathas. They have so much HP, he even has bloodlines on them. And the first armor, he doesn't care about TC fire, he's just going to put them in melee mode and let them go to town here. Can you quick wall them out? No, you can't, because they have a ranged attack. Lucho has to buy a panic castle to put up on his wood line so he doesn't lose wood access entirely. Only 2 Rathas, so not enough of a raiding force for Nikov, but here he goes, going for the vills, down one goes, and with the crossbows chasing, he'll run the Rathas away. And though the castle goes up, that is a ton of idle time. That is 32 vills building a castle. And the rest of Lucho's economy is pretty well idled. Nikov taking advantage of the oysters, mining them. That's what chat was debating the other day, whether quarries actually should have oysters, and I was told yes. Can't doubt that castle going up. Yeah, that castle was not going to be doubted. He said he used his entire village to raise the castle.
Hoi. Gunwaga, Tumar Shibai. Gunwaga, Hoi. Tumar Shibai. Hoi.
And Crossbow's trying to dance within murder holes range. Nikov needs some murder holes. Is it faster if he goes to melee mode to kill these? I think it might be. Maybe he'd lose the hill bonus though. If he went to melee and they got us around. So that'd probably be a bit different.
Tumar Shibai.
And demo coming forward. Let's see if the demo can hit anything. Is there anything worth hitting? The vills are all gone. 67 to 56 villager count. Lucho has managed to do some counterattacks. And Nikov needs to do War Galley if he's going to do demos. Oh, truly the Nikov eco upgrade experience. Yes, Nikov with no eco upgrades. Oh, you don't need eco upgrades. Husbandry on the way. This will be a second TC now for Lucho. Nikov only up to 12 vills. Yeah, Lucho making his own Rathas. So it's a Ratha fight. So how do Bengali mirrors go? Is it Rathas until you get to elephant archers? Then do you do monks to counter the elephant archers? And then do you just go skirm to counter the monks? Or is it just skirms all the way down in Imp? And Lucho's managed to claw his way back into this game. He still has to worry about the eco, but maybe he can get another TC up. Militarily, he's fine. In a just world, it would be pure monks. And, you know, maybe it is pure monks because there's no heresy. So pure monks might be the way. You're just seeing Ratha mirrors. Yeah, the monk wars with no heresy are the fun ones. Something like a Japanese mirror on Arena, both going for Monk Rush. That's where it's at. Or Italians too, I think they also don't have it. Or Bengalis. So another TC, will the Rathas be there in time to deny it? No, they will not. And the Rathas keep running around. We'll have pikes on the way for Nikov. At least these Rathas aren't using protect from melee or protect from ranged, like that mod. The mod that shows what version they are. Like the RuneScape prayers. So pikes on the way, makes the Rathas attack faster. Does Nikov have that? Yes, he does. Doesn't have Mahayana, that's the Imp tech. Nikov's still with a good eco lead. Far ahead in Vills. At this rate, you're calling Nikov gets sappers before double pit axe? Wait there. Ooh, Ratha's coming forward still. And it's heavy plow and wheelbarrow first. And Nikov still no eco upgrades. Imagine we have a 75-minute score game and Nikov doesn't do any eco upgrades.
Hi. Hey.
Eco upgrades are a waste of resources. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's at the slumber camp. Double bit axe for Nikov. Finally he does an eco upgrade. Let's go. Does he have any archer upgrades? He has Botkin, if that counts. I think he did crossbow. Yeah, he did crossbow. Like Fletcher, yeah, he does. He has Botkin. He has both armors. He needs. Let's see, they don't have thumb ring, so he doesn't need it. And Ganel comes forward. He has all the upgrades for the Rathas. That is Lucho. He'll repairs the Mangonel. Ratha for Lucho. We'll have Bowsaw and Horse Collar on the way for Nikov. Hitting the Rathas, doing some damage to them. Okay, big Ratha fight in melee mode. What is going on here? I have no idea. Nikov trying to shoot and retreat instead of fighting. I think if he just stand ground patrols in, he wins. He has a huge lead. I don't know how to fight Ratha versus Ratha. Now that I'm seeing this is the first mirror matchup I've seen. Nikov deciding he's going to use pathfinding by keeping some Rathas not getting hit. Lucho deciding he will melee fight. And it looks like Nikov is winning based purely on the fact he had more numbers at the start. And there's the GG from Lucho. And Nikov, oh, look at that, he did Bowsaw and Horse Collar by the end too. He did his eco upgrades. He remembered by the end of the game. It's Counter-Strike and they went for knives. So 107 kills for Nikov. More res. Faster castle time, more vills at the end, GG. Nikov. I think Lucho could have won in range mode. I mean, he had like half the numbers Nikov had. I don't think he wins. Unless Nilly really blesses us with some pathfinding in his favor. Alright, so what do we have over here? Open up some Capture Age again. Also, wow, the screen really flashes bright at me when it opens Capture Age. I think Capture Age has this thing where it does like a flash of white before it renders. And wait, let me try that again. Let me see. Will I flash white for a minute on the camera? And really watch. Yeah, it does. Oh my gosh. You see how bright that is on the webcam? Oh my gosh, Capture Age. Should I go report that as a bug report? Man, I need dark mode. Capture Age. Lucho Yo. Let's go cast Lucho Yo. That ought to be a good one. Is T90 still going? T90's been casting a lot the past couple days. It's in between stuff. Dark mode is love, dark mode is life. Yes. And again, let's give a shout out to Vivy for the help with the overlays that I've been updating the past few days. Now I need help with the Capture Age blinding me. Need a flashbang warning when we turn on Capture Age. Here, change my hotkeys. Here we go. So this will be Yo. This will be Yo. Gotta remember to change his name. Yo will be the red Hindustanis to the west, and Lucho the blue Hindustanis over to the east. Another mirror matchup. Looks like Lucho must be forcing them. Someone could type the match command or the picks command in the chat. If you type in Twitch, I think, the picks command, we see Yo picked mirror, Lucho force picked mirror, and got Hindustanis. Alright, so Lucho force picking some mirror. We have double bit axe on the way for Lucho. Rocks directly on the shallows. Ooh, I hope rocks can't actually block the shallows. Are there always rocks in the shallows? Not over here. Could change the walling nature of the shallows. If you get rocks on them. House for Lucho. Aim and shame mirror force pickers. What I always do is mirror prefer random. That way, if I get someone who goes force pick, they're greeted with a mirror matchup. So 2 scouts for Yo. We'll find Lucho's walling veil. Lucho left that wall by herself, and looks like she can't even pathfind anywhere. We'd maybe try to delete that wall and Alcatraz, and he accidentally deletes the Vil. It looks I think that was a delete. Oh, but he also picks off a Vil himself at the same time, so 1 Vil down for both players. That evens it out. Or maybe that was a kill. It looks like that did count as an eco KD, so it looks like it was a kill. So scouts still are running about. Find the Vils, but have to be wary of the spear. Running away from the spear. They're able to run. Do that on the ladder, especially on Mega Random when you have Triad Mongols pickers. Yeah. The thing is though, if you do what I do, the mirror prefer random, what you get is someone who force picks and then does a cheese strategy. And you have to realize how to deal with the cheese strategy. I've had Magyar cut Vil production, early bloodlines, full scouts. I've had Mongol FC steppies. And then of course you have all the Phosphoro builds or the You Pudding Sicilians build. And you have to learn how to deal with that stuff. The one thing it does stop is the Persian douche. So scouts from Lucho running around Yo's base, Yo going for a spear defense. Lucho is spending a lot of time walling up that Lonely Vil out there again as he also adds in an archery range. And some scouts going for some more fights on the Vils as forging is on its way in. Some spears, ooh, nice pokes from the spears. Still only 1-to-1 on the KD of villagers. The eco KD. Samatsa trying to kill Andre TC in Lumber Camp, but Andre was Georgians. Yeah, Georgians are the anti-douche civ because they can put the mule cart in the middle of the TC, and then that absorbs the TC arrows, and you can't actually hit the TC. So a nice Vil picks now from Yo, going for the, or from Lucho on Yo's Vils, going with the scouts. And ooh, 1 low HP Vil will survive, and Lucho doesn't manage to pick it off. That's another Vil though. So that's 3-to-1 Eco KD now in favor of Lucho, who keeps hoovering around avoiding the spears. And cheaper to repair the mule cart. Especially as Georgians with the cheaper repairs. Oh my gosh, Yo's scouts trying to run off the edge of the world. They'll keep wandering around. Spear pokes the scouts. Scouts have to run around. Scouts hit the Vil. Vil was out on the deer and lost his life. Oh, there's a spear out there, but spear wasn't enough. Gets a scout, but not enough to protect the Vil. As a few more archers come forward for Yo. And we'll come forward through the wood line, get to the lumber camp. If you accidentally made a mining camp over a lumber camp, that's okay with Georgians and Armenians because they double up. Just can't accidentally make a mill. Bill's building the palisade in the house. And we'll have a horse collar and castle age on the way, with fletching on the way also from Yo. And castle age on the way from Yo, and we will have castle age on the way also from Lucho. Archer's hitting the Vil. Vil goes down. In the back. Ooh, scouts running around there. Poked by the spears. Oh gosh, we have a fast forward. I guess the game must have ended. Oh my gosh. So Yo's up to Castle Age and Lucho calls the GG. Well, just doesn't like this army from Yo in his base. And that's the GG right there. So Yo in with army. And, well, that's it. Empire Wars is fast. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I wish we had proper... I feel like... I just feel so unsatisfied when it ends that quickly. Only 10 minutes. That's way too fast. Alright. So I'm going to take a very quick break myself. I've been casting for a little over 5 hours. We got a few more hours to go. As I said, I'm going for a long stream today. And I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, hello. I'm back. Baron and Arbase. Hello, Arbase. We can celebrate again? No, did the Mets sign someone? Arbase, I've been having some very minor elbow pain as I'm doing my shoulder rehab, and as a Mets fan, I am afraid it's gonna be a straight Tommy John. Gotta read Paradox's Twitter. Did we win something? Or what did we win? I got a tag. Oh, Paradox is doing the community awards. Yes, he asked me for map recommendations. What did I get notified for? Paradox, I need everything in one thread. Took my NAC tuxedo photo. Alright, Paradox, I need to read all of the tweets. I can show this, but I also gotta be careful so I don't, like... do this poorly. Right. Oh, Paradox is in the middle of tweeting, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll read that when he's done tweeting. Are we winning? We are winning. You like my hair on it. MBO with the most games as usual. I was second most games casted. Behind, oh, my mouse buttons changed my scene. I gotta be careful of that. Behind Mem. That's a lot. Alright, so who's playing right now? Who's playing right now? Let's go check this out. I'll read the awards later. And... let's see. I think T90 is casting Yo Lucho. Don't see anyone else on right now. Maybe we'll have to go play community games or something if no one else is on. I did want to stream for a long time, but if the Empire Wars queue is dying down, sometimes it dies down, then comes back later at night. Usually have a late night MBL. Matsu's playing some Arena. Jim Jack, Lobo, they're playing but not each other. Steak's playing a game against Tatanguay. Kind of far into it, but let's maybe check that out. Different players. Early morning doubt, you're right. You're indeed winning. Oh my gosh, look at the colors they picked. I'm glad I picked this game. So Steak will be the cyan way to the west, and Tatanguay will be the purple Malians to the east. I don't think I've ever casted Tatanguay. Steak's another UK player, if I recall correctly. Hera looks really dominant on the ladder. YouTube. That's not modded. I need mods for YouTube. I don't have any mods on YouTube other than maybe Arbase. Which Valessa was playing? Yeah, Valessa. Hasn't really been in the shape he was in a couple years ago. But Finland isn't the AoE2 powerhouse they were 6 or 7 years ago. You don't YouTube? I could make Baron a YouTube mod. Alright, so what do we have here from the way? Shinbei Raiders. No surprise to see those. And camels from Tatanguay. Steak also here. You also... don't we ban Baron here? No! No, we don't ban him to get him to mod. What type of evil plan is that? That's what we do to ducks. I wish Vivy played in more games. I wish Vivy played in more games too, because Vivy got admin lost in cartographers because he didn't show up to his games. And that is a wish I very much share. You go to Arbase and replace him as mod on Twitch with you? We just mod Baron on Twitch. Baron's a responsible guy. There, now you can have a sword. Vivy games used to be fun to watch back in the HD days. Vivy games are always fun. I thought his win versus running was great. I always loved watching Vivy because he was one of the most, at least on the AOK days, he was super aggressive with, not AOK, AOC, Wololo Kingdoms days, WK, that's the letter I'm looking for. He was aggressive with the Men-at-Arms towers, and was one of the best players at that. That meta has shifted a bit with tower HP and other changes. But then he was really good also at the multiple stable all-in feudal builds, which is one of my favorite ways to play. Yeah, Baron pulled the sword from the stone. We could mod your puppy too. I heard she was learning how to sword fight. So the camels are pushing the Shinbei Raiders away. That's quite a few Shinbei Raiders. And we'll have another 2 TCs. Ooh, Stake TCing the north. Usually I see players try to go for the south, but he's going for the north and the wood first. I like when the Way came out, people called this unit Shinbei Rider and not Raider. It is the Raider. But might as well be a Shravamsh Rider with how annoying the charge attack is. Hello, Ivy? Hello, Ivy. How are you doing? Oh, it's lovely to see you around. Yeah, do you want to be a mod too? You can be a mod. That way Baron doesn't ban you. I'm not going to let Baron do anything nefarious. That's a lot of Shinbei Raiders. But also a lot of camels. I don't know how this fight goes. If the camels ever close the distance, they win? I feel that Stake is going to have trouble microing this many units away from the camels while also doing damage, but this is DE, and the pathing is just whatever Nilly wants it to be. So the outcome of this fight is not determined by Stake or by Tatanguay. It's determined by Nilly. Will the camels be able to reach the Shinbei Raiders? They've chased them all across the map. They've chased them all the way back to the Royal Albert Hall. Yeah, a good surround would work. That's the problem. Can you get a good surround? Got a good surround on that converted camel. Oh, 4 relics also for Stake. So that's why I went to the north, because of the relics. He's claiming the relics. I have Imperial Age on the way for Stake. Husbandry. I think they should both have Husbandry now, right? Yeah. Husbandry is really cheap. Didn't Husbandry cost 250 food and they lowered it to 150 at some point many years ago? That's one of those changes I feel that was just a random balance change. And I feel that maybe Husbandry is important enough it could be reverted. It could be 250. Could be a bit more expensive. Because now you just go for Husbandry all the time. Maybe it should be a bit more expensive. Yeah, Stake got the mining upgrades, of course. Ooh, you're right. He should get the mining upgrades. Right, he is the Way. He wants those eco bonuses. Not doing the mining upgrades definitely hurts you as the Way. You're giving up on free vills. It's a pre-DE thing. Anyway, hello, Ivy. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Aiming for a long stream today, so I'm hoping more people keep playing Empire Wars. I actually had a lovely day today because it was 50 degrees outside. So I was not cold with my heat off inside, because I cast with my heat off so it doesn't make noise that's picked up by the microphone. And it was lovely and warm inside. And hello again, Debuss. It was an absolutely beautiful day to sit inside and cast video games. With the nice weather outside. Oh my gosh, the wolves. Are the wolves gonna get a vill? Oh, two wolves versus 1 vill. Let's go. I know he's building a castle, but this is more important. Okay. The wolves, 2 of them, they're double teaming him. Down he goes. Oh, more vills. They're saying, oh, we don't care. You can die to the wolves. There he goes. And the wolves, yes, the wolves get the kill. He's going for another vill. Oh my gosh, the wolf doesn't even die because Tatanguay calls the GG. At least he waited for the wolves to kill the Vil before calling the GG. Good player there. Perfect time to call the GG with the castle up on his face. And good job, Steak. Steak, another UK player. Probably not near Lewis's level. At least not in 1v1s. GG. Husbandry houses. Well, arson's a new thing. They made crossbow more expensive. Swap the overlay for the achievements. 63 to 40 KD, the way making the Shinbei Raiders. Good point that he did miss out on the eco upgrades. That could hurt a bit. Great, there we go. What do we have now? What else is playing? MBL Nikov. There we go. I knew this would start up again. MBL Nikov. There we go. See much of melee. That's interesting. 1v1, I think they're one of the best civs. Empire Wars, I'm not sure. You miss out on all of the bonus you get from Dark to Feudal, so maybe not. Empire Wars is... I don't know, because they don't get anything to make up for the, like, 2 Vils they miss from the Dark Age bonus, right? MBL buying some food. We'll have Castle Age on the way from both of them. Skirm's going for the spears. So Spanish Mirror on Rampart. Oh my gosh, what is MBL with these Spanish mirrors on Rampart? So the other day, MBL was on a streak of picking mirror matchups. Yo was encountering MBL on the ladder. I guess they were the only 2 players playing at that time. So Yo force-picked Spanish to counter MBL's force-picking mirror, and had 5 Spanish mirror matchups where Yo went 4-1 against MBL. So I guess MBL is very well acquainted with this matchup. Malay do get the free armor, and I guess that is good if they want to go spears, maybe men-at-arms. But I think the eco boost of the faster age up is really what makes them super strong. They do miss out some of that. Is it with a conquistador? Well, we had a great Spanish mirror earlier. I think Spanish mirrors with conks are one of the more fun mirror matchups to watch, actually. You get conks in each other's eco, bypassing each other, shooting all the Vils. Oh, look at that. Nikov, losing some Vils to MBL. Down they go. So, better eco KD. Actually, 5-4 for Nikov so far. Missed some in the fast forwarding. MBL with a couple of skirms. Skirms ain't gonna do nothing against conks. Conks are OP. We needed some conk wars on Akare for... what was it? Sudden disaster. Conk and Donk OP? That's true, we need some donkeys here. It's conks all the way down, yes. Conk is the only reason to play Spanish. Well, there's also the missionary. Let's not get too carried away. There is also the missionary. But yes, mainly the conk. Best unique unit in the game. Since AOC. For some reason, never got hit with the nerfs the same way Plumes did. I guess they did nerf it a bit with some Pierce Armor changes, but never quite the same way. They did buff it recently by making Elite Conk, I think, cheaper? Or giving it more attack? Well, it was a very weird balance change that they made Conk stronger. I do not understand it. The Trash War? That's true. The Spanish do have fully upgraded, or they have access to all the blacksmith techs with a discount. And they don't cost gold, and they get 20 gold every time they research a tech. So you get fully upgraded Trash Wars from the Spanish. They have all the trash lines. Skirms, Halbs, Scouts, Hussars, and they get fully upgraded trash. And one thing that they do miss out on is Siege Engineers, so the Bombard Cannon won't be that great. Other than that, Supremacy Vils, too. Imagine Supremacy Vils duking it out. Yeah, the Missionaries, so you can more easily heal your conks. Oh, or so you can convert enemy conks. You can get even more conks from the Missionaries. They added attack to Elite Conk. Yeah, that's the type of change that's like... It's a very random change. that is just unnecessary. I think stuff like that, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that type of balance change.
See?
I did not see Hera's new mousepad, no. The mousepad I'm using now I got from the Noble Apartment Cup.
See? Mande. Presto.
Some
See?
conquistadors running around from Nikov. You see, that's the thing there. I like the fact that there's stuff that's very niche and not used all that much in AoE 2. I think you start making everything used and you lose some of the charm of going for the rare units.
See?
Supremacy villagers galore.
Presto.
It's in his merch store. Are you selling out Hera's merch store for us? Yeah, where are the donks? Conks, donks, and stonks.
See? Mande.
That's the meme you need. Like Teutonic Knights or Cataphracts? Exactly, exactly.
Presto. Mande.
So we have a castle for MBL. That's going up.
Presto.
So, also a reminder, if you want to watch without ads, you can head over to the YouTube stream. Twitch does play 3 minutes of ads every hour. I turned on the auto manager for the Empire Wars because I don't really have time between games.
See?
So here we have Conks still sniping a Vil. I think having fun but mostly useless unique techs is good.
Mande.
You know what my favorite tech is? Actually, nomads for the Mongols. The one where your houses no longer,
Mande.
or deleted houses, retain their pop space. That is one of my favorite techs, because if you're on arena and you're getting pushed and you're boxed in and you're the Mongols, you can do nomads, delete your houses, and oh, you have so much farming space. It's beautifully useful.
Presto. See?
And remember the tech when the Saracens got
Presto.
the gold returned when their monks were killed?
Presto.
Playing the Lion and the Demon Pacifist? I am probably the only one who's ever actually used that technology, but all that extra gold I had was so nice. And Wes is also useful in deathmatch. It used to be glitched where you could place and delete a house foundation and you get the pop space from it. Yeah, Hyuna knows.
See?
I'm not sure if they ever fixed this, but there was a bug where if you had the Slavs bonus for the pop space for your military buildings, and you started with a barracks or building like that on Mega Random, and then deleted it, you could actually get -5 maximum pop space. How's MBL so far ahead? KD, it looks like. More res collected. Experience in the conch mirror from probably having faced Yo many times. Nikov denies the TC, doubt TC, 99.56%, and MBL's TC does not go up. He'll need to send another few Vils over there. We'll get it up. nice delay from Nikov, who starts to pull ahead in Vils. This is where if you're Nikov, you don't want to pay attention to the score. The score doesn't necessarily tell you where the game is. I've been noticing that a lot in these Spanish mirrors. The score seems to jump all over the place. It's mostly from res collected now, I think, from MBL, but that might even up thanks to the Eco KD. Imagine Folvark Mill supporting 10 pop? Oh boy.
Presto.
So it should be 3 relics versus 3. Easy to pick up the 3 relics surrounding the top of your hill on this map. Spanish are one of the least historical in the way they work. I mean, you did have gunpowder in the El Cid campaign. And that is, El Cid gunpowder is quite ahistorical. A few centuries too early.
See? Presto. Mande. Presto. See?
The conks still are running around. Have a TC going up for Nikov.
See? Mande.
TC shooting the conquistadors.
Presto. Mande. See? Presto.
Mande. Presto.
And monks getting conversions on other conks.
Sí.
Conquistadors shooting down other monks. And it isn't... I mean, it depends on the century. El Cid is too early for gunpowder to appear.
Mande. Presto.
Presto.
Mande. Sí.
Britons in the Joan of Arc campaign are appropriate to have it.
Mande.
But also not appropriate for the Civ that doesn't actually get it. Hello, Captain Radbeard. How you doing? The Turks don't get gunpowder for the Manzikert battle. That's true. Manzikert was a crazy scenario.
Sí.
The way it worked. You had to capture the cities.
Sí.
So outpost out there for MBL. He really wants to outpost, go for a forward castle. Castle will be on Nikov's TC. And there's so much more gold on this map when it spawns on a straight line. Oh my gosh, look at all those extra res in the sides.
Mande.
Now, that is a huge difference in the total amount of resource spawning on the map based on the orientation. That's crazy.
Mande.
Servidor.
Became a history teacher, nice.
Mande.
Presto.
Conks shooting the Vils. Nikov getting a good raid on MBL, but at the same time MBL getting a good raid on Nikov. Nikov's still with a Vil lead. They're both killing tons of each other's Vils. Conks are moving around. We will have Bodkin Arrow on the way for MBL. Had to double check and make sure it wasn't a replay. Yeah, we're still going Tornado Watch, and MBL is still playing more Spanish Mirrors. This is the exact thing that you were watching hours ago. MBL playing Spanish Mirror on Rampart. Oh, Captain Radbeard, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thanks for using your Prime. Another reason Cyan, player 5, is the best number. 5 is a Prime number.
Mande. Presto.
The dino dances. I like all the dino dances. Dino dances are nice.
Mande. Presto.
And ooh, okay, maybe it's Nikov's turn not to get a TC up.
Sí.
Skirms looking forward to deny it. Oh, now the conks there. Feudal skirms. Only feudal skirms.
Sí.
Servidora.
Presto.
Their denial attempt will be futile.
Presto. Mande.
Maybe the conks won't, though. They are scary. Oh, but a TC goes up. He's fine. He's fine.
Presto.
He needs to garrison the Vils, but he's fine. He'll kill a conk or two, or at least fend them off. Who's the dino dance? Everyone dino dancing. Turks are great design from historical perspective, if you ask me, because you are incentivized to make a cav archer into gunpowder civ.
Mande.
Yeah, the cav archer buffs really changed how the civ worked from AOC to now, I guess,
Presto. Sí.
having one of the best cav archers in the game.
Presto.
Completely changes how they play against archer civs. Honestly, a part of me would want to remove the extra pierce armor that the Turks get for their light cav line.
Mande. Sí.
I guess it does help them early on where they don't really shine that much, but late game, I think they've kind of incentivized them to be too good against archer civs from what they used to be. Yeah, the AoE Turks represent...
Sí.
I like that, though, when the civ represents different peoples. It gives you more flexibility.
Presto.
So Imperial Age on the way for MBL as this conks are hoovering around in the back.
Mande.
I feel that some of the very specific designs of civs and the fact that they're splitting things up and making more specific civs serves somewhat to the detriment of their design. Because you're encouraged to make very specific units for the civs rather than having them be more versatile. I think versatility and civs having many options is a good thing and the best way to design AoE 2 civs.
Presto. Mande. Sí.
And making very specialized splitting of civs versus civs that represent various peoples
Presto.
makes it changes the focus on how you develop units for them. Can Conks take down a TC? Not really. They do. I mean, the problem is they don't have the range. They have 6 range, which is equal to that of the TC, so the TC can shoot back. Arbalests can once they get up to Imp and get enough Pierce attack. I mean, the Conks have the attack, they could do it. If you have a huge number of them, maybe like a group of 60, maybe like 2 groups with 60 plus total, then maybe. But they don't really have the Pierce armor to hold up to the TC fire. So Imperial Age on the way for MVL. MVL with a very safe TC in the bottom. The Vil count still equal, 91 to 92. And here come the Conks from Nikov moving forward. And MVL's more Conks though, 47 to 21. That's hard for Nikov to deal with. This is where MBL gets up and probably even wants to do Elite Conk. This would be a situation where even if the Elite Conk tech weren't changed, you'd still want to do Elite Conk. You have so many of them. And there's Imp, and Nikov not up. That might be the GG. Yes, it is. And MBL takes a Spanish mirror on Rampart. First time he's ever played one of those, right? GG. 6-7, 6-7. Wait, 6-7 what? Oh, 6-7 conks. Oh gosh, the memes. Both players with 67 conks. Alright. Gen Alpha will be happy. Right. So, 91 to 76. I'll reverse the digits. 91 to 76 KD for MBL. More res for MBL. You reached Imp. More Vils actually for Nikov. And we'll restart, get our brief restart capture age flash. Someone just used the meme. Yes, they did. So bang, so good. Oh, I realized when can I? Wait a minute. I'm gonna try something. Okay, I got an idea. Oh, it worked. Okay, I figured out how to stop capture. Okay, so I have capture age eats so much VRAM that sometimes it crashes not just itself but also OBS, and that also crashes the stream. And I do 2 things to stop that. Is one, I take the in-game VRAM slider, or the capture age VRAM slider, and turn it all the way down. That doesn't stop it from eating the VRAM, but it makes it better from what I've seen. 2 is between every single game I restart capture age, but capture age briefly shows a blinding white light as it starts, which if I'm using a webcam, makes the webcam like flash, and I don't want to flashbang the chat. So what I can do is I have AoE 2, which is a full screen application, and once I type in the command to start capture age, I quickly alt tab and I open up AoE 2, and then capture age starts in the background behind AoE 2. So now I can tab over and open up capture age, and boom, we didn't get flashbanged. Thank you for gifting a sub to Baron. The complicated mess I have to do to make this stream work with capture age. Each generation comes with its own form of brain rot. That is very true. So what do we have now? Ooh, Alive is playing. Interesting. Oh, Scotty's playing. Yes, let's go, Scotty. He's an American. Oh, Scotty. Scotty's playing. Gosh, I pasted all of these in the wrong Discord channel and I was talking to myself too. Alright. There we are. So, oh, Jim Jack is in the gray. Can we leave him in the gray? Oh, let's do it. I never cast someone in the gray color. So he will be, the map will be Thames. He'll be the Slavs against Scotty as the Tatar. Oh, thank you for gifting the sub to Arbase. Thank you for the gifties. So we'll have Scotty breaking in. Everyone get your USA chance in the chat. Scotty, always gonna find some Vils in the back. Those Vils trying to do university. The Vills will be going down. Oh, Scotty is dominating. Fast forwarding too far through the game, but he's dominating. Look at him go. Tatars, he's got the Cav Archers out, has little bumpy hills he can use for the hill bonus. Oh, wrong scene, wrong scene. Thank you, thank you. This is almost set up properly. What I need, Vivy suggested this. I should make a command so that the mods can type in the scene change command. And that way, if I forget, y'all can do it. USA will get its own Lewis. Yeah, we need someone younger, though. Lewis is quite young. We need a young, up-and-coming USA All-Star. And Andy's winning a lot. Our base was AFK. Our base was too busy winning awards. It was AFK. Young 25? 25 sounds young. Yeah, Baron's a young one. He can be our up-and-coming player. Viper, the Viper's kids are not American, our base. We're talking about an American team. To follow in the legacy of Spring. So Skirm's coming over from Jim Jack. We'll have a trade workshop, a Royal Albert Hall, under control of Jim Jack. I wonder if we're going to get a custom capture age at any point that actually writes the name as the Royal Albert Hall instead of the trade workshop. That'd probably be nice. Are the Keshiks earning enough gold? The Keshiks were buffed recently. They're actually really strong. Another one of those things that was really strong but not used all that much, so they gave it a buff and now it's really strong. Another castle going up for Scotty. Maybe take the hill with the Trebor if they get up, but a ways away from getting up still. Oh my gosh, it's Emu, Lan's Emu. Hello, Emu. Keshiks are in. And Minganel's on the Vills. Vills going down. Scotty's a huge Vill lead. And the Cav Archer's still around the back. Is this not walled? Did they just run in through there? Might not be walled. And looks like Scotty has realized the Keshik raid potential up here in the north. Jim Jack has not. Only has 2 relics. And there you go. Finally garrisons. Gets a monk out. Now the Keshik goes for a Vill instead of the monk and gets deleted. So Heavy Plow on the way for Scotty, who will be farming a bit more. It's Emu. Emu's very wanted. Emu's lovely. They don't seem to earn that much gold when attacking, though. I mean, it's not really about the gold, I think. It's more about the fact they're a strong unit. Oh, look at that. Jim Jack trying to stonewall Scotty in. Scotty not paying attention. And he will walk past it. But because the Vills were on the foundation, the Vill stopped building. And now he's like, oh, I'll go stop you from building a castle, but oh no, there's too many of you. I need some friends. Here, monk, you deal with that. Hello, Sean. Wanted as a strong word? We need strong words to describe Emu. I just saw my viewer count jump to T90 go offline. Oh gosh, I'm getting pinged on Discord. What are these pings? People are telling me, why? Everyone's telling me I should go by the Doofs cord. Crab's telling me that. Burtis is telling me that. Forging on the way for Scotty. Oh, the castle killed a bear. What's going on? What is going on? Everyone is twest. Oh boy. How much is a big deal is the Royal Hall? Well, it's probably never had any significance before, but now it's hosting an AoE2 event, so it'll be famous. If you mean how much effect does it have in game, it gives you 25 max pop space. So we see Jim Jack can get up to 225 population. Can you pick your opponent on the ladder? You can't pick your opponent, no. Although you can roughly see who is streaming or who is playing or in a game currently and decide to queue or not to queue based on that. So you can choose when you play and influence who you match with, but you can't simply say, I want to match with MBL every game and fight MBL every game. So Keshik's still breaking in, Keshik's dominating. Even the Boyars coming in having trouble with the Keshiks. Boyars, I think, should dominate Keshiks with all their melee armor. Yeah, the Boyars wins that fight easily. They need bloodlines, though. Not as much HP, but I think they still win. They ripped entire wood line. Yeah, Gemjack really trying to hold on, despite all the losses. Yeah, the gold for the Keshik is more a fun gimmick than anything. Which I think is the right way to design the unit. I don't think you want to make the gold the super important part of it. Tatars are Civ. We were talking about Civ design earlier. I think the Tatars are a very well-designed Civ. Maybe they shouldn't have had that Keshik buff, though. And there's the GG from Gemjack. And swap this scene. Yeah, fast forwarded a bit through that game, but 118 to 62 from Scotty. Scotty, one of the better USA players, as I was talking about. Probably not the same level anywhere close to Daniel, but still pretty darn good. Our MBL and Yo starting their nightly Spanish mirrors. Okay, so what did we learn? Type in capture age, immediately Alt-Tab. Wait for it to open, and then no flashbang. Stonefront, MBL, Yo, let's go. 3 minutes into the game, so we didn't miss anything. Perfect. And here we are. Oh, I need to change Yo on the scoreboard. And I will change their colors so my mind is at ease. Yo will be red, MBL blue. I'm missing a Vil. Can you delete a gold Vil? I'll delete one. Yes, TY. Okay, Stonefront is broken. Here's another one. I'll just make another post somewhere. Boom. Let's see, do I have a... Oh, there's a discussion. Alright, so I'm reading some drama about the maps. Oh my gosh. We're hopefully not having this situation in TTL. So we have MBL playing as the blue Byzantines, Yo as the red Chinese. If we blame Nully for pathing, even when it's not his fault, who we blame for maps? Now, different people do maps for different events. There's a good plethora of map scripters out there who all do different stuff. I've did a bunch of events. There is the John Slow Clown team, like Bazi, Rapture, Marintho, unknown player who've done a bunch of maps for the Clown events. They did Stronghold Frenzy. There's the Mad Catter, who's done a wide variety of maps. Has done a bunch of really legendary map scripting tools too. There's Zetnus, who's done Hyper Random. There's Trezini, who does most... I think he does all the in-game maps now. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, so many map bugs. Yeah, it is... I don't know what their testing process is, but it's the type of thing where these maps bugs are common enough that you're surprised to find them. Because we've done enough testing for the TTL maps that we still found stuff like that missing hut on Seychelles, which was like a very rare thing, or that very rare thing bug report on the walls that didn't touch on Coast Arena. The problem with maps is that even the testing of map scripts to look for bugs becomes really hacky, and there isn't a great way to do it. And I would love to make some adjustments to make that easier, but it would need to be on the DE end, I think. Understand the Stuckville. Yeah. Yeah, and there are some new features out there, and I think I'm gonna change the way I would do 9-vil starts in the future. But I'm also not sure how I feel about the 9-vil start after seeing King of the Desert. I don't really mind the 9-vil start, but I think I really do prefer 3-vils. Especially since I like doing a lot of silver leagues and community events for my tournaments. I think it's maybe jarring, especially for low elo players, to have to learn a different set of builds than what they play, just for a tournament. Arbase tagged me where to look. Emu saying 3-vils is way better. Oh my gosh, is there a tree here? Is there a tree here? Oh, MBL, he could tower hop this. There's no wall behind this. Would that be a good idea? Probably not, but he could do it, and I hope he does it. When you have a tree and a wall, you can hop over. You can hop over it. Let's go, MBL. Tower hop. There's no way he does this. No way. Yo realizes, though, and he's sending a Vil. I think if the Vil's there, he can't do it. And the tower's up so quickly, he will have to run away, not wanting to lose any more Vils. 87%, so he won't get much stone back from deleting it. Oh, man. Is it possible the bug fixing process is the problem? I know that the patching process certainly is part of the problem, because they do not have a very fast process for releasing patches. But I don't know anything about what their map scripting or bug processing process is. Their bug processing process. You want 1 or 2 Vil starts? You can play Age of Empires 1, where Nomad was not a map, it was a game mode, where you did not start with a TC, you started with 1 villager. And you had to be extra careful because lions would kill your villager, and if you didn't like build a TC spot right where you started, you might die from a lion. I don't know if the maps actually could spawn the lions right on your Vils, but it was hectic. No Scarface. I feel like a 9-vil start maybe is better if we do a LAN event for an online event. I like the 3 Vils. So MBL up to the castle age, but slower than Yo. Yo about 20 seconds faster. Chinese Byzantines, a tricky matchup to play. I don't know how... I've not gotten a feel for the Chinese on Empire Wars. On random map, of course, with a 3-vil start, they're one of the best civs. On Empire Wars, I think they start with minus 150 food. So they are, I think worse than they are at random map. They still get 3 Vils, but I think that doesn't matter as much if you get them only starting in feudal. Is Biz a typical Trush civ? I wouldn't say typical. They're usually a skirm and spear forward civ, and usually towers are a part of that. They do have extra building HP. Byzantine's HP is plus 10% more every age, so 20% HP in feudal. And then 30% in the castle age, so their towers do have more hit points. And the hit points certainly do help out in the tower versus tower fights. You see now that he's castle age, he's 306 more hit points than Yo's tower. Yeah. So, a decent trushing civ, but more it's because of their cheap skirmishers and using the trushes along with the forward. Oh my gosh, an immediate castle for MBL. He's not gonna go cataphracts against the Chinese, is he? Ah, you know he is. Oh, okay. I am happy to see this. Because the big weakness for the Byzantines, who usually like going skirm camel, is the Fire Lancer, and especially the Fire Lancer Siege Tower, because the Fire Lancers counter both those units. They don't take bonus damage from skirms, and they have an attack bonus against camels. But you add cataphracts that should resist the bonus attack and then counter the infantry. And okay, I've been wanting to see this for a while, cataphract Fire Lancer, and finally we get it. Okay, let's go MBL. 1-vil start sounds like reboot. 1-vil start is what happens when Orlu and I play together. The casters who are most effective. I think that it does make sense to quicken the start if you're playing a LAN event. But also or depending on the map. I know, like for Stronghold Frenzy, you do get kind of a repetitive long-term Dark Age. But that's also, like, you need to be able to get into the game to cast. Some of these Empire Wars games that are over in 6 minutes, I feel like I didn't actually cast anything. So here come the cataphracts. Going for the Siege Tower. And the Siege Tower is not faster than the cataphracts, but the cataphracts will destroy the fire lancers when they pop out. There they go. Another cataphract on the way. Okay, they'll also destroy the siege tower if they can path to it. Siege tower trying to run back. And the skirm blocking the siege tower. Skirm's OP. And the siege tower goes down, and the cataphracts killing the fire lancers. There they go. Byzantines OP. At least they have an answer to this. It's not going to be an answer that's viable every game, but it is an answer. There they go. If this unit beats Cataphract, then it is way too overpowered. Cataphract should be a hard counter to this. And there they go. So what is that? It is 5 bonus attack against cavalry, and the Cataphracts have 12 cavalry armor, so no bonus attack applies. Cataphracts, there they go. But the Chinese also have a good eco. Yo will be adding in 2 TCs, MBL going for his TC, or his 3rd TC now. And so far so good for thwarting the Fire Lancer siege tower aggression. And MBL will go for forward workshop. Yo, though, going for cav archers. Cav archers should do pretty darn well against cataphracts. Remember, cataphracts compared to the knight line have only 1 base armor instead of 2. So archers, skirmishers even, will all be doing all the more damage to them. Oh, and Soxy is here. Hello, Soxy. And do all the quests. That skirm block is amazing. Nineville start an arena. Nineville start an arena is pretty nice. I did get pretty well practiced with that for, what was it, Walhalla? But you really do need the still 1,800 HP walls just to have the proper arena experience. And MBO, recognizing the cav archers are running over, will pick up 2 relics and then head for the safety of his town center to try to keep the monk alive. Second monk, oh, he didn't get, okay, there you go. I was gonna say, you got a garrison to keep the monk alive. I'll use the cataphracts now to try to collect the relics. Easy to spam lancers, add a few monks now. Remember, Byzantines have much better monks than the Chinese. The Chinese no longer have redemption, and they do not have access to heresy. But I guess they do still have atonement. Chinese used to be a good monk civ on arena when they had redemption and all the monk techs were cheaper. But not so much anymore. Redemption's a big one. And MBL getting relics on both sides. Yes, he is indeed getting relics on both sides. Both sides of the map. Hold on. What are these Discord tags I'm getting? I'm getting tagged everywhere. Oh, Dave's online. Yeah, I'm getting tagged from our base. Now everyone is T-West. There we go. And Dave's doing the night shift. So Yo grabbing a relic, it'll be 1 versus 5 though. Maybe MBL could think about running those relics back to his base. I mean, Byzantines against Chinese, when the Byzantines have a 1k res lead, I think the Byzantines should win. I don't think the Chinese have the unit composition to fight them without an eco boost. And Byzantines still have their main eco boost with the imp timing. MBL doesn't quite have the stone for a castle. Could think about a counter castle maybe. Somewhat forcing a fight with the cataphracts, but MBL will just avoid this area of the map, run back a bit. And put up a town center on a wood line. Cataphracts, they're definitely very specialized, I would agree with that. Husbandry on the way for Yo. Bill's repairing the stable. A cataphract was such a choice, Yo is completely out of steam. Yeah, right, and this was opened up by MBL going for the tower aggression, so he didn't let Yo get a fast enough castle age timing, and MBL also committed to stone, so he was able to get the castle up right away. And he essentially bought himself a late enough castle time to do the cataphracts. And I say that when we're still only 20 minutes into the game. But it definitely helped out get to the cataphracts, just a few extra moments in feudal. And Monk going for a conversion on the cataphract. He's killing the cat. Oh, he gets one. Also, the cataphract, left-handed unit. In the original game, all units were ambidextrous, they were mirrored, and depending on which graphic angle they were facing, they'd have the sword in a different hand. Cataphracts are left-handed indeed. That sword is in their left hand. So, Watchtower up for MBL. 20 minutes in Empire Wars is a long time, especially when we get 6-minute games. MBL's going for the barracks. Alright, TC here, taken out by MBL. Oh, Cav Archers going for the mangonels. And still a cataphract mixed in. Ooh, nice shot from the mangonel on those Cav Archers. And a couple more. They kill their own cataphracts, but it's a sacrifice MBL's willing to make. His mangonels will be cleaned, but he's using that cheaper Byzantine Imperial Age to go up. Where are we at now? 6 hours into the stream. A long stream. Not done yet though. I think like I said, I wanted to go about 8 hours, so I'll go till like 9 PM tonight. Tower going for the rocket cart going for the TC. And the cart goes down. No, let's not say that, Secretan. Alright. So, Cataphract going for Monastery. Two canoes popping out for Yo. And that monk living dangerously underneath the castle. Tower takes out the monk. And we'll have Imperial Age on the way for MBL. And a couple of archery ranges coming up here for MBL. Ooh, another siege tower. So many siege towers. We'll help Yo claim the relics, all the siege towers. And 1, 2, 3, 4 ranges there for MBL. And another castle drop from Yo. So Yo creeping forward with the castles. MBL soon will be able to add some trebs along with the cataphracts, can do chemistry, and start getting out bombard cannon. Does he have a university? Yes, he does in the back. So it's Byzantine castle warfare time, and he will be up before Yo. Yo is still falling even farther behind in eco. Cataphracts are ready to raid. Wonder if we'll see elite cataphract this game. That would be crazy. Gotta love getting elite cataphracts. And Bracer on the way for MBL. And we'll have Bracer coming from the blacksmith as this monster is getting fire lanced down. And will it be poked down fully? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Alright, Treb popping out for MBL. And chemistry on the way for him too. Chemistry and conscription. Conscription and True Canoes may be a bit tricky to deal with, but usually the Chinese struggle against bombard cannon. And I think that's still true even after getting heavy rocket cart. And now it's Treb time, and hard to win castle wars against the Byzantines. Two castle wars going on different sides of the map. Can't really combine the Trebs everywhere. But extra difficult when the Byzantines can add their cannon in. And MBL has a nice protection layer for melee units. With all the stone, with all the rocks. But Chukanus also could shoot over that. So Chukanu is actually a good anti-bombard cannon from afar. As long as they can avoid getting domed by the cannon shots. Crimson Scorpion forward. Oh my gosh, look at that. What is Oh my gosh, the javelins are huge with their chemistry. For a second, I thought that was the scorpion bolt. But no, okay. I was like, is that a multi-scorpion? Who researched a double crossbow 6 times? So Treb going for the other Treb, gets a hit. MBL needs to realize this is happening in repair, and he does. He does indeed. Ooh, 2 hits in a row. That is tricky. They are spending less on every upgrade, but I don't think that accounts for 4,000 resources. And here we have the Byzantine player, as they do, winning a castle fight over here to the west. MBL is soon free to reclaim those relics. They are within the range of his castle. And things falling apart a bit for Yo. TC here going down as the Treb goes for the castle. And Rocket Cart goes for the Treb. Goes, and Treb shot's missing and hitting the Treb. So we have 3 farms on the way for MBL surrounding the mill. And Treb going for the castle. Bombard cannon going for the Treb, though. That Treb will go down. Camel's killing the Fire Lancers. Good map. Good map for skirm raids. Every map's a good map for skirm raids. Is there a skirm nothing map? We should make one. Oh, I had an idea. Are you ready, chat? This is an awful idea. But it'll be perfect. A map where we have a bunch of skirms, and they're in pairs, right? They're in pairs. And they're surrounded by rocks. So there's like a pair of skirms and then like 6 rocks, so they can't move anywhere. But skirms have a minimum range. So you put them there, but they're so close together. Maybe it has to be 1 tile, maybe 2 tiles is too much. So they can't move, but it's just 2 skirms back to back. And you fill the map with a bunch of pairs of skirms like that. And then you have to avoid the skirms with the rest of your other units. If you don't want to be killed by the skirms, but like each player has a skirm there, so it's balanced. That's a horrible idea. I'll have to do it someday, now that I've thought about it. Okay, Fire Lancer is running straight towards Cataphracts again. Let's go Cataphracts. Let's see, will those Trebs survive the Cataphracts? Or will the Fire Lancers survive the Cataphracts? They'll hop back into the siege tower. Cataphracts taking some of them down. Monk's getting some conversions. These are now the Elite Fire Lancers, which have plus 15 against Cav. Okay, we need Elite Cataphract then, for more Cav armor to avoid that. These things now get plus 3 against the Cataphracts. Wait, how insane is Elite Fire Lancer getting an additional 10 attack against Cav? Oh, coincident. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the Mage of Empires. This is a tournament being hosted by Red Bull. Is going to be a LAN event in April, and right now players are trying to qualify for it. So thank you very much for the raid. We have MBL doing some beautiful Byzantine cataphracts, and Mr. Yo showing off the current meme strategy. When you put units inside of a siege tower, it gains speed, and people have realized that means they basically travel at warp speed and cart fire lancers around the map. So thank you very much for the raid. It's not a meme, it's quite effective. It is a meme because it is effective. Before it was a meme, after the Fire Lancer was a new unit added in a recent DLC. It was added to the game. It has been quite effective, but MBL's the Byzantines. Perhaps finding a counter to it, as cataphracts do deal bonus damage to infantry. Yo here getting some good raids in MBL's base though. So the siege tower is absolutely goofy. Well, it was not in the original game, so if you're coming back, seeing the new expansions, it is new. It's meant to deliver units over walls, but has essentially become a clown car. And another castle fight here for Yo. MBL doing his best to repair. And Trying to use the cannon to destroy the Treb. Yo is repairing, but not quite in time. That Treb goes down, but he does manage to snipe the cannon. Trebs themselves are quite inaccurate compared to the cannons, but yeah, you can get lucky and one-shot the cannon if you get a lucky hit. And Yo, continuing this Treb war, this is a map called Stonefront, where all the resources, the golds and the stones, are separated on each side of the map, and there are these impassable rock barriers. So you can't move directly from one side to the other without going around, but you can shoot over them. And the goal is to try to control these resources, but also if you control the middle, you can kind of shoot both sides. It's a rather new map, and I think people are still figuring out exactly how to play it. So MBL still with a pretty big resources collected lead. And he's doing Logistica. That'll give the Cataphracts a bit more attack. Greek Fire Bombard Towers to send a message. That'll help them out against the Lancers for a bit. MBL has to use the market and buy some stone. Actually, he just sold the stone. Well, he's out of stone, so he can't repair his castle anymore. And Yo getting raided by Cataphracts, but doing a good job of taking map control. 155 villagers for MBL. That's a bit weird for the Byzantines because they have cheaper units, and usually the Byzantines play with fewer vills. Cataphracts here will surround the siege tower. If you look at their speeds, 1.49, that's in tiles per second in terms of the map tiles. It goes from 0.8 to 1.3, the siege tower. So these things get very speedy. And okay, these Fire Lancers even dealing with Cataphracts. MBL, if he had more gold, he'd want to do Elite Cataphract, because that adds because Fire Lancers have a bonus attack against cavalry, and Elite Cataphracts resist that bonus attack. Still, this castle just barely staying up, but here come the Fire Lancers to hit the repair vills. The siege towers also have a ton of pierce armor, so they're actually rather resistant to arrow fires, so with how fast they are, players put infantry in them, move them forward, and then use them to take cover. They do outrun horses. That they do. And this Treb being shot by the cannon again, and that will go down. And with only one Treb left, MBL should be able to repair this castle. Oh, but here comes the siege tower again, zooming in on that cannon. And there it goes, deploying the Fire Lancers. Still non-elite Cataphracts, doing their best to fight this off. MBL's gotten some good raids on Yo's eco, but Yo, a very good late game player, managing to replace the vills. MBL just now doing the gold and stone mining upgrades. Maybe he's a bit late on them with all the food and wood he's been floating. And look at this thing zooming around. Yo, trying to repair his castle over here. He has no stone miners now. He's had to pull all the stone miners away to repair. Has a couple of stones down here he could move to. Might have to use the market to buy stone if he realizes he's running out. They can put expos in a drill tower. They don't need Mangudai anymore. Is there any difference between the 200 pierce armor of rams and the 100 of siege tower? Yes, trebuchets that have 200 pierce attack. That's the only thing I think that matters. Maybe bombard towers too. They have a large pierce attack. But here Yo taking the score lead, getting a good raid on MBL's Trebs with his light cav. MBL, after taking some good initial fights on the towers, still struggling even with Cataphracts to deal with the Fire Lancers in the siege towers. Here I was thinking Cataphracts would counter this. Maybe MBL needed to focus, I think, on Elite Cataphract rather than Logistica. I think that has a bigger impact on the Fire Lancers. How does my voice stay smooth after so long? You have to drink lots of water. Mr. Fluffy Bunny, you have to drink water. I think long gameplay streams are in some ways easier because you're probably not talking as much. Just take breaks occasionally, drink water. You try not to spill the water on yourself when you drink it. Yeah, Yo, still with those elite Fire Lancers. MBL with 8,000 more resources collected and still doesn't have a counter for them. And Yo also has 4 relics now. Remember when MBL had 5 relics? He's lost them, and Yo has taken them all. What is the W? It stands for Wololo. They went for the most obvious Age of Empires meme when they named their tournament years ago. But yeah, it is hosted. It's a LAN event. Will be hosted in London. It will be this April. And right now there is a ladder, and the top 4 players on the ladder with the most elo will qualify for the event, and then there will be another qualifier for the remaining players taking place later on. Much respect to his mental game, losing to those towers. Yeah, honestly, I think Logistica from him was probably a mistake. Yeah, I don't think... Does Capture Age show the cost of Elite Cataphract? I don't think it does. I know it's really expensive, but if you skip out on Logistica and maybe use the market to try to get a bit more gold and do Elite Cataphract, I think having the extra Cav armor resistance against the Fire Lancers probably matters more than the attack. But this siege tower has been crazy. And I'm pretty sure every single pro player has been complaining about it. And Yo is victorious with the Fire Lancer siege tower. So we saw that game. MBL in the Castle Age, the Cataphracts worked well before the Elite Fire Lancer came in. But he went for the castle. He tower rushed Yo. Felt like he got himself in a great position, but couldn't find a way to close out the game. Even winning the initial castle fights, those Fire Lancers too strong. We can also see the new unique unit, the Elite Chuko Nu. This is... They had an expansion recently, and they added specific graphics for the Elite versions of all the unique units. Personally, I think there's a bit too much player color in these. They lose the white color that helped identify them, but it is pretty cool that they did that. So we'll look at the achievements. And let's see, what's the KD there? Oh, better KD for Yo. Sometimes the Byzantines can survive that because their units are cheap, but not if Cataphract is the unit they're making. And more such a bigger eco for MBL, too. And could not pull that one out. Fire Lancers are... I think saying they're a bit too powerful is a bit of an understatement. They are a full word too powerful. How old is the Wololo meme? It was the sound that the priests made in Age of Empires 1. I don't know if memes were a thing back in 97 when AoE1 came out, or how you would have identified it then. Did I see Sudden Disaster one? I did see that, Arbase, because he posted it in the chat, yes. I'll go through the awards. Yeah, also that's another change. Siege towers, when monks have redemption, they can convert siege. They used to be able to convert the siege towers from a distance, and they changed siege towers so that they behave like rams and monks have to be adjacent to them now. But that also means siege towers now are the hard counter to monks because they can't be converted, so crossbows can pop in and out, and they'll never be converted because the monk doesn't have long enough to convert them. When did it become famous, though? I don't know. Are we really going to say that AoE 2 is that famous? Maybe we could. Let's see. Yo, MBL. I guess we keep going with that. Who is this? I've never heard this name before. There's a player called Kiko who's playing against Fire right now. Never heard of that name before. Let's see here. And, oh, wonderful. My player names maintain themselves because it's the same players. So let's go again. Let's keep the colors consistent. We'll have MBL as the blue Koreans, Yo as the red Koreans. So MBL might be back to doing his mirror match ways. And Yo picked mirror, MBL Force picked Koreans. Okay, why Koreans on Crownwood? Not too sure about that. So we'll have double bit axe here for Yo. Villagers on the way for him, taking the Heras at the front. On this map, immediately MBL walling up. I have seen this map play out where it's very wallable, and you start rather far apart, so players have a good chance to wall their base up. And also these little signposts on the side. Can anyone read this and tell me what it says? In the original AoE 2, when the signposts were more low resolution, they put the developers' names on the signposts, but there's maybe one or two of them that you actually can read with how small, with how few pixels they have. And Vale wanted to have Fire Lancer Revenge. Now they're true. Now we have a Fire Lancer Mirror. And war wagons count as cavs, so Fire Lancers probably counter them. There are some English signs. There's a good old East-West and Market Blacksmith that I can read. There's some Greek letters in there. Oh, there are. Now that's what you learn from studying math. You can make out the Greek letters. You don't know what they mean when you put them together. You don't know what they mean when you put them together to form a word. But you can at least identify them. And so, ooh, that Vil... Not getting the gate up in time. MBL wanted a quick gate to keep this little skirmishing army from Yo away. Do Samurai do bonus damage against Fire Lancers? Remind me when a Fire Lancer appears. I'll click on it and check. I don't think they count as a unique unit. But Samurai might get +2 against Shock Infantry anyway, because I'm pretty sure they had a bonus against Eagle Warriors. Most infantry units did. So they might get a small bonus against them. I did not have Ancient Greek at high school, our race, no. Did not have Latin either. As Yo manages to pick off one of MBL's Vils. And most importantly, MBL isn't walled yet. We'll need to send another Vil out. Don't think Yo has enough of a military to push that, though. Yo himself working on some house walls. I'll probably wall up to the edge of the map, and then wall to this wood line and to the edge. You're telling me that the biggest anti-infantry, anti-cavalry unit lost to the Fire Lancers? I'm not telling you it's okay, I am just telling you that it lost. Oh, and Timber, hello Timber. They do get +1 versus Shock Infantry. Alright. I mean, that's what I thought about the Cataphracts too, Timber. But they don't, okay, Timber confirming they don't have their full anti-unique unit bonus damage. That's what I thought about the Cataphracts when the Cataphracts died to the Elite Fire Lancers, so... I don't know. And so we get Castle Age and Scale Metal Armor on the way for Yo. And more Palisade Walls going up also for Yo. Who win the last one? Yo indeed did win the last one. So a Horse Collar, Scale Metal Armor, and Castle Age on the way. And Gold Mining as well for MBL. Players up within 3 or so seconds of each other. And this is usually how I've seen the map play out. Players walling, not being too aggressive. But walling like this is not how I've seen it too much. If you look at the maps, they're pretty much always symmetrical with how the wood lines spawn for the players. And I usually see players wall like MBL does, or even from here to the edge of the map. But basically taking the 2 hills with wood lines and keeping a large part of the base safe. If Yo had done that, he would have actually had all 3 of his golds within his walls. Would have been a really nice setup. Or even from here to the edge. That'd be a pretty huge wall, though. But different ways of doing it. You're not spending as much Vil time doing this. And it is easier to re-wall in case you get attacked. And you usually do have to do quite a bit of re-walling here because of the holes that appear in your wood line as you chop through. You can kind of diagonally set some palisades up over the trees if you want to help out with that. Then we have Bowsaw on the way for Yo. They translated a bunch of manuscripts. And, you know, a person who studies Greek, they translated manuscripts about Xerxes marching over hills. That sounds really interesting. I probably have to have the taste for it, though. How about Fire Lancers and Siege Towers? Well, we have the Fire Lancers already. Here they are. Yeah, remember the Chinese we saw last game. At the very least, they were given the Fire Lancer, which is an anti-cavalry unit. But they lost the camels that they had in order to gain the unit. The Koreans just got the Fire Lancer. And as the Koreans, they do have a 50% wood discount on ranged soldiers and infantry. So yes, these things have a discount now. And also a 20% discount on their warships, but not on their siege at least, so their siege tower isn't Oh, wait, there's the siege tower already. The siege tower isn't discounted. That's a good thing, though. It was made cheaper recently, and you're seeing the horrors that happen from that. You know, Koreans do not get camels. No, they do not, Baron. They do not get camels. Ooh, the Fire Lancers ran into a dead end and got trapped. And they will be taken down there. Nothing they can do to escape, so nice initial engagement from Yo. And he will now take a good lead in the number of Fire Lancers that he has. Hop back into that Siege Tower. Yeah, the Fire Lancers themselves, 0.96 speed. The Siege Tower easily surpasses that. The Clown Car. Yes. So initially, battering rams had 4 garrison space. And they had a base speed of 0.6. And when you put 4 infantry units in them, they'd get to 0.8. And they reused that mechanic for the siege tower, and hasn't worked out to be all that balanced now with the Fire Lancers. Infantry units by themselves usually aren't all that good. But the siege tower has made the Fire Lancer extra strong. And there it is, warping away from them. And you want to block it with the scout? Nope, they'll pop out and kill it and hop back in. And the crossbows or any archery unit doesn't actually give it the speed boost. Only infantry units do. But the Fire Lancer with the lance it has a special charge attack. And they nerfed ranged units by forcing them to go through their reload animation. So archers can't pop out, shoot, and pop back in. They need to pop out, stand around for a bit, reload, and then shoot. The charge attack is an exception to that. So the Fire Lancers can pop out and shoot immediately just like that. That makes them extra strong. It's MBL trying to patrol into the fight there. And also has a lot of HP too, so it takes a while to go down. Why is there no speed nerf? I think the question is, why has there been no nerf in a long time to it? From what I know, there is a nerf coming to it, but just not during this qualifier, unfortunately. A limiting factor. You can see how the speed changes so suddenly. MBL force pick Koreans. yeah, MBL has been force picking civs on the ladder instead of going random. But I think he did open up random a bit, a few games at least. MBL and Yo tend to play each other a lot at this time zone. If a big update drops, they probably play on the update. Sometimes we have old patches that we use. Oh, it's getting trapped. He ran into a dead end. You can hop walls, but you can't hop trees. Well, you could hop trees, actually. There's a little hack you can do to hop trees. But yeah, they play on the update. Sometimes we have old patches available, but usually it's the update. Oh, and I answered a question to an ad. Oh no. So Squire's on the way for Yo. I don't understand how it survived. KUTD should have been removed the day after. I agree with you. I agree with you there. You can hop trees? So you can hop your own walls with siege towers, and you can also hop unbuilt walls. So if you have a diagonal like this, you could put the siege tower on this square, place a palisade foundation here, and then hop over the unbuilt foundation to escape the forest. I don't know if they ever patched that, but that's something you could do. That was one of my YouTube comments asked me about that years ago. And I tried it out and was like, oh, this works. I did it to Ornlu once in a game. He was very surprised. Fire Lancers hop in. Okay, here we go. Oh, here we go. We got both of them. Here we go. Double Siege Tower Fire Lancers. Here, okay, both of them are doing it now. Siege Tower Fire Lancers. Yo pops out. I think MBL has more, but he doesn't want to fight under the castle fire. So he'll zoom around. Is there? Oh, there's a hole in the wall. He'll go right through that. I need to... It's been a very long time since I've done any work with the graphics, but someone suggested replacing the siege tower with a Red Bull can for the tournament. And that sounds like an amazing idea. So we have Gambesons on the way. That gives extra Pierce armor to the Fire Lancer. Does that matter in a Fire Lancer mirror? Well, I guess it matters if you're going to be under castle fire. Wait, do they do Pierce damage? Yeah, it is melee damage. Okay, it is melee damage they do. Oh my gosh, MBL trying to head off the tower, but nope, can't get there in time. Can't get there in time. Monk will be picking up a relic for Yo. 2/2 relics. Looks like there are 2 more relics left on the map down in the south. We'll have iron casting on the way for Yo, and there we are fighting. The siege tower is destroyed. MBL can hop in and run away if he wants to. It looks like he's committing to the fight. Nope, he's getting in. He's getting out. And he's running away. He's running to his reinforcements. Oh, this is so silly. Oh my gosh, this is so silly. I have to add wings to it when it's fully loaded. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do that to the transports. I don't think... We would need a separate graphics file to exist already to do that for the siege tower. But the transport has a graphic if it's fully loaded with elephants. We could add some wings to that. Because what unit's more appropriate for wings than elephants? So we'll over here have some TCs shooting at the units. Fire Lancers coming over. Thank you, Hussar. Well, we have winged Hussars. We have actual winged Hussars now. We have 3 versions of Hussars with different wings. Alright, so another TC. Is there any water in the Red Bull maps? Yes, there's Loch Ness with the Loch Ness monster. And there's the Thames with the Royal Albert Hall building. So a couple of UK-themed maps. And there's also the quarry map with the lake in the middle. Or the sunken remains of water in the bottom of a quarry. I don't know if there's a particular name for that body of water. Maybe lake is inappropriate. Oh, and Glasses. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yes, Glasses. That's more of a shallow demo map, though, than water. So handcart on the way for Yo. We'll have some Fire Lancers coming forward for MBL. How about a Grenadier? Well, the Jurchens already have Grenadiers, but they're anti-infantry. So, Siege Tower, both players up to Imp, where they assuredly will do Elite Fire Lancer. And with the Koreans, they could do Hand Cannoneers, because they do counter infantry units. Does that actually work or not? I don't know. That is an option. Guard towers that automatically get upgraded to keeps should be an option too. Oh wait, the Koreans have more towers to do. The siege towers aren't the only towers they'll be doing. They'll be doing keeps. And lots of them. Maybe even bombard towers. Should it be like a K? I have no idea. I was told it was similar to Glacier, so I said Glacius? Maybe it's Glacius? Not like a K sound, but a different C sound? Hopefully, oh my gosh. No fire towers, please. That's if you played the African Kingdoms campaigns on HD, the very first scenario, the ending of the scenario, you had to destroy 4 fire towers and you only had rams, and it was impossible. Demos are the best on water? Yes, yes, yes. Well, for the finals, there will probably be the DLC releasing. Oh yeah, Coincident asked earlier about if there's a patch. There's going to be a DLC released between the qualifiers and the finals, so they will be playing on that DLC. So definitely a big balance change then. Fire Galley in Siege Tower form? Isn't that a transport ship? Castle here going down, and Siege Towers zooming in. They want to hit the Repairvilles, but they'll see the Fire Lancers and they'll zoom right out. We have Elite Fire Lancer now. for Yo, and to confirm the samurai question, they count as infantry, but not unique units. So yeah, Timber is correct in the chat when he says they're not unique units. Your garrison archers and galleys for extra projectiles. Arbase right in his job application for Forgotten Empires. So conscription, bracer on the way for MBL. Siege towers continue rolling their way forward. Oh, this is so silly. What are they doing? Siege tower getting poached down. The Fire Lancers trying to destroy the Trebs. We have 4 Trebs and they're fairly well protected. This is when maybe you just need to build walls so the units eject over the walls and can't re-garrison. Yo will hop in and try to run, but they're very low on HP, and they are being sniped down by the towers, and the Fire Lancers have to pop out under the castle, and it feels like MBL now has some momentum in this silly insanity. He is doing it, and he will win the game. He will win the the Siege Tower mirror matchup. 94 to 77 Fire Lancers. And you only tell us how many Siege Towers they made. Civ win. Civ win. Hulks for the finals. Don't give me nightmares. YouTube chat. Don't give me nightmares. Alright, so look at some stats. And here we have military. 67 to 55 KD for MBL. 10,000 more res collected. More efficient with the economy. While memeing with the taxis. The clown cars. You're not sure if you liked this game? I can appreciate the game, though, even if I don't like it, for the absurdity of it. Hello, Kugelfee TV. Sometimes mirror matches are boring, and then there are MBL mirrors. Let's see. So they're going to be right back at it. As oh my gosh, it's going to be another Korean's mirror. Let's not watch another Korean's mirror. I'm going to be right back, and then I'm going to take a quick break. We're 7 hours into the stream. And then we'll find another game that's not a Korean's mirror to watch. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see how it looks when they reach 100 games. Yeah, so let's take a look at the ladder right now, before we jump into something else. We have, let's see, Hera number 1, pretty much as expected. Heart number 2, above 1700, having a good grind. ACCM super high on the ladder, 82% win rate. He'll need to play some more games, but really good start for him. Yo and Vinch, 4 and 5. Again, Vinch will need to play a lot more games. And the qualification is based on the highest achieved rating. The current rating is then used as a tiebreaker, but highest achieved is what matters. Lewis from the UK. They're sitting at 6th right now. Mucho here. Another player who's been playing a lot of mirror matchups. Leary hasn't played today, I don't think. I think yeah, it's been a while since he played. And then MBL here now has over 200 games, and we're not going to watch his next Korean mirror matchup. The former tyrants of Doubt, Tato, Jordan, and Viper, not doing that well so far. And they need to pick up their game. Yeah, ACCM was beasting. ACCM also has the advantage of being in Vietnam. He's in a time zone when a lot of the other top players from Europe or the Americas aren't online. So he definitely gets different player matchups, I think, than everyone else does. And Andy's someone who also needs to play more games. That's true. Alright, so let's see. What do we have going on here? I gotta read the YouTube chat. Wouldn't be sad if they removed siege towers entirely. They're doing a Native American DLC, and they gave them cannon galleons and thalassocracy. Yeah, from what I know, they're gonna give them a regional siege ship and not cannon galleons. So let's go cast. Let's see. We'll have Tem. Someone asked about water maps. We'll see Thunderbolt versus Kapach. Oh, thank you very much, Emma Stone Walls, for the raid. Thank you so much. And we might see some stone walls on this map. As Thunderbolt will put him in the blue. And we'll have Kapach as the red shoe to the west and Thunderbolt as the blue Koreans to the east. Oh my gosh, Koreans could mean we get more Fire Lancers. I was like, oh, it's not a Korean's mirror, and I didn't see the single Koreans. Buddy Dude Man, thank you for the follow. Hope we see more of them. Well, we see Palisades already. A lot of players have been using gates on the shallows. Ooh, reeds on the shallows. Remember, you can't use reeds as part of your walls because you could chop them, then build a palisade on top of them and remove them. So enemies with vills could break in. Oh, palisades. I have seen some reinforcements of stone walls behind the palisades here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thunderbolt. He knows what to do. You start in feudal, stone walls right away. Thunderbolt. There we go. There we go. It's like I'm being... He must have just had that feeling. I'm being casted by someone who's rated by Emma Stone Walls. Let's build some stone walls. Like I said, lots of stone walling on this map. Oh wow, the Royal Albert Hall is not in the middle. It really got shoved over closer to Thunderbolt here. So this is... They put the in-game model of the building where the finals are going to be held. And... It gives you a boost of 25 population space. So normally the pop limit is 200. If you hold this building, you can get up to 225 max pop. Yeah, pretty cute that this is where the finals will be held. And we'll be inside of that building when they put it in the game. And we have a bit of a pause here. I love what you see. And let's see, pause by Thunderbolt. He needs to pause and admire the stone walls. So the shoe, one of the new Three Kingdoms civs that has been added. Also, the overlay up here for the ELO, that is their random map ELO, not their Empire Wars ELO. I don't know if I can update that in Capture Age, but I might be able to pull it and write it there myself. I definitely could, but that's a lot of stuff to enter manually before the games, and maybe what I should be doing is looking to pull write a basic web server to update that for me. I don't know, I gotta give that a think. Let's see, like I said, I'm doing a front page stream on Twitch on Monday, so I want to be prepared for that. And I can't be too ambitious with the changes I make to the overlay, because I need to have them finished in time. Is the building now the latest thing in the game? They added this and the Tower of London as buildings in the game. And you see around it, they added these little monks going Wololo as the statues. I just noticed that. Little flower gardens. And these remind me of These little flowers sticking up remind me of placing flowers in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like the little quarter tile flowers that you could plop down. It reminds me of that. Is it Fat Slob building the stone walls? No, it's not Fat Slob, sadly. From what I heard, when last I talked to T90, we were working on the TTL maps, and he told me that he casted what was for Christmas, what was probably the last Fat Slob game. Because he hasn't seen Fat Slob playing games recently. He was a player that did one thing and one thing only. Vikings Black Forest mirror matchups, building probably 7 to 8 layers of stone walls over and over and over. And he hasn't played in a long time. You don't understand its minimap icon? That is the Trade Workshop icon. It is... They just took an existing building and changed the graphics to use these graphics for it.
Yes.
That's why it's the Trade Workshop. This is on Capture Age generally the neutral building that swaps player control when you capture it icon. But yeah, it doesn't really represent pop space. I think it's supposed to be scales somehow, representing balance, or the Trade Workshop. Not sure, but it has the Wonder icon. Time to bed. Good night, Arbase. I will see you later. Hopefully we haven't gotten any bug reports on the TTL maps yet after I updated them this morning. Like I said, I have a good feeling about those, which will undoubtedly be completely dashed once they break. I think this is the most well prepared we've been for maps. Oh, hello, Grim. How you doing, Grim? Have until Monday, I can change everything. And if I had until Monday, I could do it, but I also have until Monday where I'm also continuing to stream and cast. Now that's the time management part that makes it more difficult. Yeah, that is certainly true. You do not come across that on Arabia. Ooh, as the skirms are slowing down a bit. Oh, in terms of time period. It was built in 1871, so the Cobra car is still newer. Oh, I thought you meant in terms of items added to the game, but oh, you're right. The Cobra car, I guess, would still be newer than the building, if that's when it was built. Ah, you're right. So Elite Skirm, Double Bit Axe, and Fletching on the way.
Yeah.
Their random map elos actually really close, within 20 of each other. PC going up for Thunderbolt. And the Villas in the mill will go head over to that wood line. So second TC, but second and now third for Kapach, adding to his eco. Maingold pretty far behind his walls. Did not go for the stone walls though, went for the Palisade House combo. Cobra cars from... Yeah, it is... That's what I learned. I learned all those Cobra car facts when I made the Lego Cobra car. New enough that I guess one of the developers working on the original Age series had one, and they wanted to add it to the game. Probably not Sandy. It doesn't strike me as the type of thing Sandy would have. I don't know who though. Alright, just about 7 hours, so I'll keep streaming. Like I said, I want to build up my stamina for next Monday. I'll see if we keep getting good games tonight. I'll go for a bit longer. Now Dave and MBL are doing their late night sessions. Also getting some really good viewership for today on YouTube, so thank you all. I guess Hera's YouTube streaming has helped bring people over to YouTube. OBS, why are you adding? Now, Sandy actually worked on Age 1. He was out ensembles during Age 1. He's credited in the manual as one of the scenario design teams. He has, if you ever played Sandy's Doom maps, there is Doom 2 map 13 has a really big arrow on the ground pointing you in the direction you need to go. So I don't know if this was him, but in Age of Empires 1, there's one map with a bunch of berries that are laid out in an arrow pointing you where you need to go. And I've always wondered if that was him. I think the main thing he did at Ensemble, of anything, was he was the lead for the War Chiefs, or the lead designer there. Or Age 3. And tower going up here for Thunderbolt, but Mangonel comes out for Kapach, ready to defend against the skirms, and we will have a forward workshop along with the Fire Lancers. So guard tower is pretty darn good at taking out Mangonels, and down it goes. And the Fire Lancers will they get in? Nope, there is a felled tree behind that tree, but there nevertheless. And it will be rocket carts for Thunderbolt. So rocket carts along with the Fire Lancers, not going straight for the siege towers, but because of the house walls. And you know what? This is maybe why we didn't see stone walls and instead saw the house walls. You can't siege tower hop over a 2-tile thick building, only a 1-tile thick wall. So the houses might be to prevent the siege tower hop. But then again, siege towers, they're not used for hopping, are they? They're used for taxiing. The real Cobra Car prize for first place. Now, how expensive is a Cobra Car? Because in total, they are definitely spending several $100,000 on this tournament. If we were somehow to get a sudden influx of popularity, maybe it'd be realistic. A good one. Hello, Paradox. They're expensive. I know they're expensive, but are they like low millions expensive? I have no idea. And do we really care if it's a good one or not, honestly? Are we really going to be picky about Cobra Cars? So, defensive castle from Kapach, and so far so good for his defense against the Fire Lancers. Imp and the Elite Fire Lancers are maybe the real threat, though. SBS with the correct paint job. Cart goes down. We'll have ballistics and handcart on the way for Thunderbolt. 80 to 100k? Is it 80 to 100k? That is lower than the total prize pool for Red Bull Wololo, isn't it? They could spend the entire prize pool on that. Winner gets a Cobra Car. And Hera would somehow then have to transport that to Argentina. Okay, rocket cards breaking through the houses. Normal Mangonels defending for Kapach. Still with a score lead, 20 Vil lead, but will that be enough against the Fire Lancers? No siege tower yet, so perhaps it will be. And these things are deadly. And another defensive castle, hoping that with 3 Mangonels he'll be able to construct it. Needs to make sure it doesn't Mangonel his own castle foundation, but looks like so far so good. Doesn't want to lose that Vil lead he had trying to construct the castle. Will pick off a rocket cart. He's more than happy to trade evenly Mangonel versus rocket cart here, considering the eco lead he has. But he's going to pull back from the foundation. He'll pull back for a bit. Needs to send more Vils forward. Takes another shot on his Mangonel. Guard towers, but not close enough to take out the castle. He is losing some Vils there, but still with a pretty sizable lead. Second place gets the car every other Saturday. The second place gets the Lego Cobra Car. That's like 150. I'm sure they can afford that. Oh no, there's a bear. A bear killed a villager too. Oh, poor villager. Oh, and bear with another hill bonus there. Bears have 30 HP and a hill bonus. Ooh, can the bear win this fight? I don't think so. I think the Vil gets this. The Vil has some melee armor. Yeah, okay, the Vil wins against the bear. Oh, we see more stone walls. There we go. Emma, even more stone walls from Thunderbolt. Which players would want to own a Cobra Car? That is a very good question. I don't know if there are any car fanatics among the players. In your heart, he's already won. Now all he needs to do is build the stone walls in the shape of a heart. Oh, but another bear fight. These bears, very aggressive. The Vil takes that out. We'll have Imp and padded archer armor on the way, but Imp just a bit faster for Thunderbolt. Really far behind in the Vil counts. And he's gonna have to hope that Elite Fire Lancer and the free keep upgrade gives him a nice advantage. Now the Shu, remember, they do not train trebuchets from their castles. They have to train traction trebs, which still will outrange the Korean guard towers. They get up to 13 range. The traction trebs get up to 14, but are not that great at destroying buildings. They're more of an anti-unit build, an anti-unit siege weapon. But still the best option the Shu will have against the buildings. I don't remember that many bears last time you went to London. It's been a while since I've been in London. I've actually properly been in London. I've been through the airports there, but never properly stepped outside of them, other than to take a trip to Brighton. Eagle Guard? Is that a new DLC thing? I didn't read the DLC post. Apparently there was a post today. Oh, the White Feather Guard. Yeah, is Emu still here? Emu likes the White Feather Guards. The Dave will... I just called the Mangonel the Dave. What? I've been casting for 7 hours. I was thinking Dave is streaming, and I suddenly called the Mangonel the Dave. That's worse than calling the White Feather Guards the Eagle Guards. No, Dave is he's the Hun's unique tech. He's how you get targets at stables. You research Dave, research Marauders. Alright, so another castle forward for Kapach. Will have chemistry on the way for Thunderbolt, but Kapach taking more and more map control, still with a very good eco lead. You live in England, so you go to London a lot. Okay, seems to be very familiar with the lack of bears. Maybe this is why. Maybe all the bears died in this battle between the Shu and the Koreans in London, featuring the Royal Albert Hall. So ring archer armor on the way for Kapach. Using the skirms, those cheap, or those very good Shu skirmishers. I guess they're not cheap, but you get the food from chopping wood, so you have a better eco set up for them. And Kapach isn't done dropping castles. He's going to continue pushing. All the gold is in the south. From what I've seen on this map, the gold is far more valuable than the Royal Albert Hall and the wood. Even though there are 5 relics there, but you can always fight for the relics early on and then fight for the south. There are foxes, but no bears. Ooh, okay. Well, that's why some of the maps do have foxes on them. Will I be in London for the finals? I do plan on it. I have tickets for it, so as long as my schedule works out. Ooh, don't mangonel your own castle there. That was close. I've done that before. You place a castle foundation when your mangonel is shooting at something, and then you one-shot your own foundation. That is painful. Castle going up, and that should give Kapach. Oh no! Look away, Emma. Look away. The castle's gonna break through the stone walls. More stone walls up on the shallows, too. Gotta love an AoE2 game where both sides have 5 archery ranges just making skirms. I know, skirms over fire lancers, even. Well, Thunderbolt still does have control of all the gold. And, well... maybe this game isn't over if he holds the gold. Kapach actually needing to go and mine Thunderbolt's gold just to have some access to it. All the skirms are being created because that's what Kapach can do without gold access. He has no gold access in his base anymore. It's all in the south. And right now, traction trebs don't push buildings that well, as I said. Maybe Kapach can push? He does have a bit of gold left, doing gold shaft mining. Doing another mining camp on his forward gold. That's his last gold access for now. Don't be sad that it's over. You're happy it was created in the first place. Mangonels should get more bonus. You know, I was thinking players have gotten so good at dodging mangonels these days, maybe we should make their projectiles travel ever so slightly faster. Not all that much, but slightly. And now we see the white feather guards that Baron was excited about. Yes, but no. Oop. Okay, he lagged a tiny bit there. Let's catch back up. Oop, lag. Lower elo will find it way worse to dodge. Do lower elos dodge anyway? Remember, it used to be harder for them to dodge too, when there was more lag. You just make it more like it was before. Just reverse the changes to the delete trick. And we could do that too. Buff mangonels by reversing the delete trick. So scale melt armor squire is on the way. As these traction trebs get repaired, Kapach still maybe getting himself access to the gold now that he's destroyed the castle, and he'll be moving out and trying to secure it. Increase the projectile speed 1% per elo. Over 100 elo. That's great. I like that. 1% per elo over 1.7k. So Hera Winchester 3k plus, they'll have to really dodge. I like that. Yeah, Baron gets them 1% faster. Or maybe we could start at the base elo of 1000, and we could also add or subtract. So you are helped if you're lower elo. They move slower. But then Vinch gets them like 20% faster. You can also add and subtract. I'm glad there's someone at Cornell who can do that. Move speed at lower elos. No, if you're low enough elo, Baron, they actually move backwards and hit your opponent's mangonels. That would be perfect. Okay, I think we just figured out the best way to change mangonels. So Heavy Huiguang Cav come forward. They will try to fight the skirms under the towers. 5 pierce armor for them now. We're getting elite Fire Lancer though for Thunderbolt. Okay, Thunderbolt, when one last act of desperation, will go for the broken Neem Fire Lancers. What in the mangonel is that? Oh, this thing? Oh yeah, Liticor, you haven't seen the horror. This is a traction treb. Basically, they added the shoe and 2 other civs to Age of Empires, but they were before the time period of Age of Empires, so instead of giving them trebs, they gave them this monstrosity, which is like a mini treb, but also like a better bombard cannon. On to boost, hello to boost. The shoe, the woo, and the way. So cute. Brought over a bunch of concepts from AoE 4. That they did. That they did. Does he have the gold for a Fire Lancer switch? Well, he's got 22 vills on gold still, but I feel like that's more of an optimistic number than a realistic number. Kapach now has 46 vills on gold. He has taken the gold and taken all of the south control. And Thunderbolt, yeah, he can have an extra 25 pop space, but that's not going to help if he doesn't have max pop to get there. Shoe, the woo, and the way were the starts of Magic the Gathering's portal through. Wait, what? I've never played Magic the Gathering. So Fire Lancer's here. Oh yeah, this is more ridiculous though, Lidicor. This is the Fire Lancer. Basically, these things go inside of siege towers, and that's the best strategy in the game right now. Fire Lancer siege tower. He has clock up the choke points. So castle here going up for Kapach. As the skirmishes try to take out the Fire Lancers. Tiny bit of HP left. And down it goes. And Arson on the way for Thunderbolt. Now remember, these things do have a wood discount for him as the Koreans, 50% wood discount, and skirms do not do bonus damage against them, despite them being very similar to a halb in some respects, because they have a bonus against cav, and they carry a big long spear, or lance thing. Should be good. They have plus 15 against cav, so not the same as the plus, what, 28 or 32 that the halb has. I always forget which is 28 and 32 for the halb, the cav or the war elephant. Of course, both apply to the elephant. Need a water lancer to counter the fire lancer. We need like Mario from Sunshine with the water jetpack to counter the fire lancers. So chainmail armor on the way. And Kapach holding, but now have the Fire Lancers turned this around a bit? Oh, he's up to, Thunderbolt's up to 162 pop. He needs more houses. If he has even just a sliver of gold and can make more Fire Lancers, what do the shoe do against them? They probably have to go into Arbalests, right? Yeah, they have good Arbalests, and they even have a unique tech, which is their bolt magazine, so the Arbalests shoot additional projectiles. Watch 136 vills, is that too many? Thunderbolt's starting to catch up in pop. Adding more barracks and more Fire Lancers. And he's desperately using the market, though, for gold. Kapach needs to hold the middle for a while. Vills will be pushed back off of that mine from the traction trip. He still has gold at his home base. Had enough gold in the middle earlier, he didn't need to mine this right away. And okay, he still has a bit of life in him. Still has a bit of life in him. We're seeing again how just strong this Fire Lancer is. Fire Lancer's going for the skirms. The castle will stand for now. The traction trebs keep pushing forward. If Thunderbolt can ever get up beyond Kapach's pop, he now has 215 pop space. Doesn't quite have the ego to get there yet, though. Ford Castle claiming more gold just as Thunderbolt wanted to move out for it. But there are more golds on the map. Doing a keep, and the golds are spread out enough he can move for them. Kapach with around 15,000 more res collected total so far. There's siege engineers for Thunderbolts. White Feather Guards continue pushing forward. Koreans could do hand cannoneers if they had the resources for them. I can click one of these White Feather Guards. There we go. Oh, these have attack bonus against Cav too. Oh, they're a unique unit, so they're a bit more expected to have that. They look pretty cute with their elite skin, the little gold trim on their shields. Does Kapach have wood? That is a good question. Oh, Kapach doesn't have wood. Kapach has straggler trees. He's stonewalled out from all the wood. Wait, Thunderbolt might win this if it becomes a wood game. Oh my gosh, Thunderbolt. This is how you spend your gold, Thunderbolt. Do Onager and cut these wood lines. Do Onager and cut the wood lines, then Kapach can't do anything to you. Actually, Kapach could probably buy wood with how cheap it'll be from them selling it. Oh, yeah, look at that. He's buying wood, and that's letting Thunderbolt sell wood to get more gold. Because he doesn't need the wood because of the wood discount the Koreans have. Yeah, the more wood Kapach buys, the more gold Thunderbolt has. Exactly, Baron. Thunderbolt can sell it. Yeah, all the wood is in the north. Oh my god, economics. Bombard cannon are here. Now, they'll need to dodge the traction trebs. This is difficult because the traction trebs outrange them. And, okay, that cannon has to be careful. Okay, Thunderbolt, you got a micro. Your cannon die like that. Oh, it decided to path around the barracks and the straggler. Oh, and to add salt to the wound, the treb cuts the straggler tree. So, Kapach. Food, gold, but no wood. Thunderbolt down to 156 pop, and the white feather guards are into his eco. They got in, they pushed him off of gold. He's got no one on gold now. His best chance to get gold is Kapach buying wood. Oh, what is this game? What is this game? Ooh, Arb's down here claiming the golds again. Kapach getting more gold. Does Thunderbolt have... No, he does not have Upsion, which is, I think, close to the pronunciation. Not yet have that. I don't think he can... What does that cost? Wooden food. Ooh, actually, it would be good for him to get that. He's doing arrow slits, too. Power upgrades don't necessarily cost gold. And he really doesn't have gold. He's down to 102 pop, down under 100 pop. You know, his vills have been devastated by the white feather guards getting into the eco. And with nothing left, he will call the GG. Almost. He almost managed to pull that off and make it a wood game. So props to Thunderbolt for hanging in there. And we'll check that. Yeah, much better KD for Kapach. As far as eco is concerned, that's better, much better for Kapach. But not as much wood, and sometimes wood decides the games. GG. You feel the Three Kingdoms civs struggle, and they definitely can. I think that's a fair assessment. Very, very matchup dependent, though, I think, but they definitely can struggle a bit in him. The lack of trebuchets hurts as good as the traction trebs can be. Heading to bed. Alright, see you later, Emma. Thanks for stopping by and enjoying some stone walls with us. Alright, and let's see. Stream for almost 7.5 hours. We do one more game, then call it. So we got Andy Yo on Loch Ness. Let's do some Andy Yo. Finally seeing Andy playing. He's here at a different time zone than everyone. And here we are, we'll put Andy in the blue. And Yo, oh gosh, the rocks in the shallows. Yo will just adjust the scoreboard so it reads as Yo. Do that every time, but doable. So GG's and goodbye to Emma. Thank you again for the raid. And now Loch Ness, we need to keep our eyes out for Nessie. She'll be here somewhere. Another horizontal Loch Ness. I had seen only vertical ones until now this horizontal one. So I destroyed Castle 2. Some ruins there. Doubt has blessed this map. So both players up at Castle. And looks like Andy has the water control against Yo for now. And I think we're catching up to real time here. Romans against Gajurs. Chakram throwers could be interesting against the longswords, which it looks like Andy's going for. And we saw a lot of fire lancers in towers. You could also see longswords in towers. Not quite as effective as the fire lancers, though. Oh, there she is, there she is, there's Nessie, there she is. Look at her in all her glory and majesty, surfacing and diving down. That is some deep water for her to be able to hide down there. There we go, there's Nessie. Now that is the Loch Ness monster, Sir Baron. The map is Loch Ness. And she is Nessie, the star of the map.
Salve. Tibi ser.
And now the siege tower will come forward for Andy. He knows the meta, and he's going for it. She appears roughly every 10 minutes. So when it gets to around 20 minutes, we gotta look for her again. If the game lasts that long. Sometimes these Empire Wars games don't last that long. Elephant Archers for Yo. So if we have a mythical lake creature, elephants and siege towers all on the same game. What is this? As Hagrider says, every 10 minutes, roughly.
Salve. Impera. Ha!
That's the kind of Easter egg that should appear more. This map would be terrible if you couldn't build houses. You mean if you played Huns? She lost her first match. Oh, did she play a multiplayer, like, PvP match? Like ranked? Ooh, oh boy.
Tibi Sergio.
That can definitely be scary. Oh, versus AI. Versus AI. Okay, okay. With no one even 1K. Okay. Yeah, it makes a big difference depending on the elos you have. It is spread from there. Well, we'll need to do some more investigation into Nessie. I'll have to open up the Genie editor and look at her stats and see the animation length, or when she surfaces and disappears. I would assume the Roman answer to chakrams is indeed scorpions. Seems like elephant archers also are an answer to longswords. Oh, but here comes Andy in the siege tower zooming over and going to the plaid to find the relics over here. He needs to see the monastery. Oh, there he goes, and now he can deposit the longswords to kill the monk. Why the back castle from Yo? Yeah, because he's afraid of the longswords and the siege towers, I guess. Oh, Andy, no, you have a siege tower. Use it as a siege tower. Hop over the walls, kill the Vil. You use it as the doubt intended it. More galley, wheelbarrow on the way for Yo. So a forward castle would be an attempt to retake the water, which could be nice, but also could mean getting trebbed later on. He's instead going for the clandestine dock approach to contesting water, and Andy managed not to scout that, not patrolling far enough down to the side. Oh, the Vil was converted. That was Andy's plan. You know, I know I was saying Crownwood is one of my favorite maps. I actually think Loch Ness is one of my favorites too. I think it works incredibly well as a water map. I don't know if I like it as an Empire Wars map, but I think as a random map it would be a lot of fun. Crossing in the middle, extremely long, giving you some different options, but it's still fairly open with how much land is on each side. I do like it. That's true. Remember, scorpions do have bonus attack against elephants. I don't know if there's any reason for that. Can you fish for Nessie? No, you cannot have fishing ships gather from Nessie. Oh, demo. Ooh, hit the fishing ships. Yo. No. Where's he going? For the fires. Boom. Okay. Got a good demo hit there. Will the elephant archer? No, elephant archer won't finish it off. 3 HP left, but the fires will. Tech tree, that... It used to be 60%, but was changed to 50, maybe? Maybe the tech tree wasn't updated properly. There's a lot of stuff like that where the tech tree isn't updated. Don't know why, it seems kind of off, but... And here is the monk. Monk going for conversion on the villager. Villager also going for an outpost. And, ooh, okay, remind me, another 2 minutes and we look for Nessie.
Salve.
Monk wants a conversion on a Vil. Monastery on the way. And then longswords pick off a Vil. Andy doing good with doing a good job with the longsword so far. He will redock the water. And we'll have another mining camp going up for Andy on the gold. Spear versus spear, that might be the slowest. That's a good one. Ram versus ram, actually. I think that might be the slowest. Ram versus ram. Or Treb versus Treb. That too. Maybe Nessie versus Nessie. She only surfaces every 10 minutes.
Salve.
Longsword's hitting the house. Chakram's getting some frisbees thrown at them. Rams have good bonus damage against each other. That's true. Oh, you mean longest, or do you mean longest as in longest lasting fight? Or longest as in longest between attacks? Because that's probably the Treb if it's longest between attacks. Longest lasting fight would probably be... Oh, there she is, there she is. There's Nessie. There's Nessie again. Trying to think of a damage that only has one damage against, or a unit that has one damage against itself. Like Rattan Archer versus Rattan Archer, maybe? How much damage does that do? Does it overcome its Pierce armor? I think it does. Oh, that's true. Is there any unit that doesn't really kill itself? I guess Spear is... Spear versus Spear, maybe. Trebs are very random, so it's hard to measure that. You can get an expected value. If you hit all 3 shots, then it's over pretty quickly. Oh my gosh, Emma went to bed too early. More stone walls. Oh, Andy literally using stone as part of his stone wall. And Yo going for Shravamshriders on the side. Andy up by 10 bills and up to Imp. Yo up to Imp, but a bit more slowly than his Andy. And we'll have some Shravamshriders going for the house on the side. And Yo going for the castle.
Salve.
So that's Imperial Age, careening, and handcart on the way. And the longswords come forward, and we'll knock down the Shravamshrider. Wondered which non-explosive units with mirror fights. So that's the shortest and longest. Oh, you're right. The Ellie Archer. That might be it. The Elephant Archer. That might be it, actually. Deer versus deer. You're right with how slowly they attack that outpost in Vinland Saga and do 1 damage. That's a good one. So, big water play from Yo. Romans do not have demos, so tricky to retake the water. They do have shipwright and fast fire and galleons that with ballistas have +2 attack. Like Grudurers do not have fast fire, but they do have shipwright. Interesting composition there. Let's see, Romans, neither of them has dry dock, but that probably won't matter. Speed, probably not the most important on this map. And Andy wants a castle on the side. Looks like he'll get it. 1 longsword there from Yo to harass him, but won't do too much. As Andy's sending a village over. Elephant Ram. Ooh, Elephant Rams. What type of... They probably have siege bonuses that apply to each other, though. That's how I was thinking. Ram versus Ram has a siege bonus, so it doesn't last all that long. An Elephant Ram dies to a crocodile. That is a fact I didn't know.
Deus, impera.
Prontus.
Prontus.
Salve.
Deus.
Prontus.
And Chakrams died of Vills, apparently. Oh my gosh, look at that Vill fight. Maybe some longswords mixed in there. Spanish shirtless villager takes down 3 fully armored siege elephants. So does a Spanish villager wearing a dress. And Galleon for Yo. Now, Yo is a great late game player. And just because Andy is the lead doesn't mean he'll maintain it. Our ship here going down. fishing ships down.
Salve. Prontus. Eus. Impera. Eus. Prontus. Eus. Prontus.
And we'll have chemistry and galleon for Andy. As this dock will go down. Fire ship on its way down to the galleons. And oh, this is the galleon dock. This is the galleon dock. This is the big one for Andy. He needs that research to finish if he wants to retake the water. And it might not. Village should wear togas. Ooh, it didn't 97%. But no galleon finished for Andy. Doing shipwright and careening, but he needs to restart the galleon research. Oh, and that hurts. Heavy demo on the way for Yo. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, hello Hexacatty, how you doing? Another tower going up for Andy. And shipwright on the way. Heavy demo and forging 2. Let's hop in the tower. And hop out of the tower because the tower goes down. There's ballistas and galleon. I don't think Andy has the numbers to take the water. Yo's almost gotten it back. Andy still has all the sides. Remember, we do have a 75-minute in-game limit. Game's running at 1.7 speed, or approximately 1.68 speed. Chain guarding armor on the way. You can do exclamation mark ladder. No pants stay. That'll bring up the link. I need to remember to link it in the panels beneath the stream. Lots of stuff I gotta remember and work on tonight. And oh yeah, there we go. Look at the bot go. Good bot. Pants. No, the opposite. No pants. We have Kshatriya's iron casting chain barding armor. People use standings because every other stream has it. Oh, every other stream doesn't have ladder. We do. Okay, heavy demos on this tiny map. Ooh, you get some good demo shots. Here come more demos, trying to zigzag. Dodging, doesn't hit anything. Should I change it to standings? And be consistent. Andy picked green and I changed the color? Yes, I did. Andy usually is orange, but with the odd colors he picked green. And I do not want to do green versus... Oh, did you see that capture rage glitch there? That was a thing. Maybe because my VRAM settings are down. I don't want to do green versus red if I can avoid it. Oh, Droman, look at that. Collapse goes down. Right down. Long swords. And oh, Andy. Maybe I was wrong about Andy not taking the water. Now that he has the Romans with the extra attack, maybe he will take it. Dang, I thought Yo had the water, but okay, Romans late game galleons, scary. Romans can even get some area damage done. Their splash attack, not the most, but fairly decent. Maybe not. I think they changed the way the projectiles worked at some point. I need to test them again. Originally they felt like a hard counter to longboats because of the clumping, but maybe not. Galleons still fighting for Andy. Andy still has a bit more resource. He has 3 relics over here. And Yo picking up relics managed to dislodge them from Andy, it would seem. Centurions might stop the monk. Andy really would want to pick up those relics and have it be 6-0 instead of 3-3. Yo going for a castle. Romans maybe needing more Dromans. And full on war galley now. For Andy is the Romans.
Impera.
So let's see, he's going for the castle. Where you going, monk? You need to go grab a relic. Go, monk, grab the relics for Andy. At least give him a 5-1 relic lead. Yo getting 1 relic. Yeah, 75 minutes, the highest score wins. Remember, no demos, so the light cav can even be somewhat useful. You can spam them and use food instead of wood. Architecture on the way for Yo, doing all the upgrades. Andy with a better KD, he will try to maintain that. That west gate is so wonky. There's a wall by it. But yeah, it's on a hill, so the elevation messes up with the pillars. Corner pillars. Not looking good for the Gajurs. Not in particular, no. I have to say that Andy did a great job controlling the water and maintaining it throughout the entire game. It felt like it wasn't completely one-sided, though, that Yo wasn't completely dead. But maybe as we see the map more, it'll start to become that way. Water maps can snowball like that. Romans appear to be 5% better at everything. What gives? That's their bonus. 5% better at gathering, building, and repairing. So Halb on the way for them. It's a lot of galleons, though, for Yo. But Yo losing some castles to the Dromans. That's 7 Dromans. The Romans. They'll make short work of the castles as Andy tries to patrol into the fight. A good old lesson from Chris's book back in the day. Patrol into the fight, but the dock does distract that. That's kind of why rams are useful, because they distract some of the patrols. And light cap sniping off a Droman. That is painful. Bill's trying to repair the castle. Yo, 23-16 galleons would win that fight. That castle stands. And Andy might lose his castle. Vills are not there. Are they there in time to repair? I don't think so. I think it goes down. It does go down. And the Hussars will rush in. Husbandry on the way for Andy. But Yo now reclaiming the water. Clearing Andy's navy. And I wonder who has more wood, or if the wood's balanced. Is this going to be a 75-minute game? Loch Ness could be the 75-minute game map. Chat. Is this going to be 75 minutes? Or is I like, oh, one more game, then I can eat dinner and it's going to be a score limit game? Yo trying to raid. He's not getting across, though. I think it ends if Andy wins the water. But Andy needs maybe more wood. There's no more gold on the map, is there? Yo's raiding. Oh, the map. Okay, there is more gold. There is more gold. Andy still has gold. Is Yo have gold? Yo has gold. Okay, it's not over yet. Still have wood. Okay, it's still going on. Still going on. We're almost at the 8-hour mark. So I did what I wanted to. Oh, there's Nessie. There's Nessie. Did you see her? Is that her tail sticking up? Is Capture Age showing Nessie's tail sticking up out of the water still? Did Nessie break Capture Age? Wouldn't surprise me, but okay, Nessie. Nessie has broken Capture Age. Bottom right gold if he wins water. Yeah, this gold would be an important one that right now Andy does control, or at least stops Yo from collecting stone and gold there on that coastline. Also this one too, if Andy can hold the water how he is now. And Andy's saying I'm gonna chop Yo's wood line, the literal wood line against the edge of the map. Might always happen. You saw it, T90 saw it. Okay, okay. And Nessie a bit broken. Probably until the next time she animates, maybe she'll reappear. But yeah, there's Nessie. Right underneath this ship battle. Is Andy winning this now with the Dromans? Looks like he's turning this around. 12-8, 21-8. Romans doing work in the back.
Impera.
Alps for Andy against Yo's Hussars. Andy taking a better KD. Mercury's is off in a 75-minute game. I guess the question is, do the resources run out? And say, Legionary for Andy. He's floating a bit of gold. Not much food, though. Both players at about 200 pop. Maybe raid with Legionaries? There's a castle very far on the back, but Yo doesn't have much defense. The same could be said for Andy. Andy's trying to do towers to defend vills and take the gold on the side. Andy might win this from gold control. Yo's still 20 vills on gold, but we'll see how much longer that lasts. 9 of them are there. And the other ones are over here, but as someone wrote earlier, Galleon on the coastline can stop the vills mining the gold. Other civ get heated shot. Romans do not. Gajurs do, and Yo has it. Heated shot, extra bonus damage against the ships. What's the exact value? Towers plus 125%, castles plus only 25%. Design casting on the way for Andy. Wood should run out before gold. Depends if gold's denied from the coastline. I don't know if you count a gold like this as running out or not. Looking at the map, it does feel like wood's running out. Maybe a bit faster, but then again, I don't know. There's a lot of gold that might be more neutral territory that's hard to spot. Yo's been trying to do that, and Yo now desperately repairing his castle. And he's gotten this spot for Droman, and still is controlling the water with some galleons. Is Andy winning this fight? What is that? Patrol, he's trying to do the CBA micro to dodge projectiles. Romans attack the castle. But pull back. Needs, how many Dromans is that? 6 Dromans. That should be able to do damage to her castle. Okay, more Dromans. 7 Dromans now. Has to protect them from light cav and galleons. Pull them back at some point. Well, that's nice. Light cav from behind can hit the Dromans if they have to run from the galleons. So the Dromans just decide, let's attack the galleons. Maybe they should attack the light cav. Galleons giving chase. Andy, I think, winning the fight. On the side, Yo trying to raid on land, go for the monastery. Andy maybe should bring the relics back. It is also 5 relics to 1 for Andy, so I think he's got this. Yo out of gold. Andy needs to hold this gold and this gold, which he can do. And also this gold, which may be a bit more of a struggle for him with the trebs. But yeah, now Andy at 190 pop, Yo at 150, and things are falling apart for Yo. Alright. Only a 50-minute game, not a 75-minute game. If Andy can keep the pop-up and push Yo. But Yo's struggling for gold, absolutely. Hussars and the remaining navy of his. Andy can take a fight and trade as best he can. And know that Yo cannot replenish his forces. Even using the market, Yo's selling wood. And that's probably the last bit of gold you'll get. Andy tricked if he didn't have a lead. Well, that's why he had the early lead. That's why you fight for the early lead. And he needs some mounted auxilia to raid? That's not an AoE 2 unit. That's a Rome Total War unit for the Romans, if I recall correctly. What are the food prices? Oh, yeah, food can still be sold. Wood actually still can be sold, but Yo will call the GG, as it's kind of been over for a while once he couldn't get gold and dropped in population. So let's check out some stats then. Military will be more kills for Andy. More eco for Andy. Faster imp time even for Andy. More vills for Andy. Everything for Andy. Rome Total War mentioned? Yes. You're now playing Nikov on Stonefront. I think I'm done though. We streamed 7 hours and 50 minutes. That's close enough for 8 hours today. So thank you all for sticking with us. I'm gonna end the stream now. I'll find someone to raid on Twitch and we'll end stuff on YouTube. So I hope you enjoyed. Gonna be doing more of that. Ignoring the ways of pacifism. Ignoring the ways of pacifism. So I will see you all later on Baron. Baron's a mod now. More importantly, Ivy's a mod now. So I'll see you all later. Bye to YouTube.